This is Audible.
And now, Part 2 of Blood and Sand, an Elemental World novel. Written by Elizabeth Hunter. Narrated by Dina Perlman.
Chapter 15. He stalked her. Panic pumped through her blood, and the acrid tang of adrenaline kicked in the air. Faster. He could hear her scrambling through the brush and the rocks. The smell of blood cut through the dry night, and he knew she was bleeding. Faster. A low snarl ripped from his throat when he sensed her other pursuer. There was no time to lose. He heard her heart racing, faster than the beat of birds' wings and just as fragile. The tremor of breath caught and held. A small cry escaped her throat. Faster, faster, faster. He was almost on her. Not fast enough. Baugia felt the sting of 1,000 blades when he reached the rise of the hill to see Tio closing in on Natalie. She had stumbled in a gully, splayed on her back, her legs twisted beneath her as she raised her hands, holding something in front of her in the low light of the moon. No cry rose in the night when she reached out toward the monster that hungered for her. There was a spike of energy scenting the breeze, then a blue flash as the blur of the immortal's body stilled, arched, and flew back from Natalie's raised hands. Baugia was already on top of him when he felt the quake. The rush of energy mushroomed out from the prone immortal as the earth beneath his feet groaned and shuddered. He reached out, slicing off Tio's head with one clean stroke, as the ground opened up and a chasm appeared in the desert sand. He heard Natalie cry out as she disappeared into the dark slash of earth. Baugia roared as his enemy's body fell lifeless onto the sand, blood soaking the earth that was still shifting and rolling. "Natalie!" He looked for her but saw nothing. The ground around where she had been lying was an open wound, sand and rock pouring into it. He dove after her. Landing in a roll, he spotted her crouched in an odd cavern that seemed to bloom beneath the desert floor. The earth around them still quaked, but though the sand and rock rained down, the cave appeared stable. In the blink of an eye, he bent over and wrapped his arms around her body, shielding her from the falling debris until the earth stilled. She trembled underneath him, and he could smell the blood that stained her skin from cuts and scrapes. He said nothing when the earth finally stopped moving, uncurling from around her body to clear the sand and hair from her face. His senses reached out, searching for any threat, but no energy reached him. The gash where they had fallen had caved in and was covered by tumbled sandstone. The cavern narrowed into a small passageway that led into the unknown. Was it a mine shaft? An old tunnel? Baugia could hear her heart beating furiously, so he lifted her in his arms and carried her toward the narrow opening that led farther down. It was pitch black, but he sensed a familiar energy, a trace of scent and amness that still lingered under the earth. Tullio. This passage, whatever it was, must have belonged to the old hermit. She began coughing, and he could smell the salt of her tears and the teasing metallic scent of her blood. He followed Tullio's scent farther into the black, but could feel nothing and no one else. They were utterly alone, beneath the earth. Eventually he could feel the air grow fresher, and the sound of his steps echoed as he entered a wider part of the passageway. From the right, he caught the distinct smell of wax. Carefully he set Natalie on her feet, reaching out until he could feel a niche in the wall. A stack of candles lay there next to a box of matches. With steady hands, he lit one and looked around the room, carefully keeping his eyes on anything but the woman who was shaking only a few feet away. He lit another, then another, placing them at intervals around a room lined with small alcoves. It had to have been an old hiding place, or maybe the earth vampire kept many passages such as this one. Burrows carved from the earth to make for easy escape or shelter. Whatever it was safe. The floor was dusty, but wool rugs were scattered over it, and a soft pallet sat in one corner. Wordlessly, Baugia picked up Natalie and laid her on it, carefully surveying her for wounds, as his tension shifted from survival to anger. "Where are we?" Her voice was scratchy and hoarse. "Is there anyone else down here?" "No." He ran careful hands over her legs first, checking her ankles for twists or breaks. He bent and rotated the joints, carefully watching for signs of pain. There was a cut in her right calf, but it wasn't deep. He quickly ripped the lower part of her jeans away and bent down, piercing his tongue to clean and heal the wound before he checked her knees. "Baugia, be quiet," he muttered as he continued his examination. Her arms were next. He performed another cursory examination of her wrists. The right appeared to be slightly swollen, but not broken or seriously sprained. Another cut marked her left forearm. He ripped away the sleeve of her shirt and healed that wound as well. "Are you going to talk to me?" He still didn't speak, just pushed her back on the pallet to gently run hands over her torso and ribs. Though there were more scrapes, particularly on her lower back and left shoulder from where she must have fallen, there appeared to be no sign of internal injuries or broken bones. He could hear her start to sniff. "Will you say something? Please." "That would not be wise." Finally, he looked up. Placing his hands on her head, he gently probed her skull and neck, still searching for signs of trauma. He ignored her wet blue eyes. He brushed the hair away from her forehead and bent down, his lips inches away from a red scrape on her forehead. She was crying silently, tears running down her face as she pushed him away. She started to tremble again, but he could tell this time it was from anger. "Say something." He refused, the quiet rage forcing him back on his heels as he crouched next to her, stubbornly looking anywhere but her eyes. He could feel the blood start to pulse in his veins as her anger mounted. He bit down, tasting the blood from where his own fangs pierced the inside of his lip. "Say anything!" He caught her outstretched hand a fraction away from his face as she tried to slap him. He held her wrist, barely containing his raw fury. Finally, his eyes lifted to hers. Anger, relief, desperation. He saw every emotion he had locked away spilling from her eyes. "I returned to the house to find you gone," he said, barely above a whisper. "I had to wake Matt in the middle of the night to activate the GPS tracking on my car. I flew down here with Tenzin, convinced I would find your body drained in the desert. I was with Beatrice and Bridget." A swift hand covered her mouth as he continued in a deadly soft voice. "He was seconds away from killing you. You were moments from death." She peeled his fingers from her mouth, grasping his hand in hers as she sat up slowly. "I had the taser. I shocked him. I would have had time to—" "You can die, Natalie." "I know that." "You can die." "I know." "You almost did." The wall of anger that had masked his fear began to crumble. The sheer terror of the previous 2 hours began to slash at his throat. "Baugia." She tried to lean closer, but he put a hand on her shoulder, halting her. "You can die," he said again. "And you would be gone. And I would have nothing." He heard her tears again, felt them against his skin when she pressed his hand to her cheek, but she had no response. "Do you even understand how fragile you are?" "Tell me I'm not an assignment," she whispered as he drew closer, brushing the hair from her temple and framing her face with his hands. Slowly he leaned forward and kissed the scrape on her forehead, licking the blood from his lips. "Tell me this is real." "I would have nothing," he whispered, kissing her again. He lowered his head and kissed the delicate skin of her eyelids, tasting her tears. "Do you understand?" He still held her face, and her hands came up to cover his as he kissed the rise of one cheek, then the other. "Tell me." He thought he felt her nod as he captured her lips. Fear gave way to need, and he pulled her closer. She grabbed at his shoulders and tugged, knocking him off balance as she pulled his body over hers. He crawled up the pallet, carefully moving her body under his. Her legs parted and he moved closer, their lips still fused in a desperate kiss. Alive, alive, alive. She was alive, and she wanted him. Bracing himself over her, Baugia pulled away a fraction of an inch, staring into deep blue eyes. "I need you," he said softly. Yes." She breathed out her answer, then reached up and pulled his mouth down to hers. Need, desire, ache. He ached for her. He felt her hands ripping at his shirt as he tore at hers, desperate to feel the pulse of her heart against his chest. Desperate to hear her blood. Desperate to hear her call his name. Natalie's quick finger slipped down the front of his slacks where his flesh, roused by anger and desire, leapt beneath her fingertips. "Ah!" He arched up, fangs dropping as the ecstasy of her touch ignited him. His eyes sought hers, locking on to her hungry gaze as he sat back on his heels, stripping the jeans down her legs, fumbling with the shoes she finally kicked off. His hands ran up the inside of her legs, lingering behind her knees, when he heard the quick intake of breath. He reached up and pulled at the blue panties she still wore. They were torn at the corner, from her fall or his hands. He didn't know. He didn't care. He rid himself of his own clothes before he bent down. Baugia breathed in, letting his senses fill with her scent as his fangs scraped along the inside of her thigh. "I want to bite you." He licked at her flesh. "Here." Her heart was racing, in excitement or fear. "It won't hurt?" Baugia's mouth moved along her shivering skin before he looked up to meet her wide blue eyes. "I'm going to bite you here. Put my mouth on your flesh and suck. I'm going to let my amness flood your senses until the only thing you can feel is fire in your veins. You will experience the most intense pleasure imaginable. You will come, and you will want more." What do you know? He'd finally rendered her speechless. All she could do was nod. He fluttered his tongue along the artery, sucking until her skin was red and swollen under his mouth. At the same time, his fingers stroked along her belly, up and over her breasts, finally running down the length of her arms until he had linked their hands palm to palm. And everywhere his hands went, his cool energy went too. He could feel her react, her body flush with life, her skin prickling in awareness. And when she started to pant, he bit. "Baugia!" she cried out as he drank from her, swallowing thick gulps of her rich blood until her back arched and she came with a violent shudder. He immediately sealed off the wound, then he slid up her body and inside with one smooth movement, capturing her cries in his mouth as he thrust. His hand ran down over her thigh to grip and lift it higher. He listened for her pulse, timing his steady strokes to the beat of her heart, as the air around him became laden with the scent of her pleasure and blood and sweat and life. She was alive. In that moment she was everything. And when he felt her come around his flesh, felt the heady rush of pleasure course through her again, Baugia let go and surrendered. Natalie was curled into his side, still naked. She was so warm, he wanted to drape her over his body like a cloak. His hands teased through her hair, pulling out tiny pieces of rock and debris from her run through the desert. He could feel his senses slowing. Sunlight was near. Natalie. She was drowsy too, nuzzling into the skin of his chest. He could feel her tongue flick out occasionally to taste his skin. Her lips closed over one nipple and bit lightly as his eyes rolled back in his head. She purred. Dawn is coming. That brought her up short. She looked around the room. Are we safe here? I don't feel anyone around, and anything truly dangerous will be sleeping soon. Reach into my pants on the floor. Sewn into the front of them is a weapon. You could definitely say that. He closed his eyes and laughed. No, a sword. That's certainly one name for it. Woman. He reached down and pinched her backside. An actual sword. I'm going to pass out in a few minutes. I'll be asleep until nightfall. Keep the sword out, just in case. Her voice was suddenly insecure. I thought you said we were alone down here. We are. I'm just being cautious. I've never used any weapon like that before. We've got to start training you, he mumbled. You have good balance and coordination. You should pick up the basics well enough until I can put together a proper training regimen for you. Baojia. All the playfulness was gone from her voice. He looked down to see her hiding her eyes from him. Not good. We'll talk more tonight. He reached down and tilted her chin up so she was forced to meet his eyes. Okay? She nodded, uncertainty still etched on her features. When I fall asleep, I don't breathe, Natalie. I don't have to, except as habit and to sense the air around me. So when I'm asleep, I don't breathe at all. And you know my skin is cooler, so... You're going to feel, she gulped, to look kind of dead, Baojia said. Her heart sped up. He could tell she was afraid. Think of it more like a coma. It's just a very deep sleep. When I am older, I will be able to wake from it. Right now I can't, but I will wake at nightfall. Don't forget that. I will wake and be just as I am now. She nodded, and he could feel the heaviness descending on his limbs. A cloud started to fog his mind. Grab the sword, he said. Okay. She reached down and got one of his short swords from his pants. Okay. I'm not going to freak out. Good girl, he whispered. Your turn to guard me. Her tentative smile was the last thing he saw before his eyes closed. Her scent was the first thing he smelled upon waking. It was the scent of skin and blood, their scent together, mingling in a pleasing way. He wanted her by the ocean, outside in the water with the fog blanketing them, maybe a hot tub, that had definite possibilities. Of course, he felt a rock beneath the pallet on the cavern floor. Just a bed would be an improvement. Cave in the desert, bed near the ocean. He just wanted her. Baojia's fangs lengthened instinctually as his eyes flickered open. Natalie was not next to him. Candles still lit the room, and he heard a rustle of movement from the corner. His eyes darted over to the disturbance. It was her, rifling through a low cabinet that appeared to need a good dusting. The whole cave looked like it hadn't been used in years. She must have heard the movement because she spun around, sword raised. Hi. He held up his hands. I surrender. A lingering trace of fear haunted that stare, but she threw the sword down and leapt onto the bed, kissing his face and holding him tightly. Oh, that was weird. I'm not going to lie. The way you just go out is kind of freaky, George. I maybe had a little minor panic attack at one point, but then the whole crazy night caught up with me and I fell asleep. I just woke up a little bit ago, so I was looking for some water. There's a cabinet over there, but He pulled her down and shut her up with a kiss. She talked too much for just waking up. Of course, when she didn't talk, it bothered him more. Natalie's natural state was chatty. He'd learned to live with it. "Hi," she finally whispered when he released her lips. "How did you sleep?" "I sleep. There's no variable. I'm awake, then I'm gone." "Yeah, I noticed that. You don't toss or turn. You really are kind of comatose." "We'll call it that." He smiled. "Whatever you can live with." There it was again, that doubt. It leapt to her eyes any time he mentioned the future. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure. What?" He tucked a curl of hair behind her ear. She was wearing what was left of his shirt and the panties he'd left in tatters. It must have been something about the crazy panicked night. He wasn't usually such a barbarian. "I know you feel unsure about us, about all this." "Yeah," she squirmed. "Give it a chance. Us. This." He swallowed the odd lump in his throat. "Whatever it is, it's new for me, too." She bit her lip and sat cross-legged on the bed. "We're so different, Baujia." "Yes, we are." He knew she was thinking about her mortality. So was he. More and more every night. But nothing in life is certain. Not in human life, not in immortal life. Just remember that. Slowly she nodded. "I'll try. And do not ever do something like this again, Natalie." He saw her eyes start to narrow. Don't lecture me. You're not my father." "I most certainly am not." "So don't think—" "My name is Chen Bao Jia," he said quietly, sitting up next to her in the bed. "Sired to water in 1884 by Don Ernesto Alvarez." He reached out and tilted her chin up so she met his eyes. "Protector of a family that no longer wants me. Subject to no clan." Her eyes filled with tears as he continued in a soft, urgent voice. "I offer you my protection, Natalie Ellis. Will you accept it?" She blinked back her tears and lifted her chin proudly, but he put a single finger over her mouth. "I offer you my protection. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Natalie paused, and then she whispered, "Yes." Chapter 16. "This would have been a lot easier if you hadn't taken my phone, you know." She was holding a candle while he dug a tunnel out of the cave. The wax kept dripping onto her hand. "Ouch! Lift it up a little higher." Her shirt had been ripped beyond repair during the fight, so he'd given her his. Baujia only wore a pair of pants while he dug through the sandstone rubble. She had to admit the view was nice. Well, what she could see of it anyway. "You have super strength, right?" She watched as he hefted a boulder the size of a St. Bernard out of the way. "Shouldn't this be going faster?" He turned, frustration evident on his dark features. He pointed to his chest. "Water vampire?" Then he spread out his arms. "Desert!" Natalie bit her lip and tried not to smile. "You're really cute when you're angry, George." He blinked, obviously not expecting her answer. Then she saw him try to suppress the smile. "Just hold the light. I'm almost through the biggest pieces, and the smaller will go fast. We'll be out of here soon." "Can I help?" "You can hold the light, Natalie." "Don't you have super night vision? Oh, elemental creature of the dark?" He spun and walked toward her. "I have excellent night vision where there is some natural light." He grabbed the candle and set it on a rock nearby. "Moon, stars." He grabbed her and pulled her to his chest. "But there is no light down here." "None." He bent down and kissed her, his lips hard with anger, then softening when she melted. He did this to her. In his arms she felt like the center of the world. She reached up to hold his shoulders because her knees actually felt weak. Finally he pulled away. "Now be quiet and hold the light." Then he shoved the candle back in her hand and went back to work. She swayed a little, leaning against a boulder to regain her balance. Okay. How had this happened? She'd fallen hard. Natalie had thought she was going to die the night before. No matter how she had protested, she'd run through the desert searching for Bridget and Beatrice with no thought of leaving alive. She'd had the taser at least, and then Baugia had come furious. She'd seen him cut off the head of her attacker with one stroke. It was otherworldly. He was otherworldly, and then he wasn't. He was a man, angry with her for risking herself, desperate to feel alive, giving her, "Do you understand?" He hadn't said it with words. Watching the strong, silent man she was falling in love with, Natalie realized he might never give her words. But she could probably live with that, because she had a feeling he would give her everything else. "Do you understand?" She understood. Now she just had to decide if she could live with the rest of it. The muscles of his back flexed effortlessly as he moved the enormous rocks that had fallen in, blocking the cave. No sweat marked his skin in the flickering candlelight. He didn't breathe harder because he didn't need to breathe. When she'd lain next to him through the day, he had appeared for all intents and purposes dead, though his skin had retained the same soft tan color, and she could feel his energy humming every time she touched him. So Natalie had closed her eyes and laid her hand on his arm when she fell asleep, comforting herself with the single sign of life his body exhibited. But he hadn't turned to her in her sleep and held her close, because he couldn't. "Tell me you understand." He might give her everything, but could it be enough? "Why are you upset?" She blinked back the tears that had started gathering in her eyes. "How did you— Your scent changes when you get upset, and I can smell your tears. Are you afraid?" He turned, carefully walking over to her. "We are almost out. I can smell the fresh air now." "No," she cleared her throat. "Just thinking." He frowned, as if he could guess what had been on her mind. "Oh. Can vampires have kids?" She flushed immediately, cursing internally for blurting that out. Baugia's mouth had dropped open a little. "No. We can sire other vampires, but we can't. It's not possible to—" "Oh." She nodded and looked at the candle. "Okay, I was just curious." "You want children?" It wasn't a question. The flush she'd been trying to control came back. "Not right now. It's kind of a someday thing, someday I want kids. Not now. I mean, I work too much and I travel a lot, so kids now would be— And I'm single, so— No, you're not." He had stepped closer and his voice dropped to a low growl. "Whatever this is, you are not single. You're not unattached as far as I'm concerned." Her back straightened instinctually. "And what about you?" "You think I would pursue someone else while I am with you?" His frown grew fiercer. "Is that what you think of me?" "No." She was making a mess of this, and really, they needed to get out of this stinking cave. The air was getting practically claustrophobic. Are you going to bite other people, I mean? It feels really good, and I will feed from donated blood if you insist, though it would make me weaker. I don't need to drink very often, only a couple of times a week, depending on my physical activity. It would be too much to take from only you, and I would not want to see you weak. And yes, bloodlust and physical lust often go hand in hand, but not exclusively." Natalie decided that her face was just going to stay a weird tomato red for the rest of her life. But on the bright side, Baugia could only see her at night, so that was good. She'd just have to stay in dimly lit rooms when they were together. He stepped closer. She could see his lean musculature covered with sand and dust. He was mouth-watering. He was beautiful. And he would always be that way. "Natalie," he asked, "is that acceptable?" "Yeah." She nodded, crossing her arms and still holding the dripping candle. I guess that was a stupid question." "No, it wasn't." He tucked that irritating lock of hair behind her ear again. "These are good questions." He was smiling, his fangs peeking from the corners of his mouth. She could barely see him in the candlelight, but he was smiling, so she smiled too. "We should probably get out of here." "Mm-hmm." He stood there, his hands soft on her neck, as his fingers traced the edge of her jaw. "The sooner we get out of here, the sooner I can kill Bridget and Beatrice for bringing you out here and leaving you in the middle of a fight." "Ugh!" She shoved his hand away. "You can't kill them." He rolled his eyes and walked back to the pile of rocks. "I'm thinking about it." He tossed them over his shoulder at vampire speed, careful not to aim any in her direction. "It would create an international vampire incident. Or something." "Everybody hates me anyway. Not much would change." "Not everyone hates you." Close to everyone. I think Isadora still likes me, which must piss my father off." "Des and Matt like you. Beatrice and Gio like you." She kept going, even when he snorted. "And I like you. A lot." In a blink, he was back in front of her, bending down to capture her lips. "Do you?" He murmured with a smile. "You like me a lot?" "Only a lot." She tried to roll her eyes, but it was hard to be annoyed when he was doing that thing with his tongue and his hands. "I like you the most, George." "Good." Baugia stepped forward, snugging his hips against hers and running his hands down her back to squeeze her waist. "Am I your favorite vampire?" She tried to play it cool, but the memory of his bite from the night before assaulted her. "You're probably my favorite." "Probably." His hands and his arms. Natalie bit his lower lip and his arms tightened around her. "I might need more convincing." She broke away and took a deep breath. "And a shower. And an actual bed. So—" He stepped back. "Out of the cave." "Out of the cave." She watched him walk away, and it took more than a little self-control to let him. But within minutes, Natalie was glad she had, because the rush of cool night air filled the cramped tunnel, and before she knew it, Baugia was reaching a hand down to pull her up. They walked back toward the casino, hand in hand. He led, making sure to steer her around any brush or rocks that might trip her up or scratch at her. His eyes constantly swept their surroundings. "Baugia." She tugged at his hand to get his attention. "Yes." Natalie kissed him. A sweet press of her lips to his, with her hands reaching up to frame his smooth cheeks. "Thank you for rescuing me." He smiled. "Again?" "Wow." Her hands dropped. "You really had to go there, huh?" "Second time, Natalie. This is the second time you've put yourself in danger." She started walking again and muttered, "And it won't be the last. I heard that." "Of course you did." He didn't kill Bridget and Beatrice, but he didn't talk to them either. Both vampires were waiting at the back of the casino, near where Tio had shown up and scared Natalie after they'd first run off. Both were covered in sand and dust. Natalie had a feeling she'd gotten the better end of day accommodations. "Tenzin?" she asked, remembering that Baugia had said the wind vampire had flown him down to the desert. Bridget said, "Already took off. Wouldn't take either of us with her." Baugia tucked her under his arm and started walking toward the Camaro, holding his hand out in silent request for the keys. "So, he's a silent, angry type, eh?" Bridget asked. "Apparently. Beatrice said, following him. Listen, we were right behind you. She was supposed to stay at the casino and shock anyone who... Baugia spun around, holding up a hand. Don't speak. Don't speak right now. Beatrice's eyes popped open and she bared her teeth. Oh no, you don't get to talk to me like that. Natalie knew what she was doing coming down here, and she's not some weak-kneed little... She's human, he growled through gritted teeth. She could see his fangs low in his mouth as he shoved her behind his body and stepped forward in an aggressive stance. Has it been so long that you have forgotten how vulnerable she is? You risked her needlessly, Beatrice. You call yourself her friend, but she could have died. He paused a moment, trying to keep control. I cannot stress to you how unacceptable it is to put her in harm's way. Natalie wanted to speak up, but she was afraid her voice would come out as a squeak. Barely restrained violence was pouring off him. She looked around Baugia's body to see something shift in Beatrice's face. The other vampire's stance shifted, and she stepped back, glancing at Natalie with a softer expression. You're right. I'm sorry. She held up her hands. Bridget's sorry too. Hey! The tiny brunette piped up. I'll speak for... We both got excited about a fight, and we were thinking about taking these guys down, Beatrice said, glaring at Bridget. And we didn't think about her. Apologize to your friend, he said. Baugia. Natalie shoved at his back, finally speaking up. That's enough. She apologized. I'm fine. The bad guys are dead. She looked to Bridget. The bad guys are dead, right? Bridget nodded. Ashes. And I hope you didn't get any of that vampire's blood on you, Baugia. We're not sure if elixir can spread vampire to vampire, but no use taking chances. I didn't. She could see his shoulders start to relax. They were all elixired? How many of them? 5. Bridget started walking toward the car, all business. Natalie was relieved that someone still seemed immune to all the vampire posturing that was flying around. Which makes them harder to kill. The humans they'd been feeding on were dead already. 3 humans. Tia was just joining the crowd with the other. She still didn't smell drugged, so she must have just been a snack. Natalie's stomach churned. They were talking about human beings like they were food. She could feel Baugia tighten a firm grip around her to steady her as she crossed the parking lot. The truck, she asked. Any sign of the truck? Bridget shook her head. Must have gone wherever it went during the day today. We'll head back tonight, he said. But I want to come down here and speak to Tullio again. Beatrice said. Big silent earth vampire who came for the girls' bodies? He said he was a friend of yours, but we kept our distance. That's smart. He's very strong and he knows this desert better than anyone. I want to know where these girls are coming from, and I have a feeling he might have discovered more. They got to the car, and Baugia slipped into the driver's seat. He started the car and reached for Natalie's hand. Sleep if you can. We'll be back in L.A. within a few hours. She wanted to talk more, about the girls, about the vampires who had been killed. But the fight and the restless day were finally catching up to her, and Natalie felt her eyes slip closed. When she woke, she was in yet another room she didn't recognize, but at least this one smelled familiar. Baugia. She was carefully tucked into a large king-sized bed in a room with no windows. A door to the side was open to a lit room she assumed was the bathroom. Her duffel bag was on the dresser, and a plate of food was on a small table in the corner, along with a note. She stood up, rubbing her eyes so she could read it. Sleep as long as you wish. I'll be in the library until dawn. The code for the room is your birthday. She blinked. Apparently someone had moved her in, or he didn't trust her out of his sight. It might have been a little of both. She took a long drink of water and began to pick at the fruit and cheese on the plate before her. After a few minutes, she realized she wanted company more than food, so she left the room and walked down the hall. It led to a staircase going up, and Natalie realized the hallway full of vampire rooms was just below where she'd been staying. Well, that was convenient. She knew where everything was. Heading toward the library, the house was almost eerily silent until she got near the second floor. "Suspicious of your own family? You are not my family any longer. Do you think because you and Father fight, I no longer consider you a brother?" His sister? Faugia had a vampire sister, and they were arguing. Natalie didn't go any closer, but she couldn't manage to tear herself away. "I don't want to put you in an awkward position, but I cannot deny I am worried about Ernesto. He tied my hands. I couldn't protect him. I couldn't protect you or Rory. I was stuck in San Diego doing nothing while my sire and his territory were being threatened. I had no choice." "You made the choice. You chose that woman and the humans over us. If you had stayed—" His voice was clipped and impatient. "If I had stayed, he would have kept ignoring it, and then I would have lived with the guilt of knowing something was going wrong and not being able to do anything about it, Paula. How can you not see that? And how can Rory ignore this? He must know what's going on." "It is a human problem, Faugia. A serial killer like the one in Juarez. It is for the human police to investigate. Not our problem. Not your problem." "We found a girl who had come directly from Ivan's bar. Do you think that is a coincidence? Natalie was attacked by one of Ivan's thugs last night. Is that a coincidence?" "Natalie? Is that the reporter's name?" She shrank against the wall. "This is not about her. This is completely about her. Take your amusement, hermanito. But why do you abandon your family for this human? She is here today and a memory in 50 years. We are your family. Go to Father. Ask forgiveness." "It will not happen." His voice broke. "And it does not matter if she is human. I have sworn my protection over her. She is under my personal aegis. Do not think to attack her or send someone who might. Attacking her is the same as attacking me." The soft voice grew hard. "And will be dealt with in the same manner. Do you understand?" The other vampire's voice was acid. "I understand you have lost your reason. I only hope you come to your senses before this has gone too far." She heard footsteps approaching and darted into a coat closet she'd just passed. She heard the steps slow, then speed up, a low female voice muttering in Spanish about what she couldn't understand. A second set of feet approached and the door creaked open. "She could smell you in here, you know." He parted the coat she'd hidden behind. "She could sense you on the stairs." "Did you leave your family because of me?" Faugia held out a hand. "How did you sleep? Answer me, please." He sighed and leaned against the door jamb. "It was for a number of reasons. You were part of it, but not the whole. Can we leave the coat closet now?" Natalie brushed past him, unsure of how she was feeling, worried, elated, nervous, grateful. "You show everything and nothing on your face," he called to her back. Natalie spun around. "I could say the same thing about you." "Are you hungry?" "No." He stepped closer. "Thirsty?" "I drank some water in your room." "Which looks an awful lot like our room now." Faugia sped to her side, making her eyes swim as he rubbed her shoulders. "I don't particularly want you out of my sight." "How very caveman of you." He grinned. "Still thinking about that cave, aren't you?" She blushed and saw his fangs lengthen in his mouth. His eyes watched her with predatory awareness. "Faugia, are your human needs met?" "Yes, but..." Then we can talk later." He picked her up and ran so fast she thought she was going to throw up. "Okay, motion sickness is not sexy, George." He laughed and slowed down a little as they reached the bottom staircase. Within seconds they were at the door, and he was kissing her again, making her head spin for a whole new reason. "Baojia." He wouldn't let her talk. He just kept at her mouth, then her neck. She felt his fangs scrape against her skin as he laid her down on the bed and went to secure the door with a combination of way more numbers than just her birthday. Did you just change the code?" "Yes. We'll have to think of a new password every dawn." He moved back toward her, intent clear as he pulled off his shirt. "I will not take any chances with your security, but I do not want to keep you prisoner during the day." He lay down next to her, shirt gone, playing with the edge of her T-shirt. "You've had quite enough of that. Am I right?" She pulled off her T-shirt. "But not enough of you. I should take a shower." The smile dropped from his face, and he dove toward the newly revealed skin. Her green bra turned into a scrap of lace when his teeth encountered it. The now familiar sensation of his amness flowing over her skin caused her to moan. "Later," he whispered, his mouth already busy on her breast. "Much later." Much, much later, after Natalie had discovered just how entertaining showers could be with someone who controlled water, they lay in bed. It was still an hour or so before dawn. His cool fingers ran over her still flushed skin, and his other hand played with the red hair splayed over his chest. "I'm very—" he spoke softly. "What?" "Content. I am very content, Natalie." She smiled against his chest. "I'm glad. I'm sorry you fought with your sister." "She is not my sister anymore." Pulling back a little, she looked into his eyes. "Yes, she is. Feelings don't just disappear because you fight." She brought me to him. "When I was human, it was Paula who found me and took me to Ernesto." "But you said you weren't forced to become a vampire." "No." He took a deep breath. "I was willing." "Why?" Frowning, he rolled to the side and then turned her over so she could meet his eyes. "You have to understand what was expected of me. My family was in China. I was sent here to work, for them, so they could eventually pay passage and move too. There was no future in China, my father said. He was, in his own way, very American." Baojia smiled. "He thought our family could have a better life here. There were so many rumors of gold, but also regular jobs, on the railroads, on farms, shops, just jobs, which were scarce in my village. I was sent over and worked on the railroad at first, then for a mining company, every place I could. I sent a little bit home, but mostly I saved it. I slept in the cheapest lodging I could. I bought nothing for myself. I would have been able to do it. I had over half the money for their passage saved already." "What happened?" "In 1882, Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act. No Chinese immigrants were allowed. They said it would be for 10 years. I had been here working, had saved up so much, but it didn't matter. No matter what I did, they would not have been able to come. There were smugglers, but I could not afford to pay them. And there were no guarantees they wouldn't take my money and leave my parents in their village anyway." "That's horrible." Baojia shrugged. "It was reality. But I became very depressed. I considered going back to China, but my parents wrote me and told me that I should stay. They needed me to continue sending money for them, and there were no jobs in the village that paid what I was making. I was angry, I felt very alone, and there were very few women here. No Chinese women, anyway, who would want to marry a laborer like me. So I had no hope of a family or children. I was an income to them, that was all. Her heart ached for him. He had wanted a normal life, wanted a family and a future, but instead, they didn't deserve you. I'm sure they didn't see it that way. They were doing what they needed to survive. I can't blame them for that. She could. No one should be taken for granted the way he had been, but she dropped it and asked, "Why did you become a vampire?" Ernesto had ships. He did trade in China, and he wanted me to be his guard. Baugia shrugged. So he offered to make sure my parents and brother and sister had safe passage to San Francisco and the start of a new life if I would become his child. It was a trade. I didn't have to say yes. Natalie had her own doubts about that, but she let Baugia speak. I agreed. He paid for my family's passage and gave them the money I had saved, and I became his vampire. He was certain I would be very powerful because of my speed and skill as a human. He was correct. And your human family? She reached out and stroked his face. He leaned into her touch, closing his eyes in pleasure. They still live in San Francisco. There are many of them now. He opened proud eyes. They have been very successful. Do they know about you? He shook his head. No. I have monitored them through the years, but not closely. It would not be wise. You sacrificed a lot for them. Yes. He narrowed his eyes. But don't make me a martyr. It was difficult at first, but I like being a vampire. I like the power, Natalie, even if there are costs. And I like being feared by my enemies. Being feared means those I protect are safer. I would not want to be anything else. She shivered at his words, but didn't look away. I know. Do you? He moved over her, locking his eyes with hers as his fangs grew long. His knees spread her legs, and he settled against her, letting his amnest tease over her skin until she thought she could burst from a single touch. Baugia had barely moved, and she was already panting. I am not a good man. I have not been one for a very long time. I don't agree. You're still getting to know me. Her chin lifted, and she reached up to bite his chin as he growled low in his throat. I know enough. Are you sure? There was desire in his eyes, but even more, there was challenge. And for the second time in as many nights, Natalie said yes. Chapter 17. Baugia woke with the instinctual knowledge that she was not near him. Her scent lingered, but it was faint. She had been gone for hours. He sat up and quickly pulled on his weapons, knives strapped to worn holsters at his thighs. A thin knife went into the waistband of the pants he pulled on, along with another at his ankle. His dress shirt was black, loose enough for movement, and tailored specifically for his body. He grimaced when he buttoned it. He'd have to find a new tailor in wherever he ended up going. Giovanni's offer of an introduction to Katya in San Francisco teased the back of his brain. The thought of returning to Northern California appealed to him. He preferred the cooler, misty weather along the northern coast, as well as the quieter feel of the population. Southern California had been his home for over 120 years, but it had never quite fit. She had a father in Northern California. They didn't speak. He needed to find out why. He picked up a pencil and punched in the code he'd programmed the night before, then took the note he'd left for Natalie with the numbers. He'd have to burn it before dawn and program another. Part of him wished he could take her to his own place downtown, with its familiar surroundings and ironclad security, but he knew it wasn't possible. He'd have to arrange for his things to be brought from San Diego and stored somewhere until he knew where to go. He'd already called his personal banker to confirm that his domestic and offshore accounts were secure and had not been tampered with. He didn't think Ernesto would try anything, but then his sire hadn't been behaving normally, had he? So many details. As if on cue, Caspar appeared at the end of the corridor. "Ah, Bauja, how are you this evening?" He nodded at the older gentleman. "I am well, thank you, Caspar. And how are you and Isadora? I've been meaning to ask. Has she had any further problems with her heart? I know it was an issue last year." Caspar smiled graciously. "The new medication seems to have solved the blood pressure problem. Thank you for asking. And, if I may—" He frowned. "Yes?" "May I be of any assistance to you? I don't know all the details, but I am aware that you'll be making some changes. I have a full roster of trusted human contacts who might be able to facilitate some of the more practical details." It was as if an angel had appeared in front of him with graying hair and a Savile Row suit. "Caspar, I cannot tell you how helpful that would be. I have a home in Coronado I need to empty and another downtown. The downtown house will be more problematic, and I'll need to arrange for storage." The old man nodded. "We have some available here on the property. I would be happy to arrange something more private." "Private, please." A weight had been lifted off his shoulders just by the offer. "Caspar, thank you very much. Please." He held up his hand. "You have always been generous to Isadora and myself, far beyond what was required of you. It is the least I can do." "I won't forget this." Suddenly Caspar smiled. "And I should inform you that Desiree and Matt Kirby are here for the evening. I believe the ladies have all gone to the pool room. Giovanni and Matt are hiding in the library." "Oh?" "The ladies took several bottles of wine." "Ah, the library it was, then." He'd check on Natalie, but he didn't want to intrude on whatever female bonding rituals the wine stimulated. Then again, Caspar had said pool room. Natalie in a bathing suit would not be something to miss. He bid the man goodbye and walked toward the smell of salt water. Leaning against the door that opened to the underground pool, Bauja smiled. All the women were there. Beatrice and Des were laughing about something as they sat on the steps. Bridget, the odd fire vampire, was sitting off to the edge, separate, but seemingly at ease and chiming in with the occasional witty remark. He liked the woman's sense of humor, though her carelessness with Natalie's safety still left something to be desired. In the water, Natalie turned and flipped as comfortable as a fish. Or a mermaid. The thought made him smile as he watched her. She was wearing a tiny white bathing suit that showed off her creamy skin and freckles, the same skin he could make flush with a whisper or a kiss. His fangs grew long at the thought. She would make an excellent vampire. She had the intelligence and practicality necessary for their kind, and a humor that would serve her well in immortality. He could see her born to water. Her fair skin grew paler in his mind, her red hair more vibrant in contrast. Her rosy lips fell open as her fangs dropped. He realized rather shockingly that he wanted her to bite him, wanted the feel of her teeth in his neck. Ridiculous. It would make her ill to taste his blood. He willed his fangs to retract as he silently approached. Natalie was doing flips in the shallow end, alternately joking and drinking a glass of white wine. Beatrice and Des saw him enter. Natalie did not. Stepping to the edge, he reached out with his amnis and called the water to himself. It sang and danced, wrapping around Natalie and pulling her toward the corner, where he stood as she yelped in protest. "Hey, what the— Bea, are you—" Beatrice held up her hands. "Don't look at me. And hey, leave some water in the pool, will ya?" He was smiling when the waves whipped her around, bringing her up and toward him as he bent over slightly. His lips were parted in shock when he leaned down to kiss her. "Good evening," he said quietly. "I don't want to intrude. I just wanted to check on you." "Am I going to fall?" Her face was flushed, and strands of wet hair curled along her neck. "I feel like I'm going to fall." He shook his head. "Never." Tucking the hair back, He placed another quick kiss on her mouth before he stepped away from the edge of the pool.
Apparently I'll be in the library if you need me.
Oh, I'm fine. Her mouth fell open, and she looked down to the water that held her. Her cheeks were suddenly rosy again. Oh, hi. Neat trick. Bowser released the water he'd been directing over her body and lifted one eyebrow.
In the library if you need me, for anything.
She gulped and nodded. I'll let you know. The corner of his mouth turned up as he walked away.
You do that.
Bye.
And don't leave the house without me.
Spoil sport. He continued down the hall and up the back stairs toward the smell of fire.
The damn Italian always smelled like smoke.
He supposed it was instinct that set his fangs on edge. He could also hear Matt Kirby's low voice coming from the room. When he entered, the two men were drinking scotch and leaning over the library table, which was full of Natalie's notes. They had arrived 2 nights before, just about the time he'd flown off to the desert with Tenzin. Bowser frowned and cleared his throat, but Giovanni only waved him closer, still concentrating on a map in front of him.
Welcome. I'm assuming you found Natalie already? Please, help yourself to a drink.
He frowned and walked closer.
What are we doing?
We're looking over Nat's notes, Matt said with a smile, and avoiding the girls. Giovanni frowned at one of Natalie's yellow legal pads.
Apparently they went over all the files this afternoon while we were sleeping. They're taking a break and...
The scowl deepened.
Comparing notes.
Male alarm bells began to clamor.
About what?
Who knows? Matt shrugged. All I know is I finally got my mom to babysit Karina. And Des wanted to come over here. He looked at Bowser and Giovanni. No offense, guys, but you're not that cute.
None taken, Bowser said.
And did they mention anything specific? Matt said.
About us? Or Natalie's notes?
He honestly wasn't sure which answer he wanted. He decided to stick with murder and political manipulation.
The notes.
Beatrice noticed a pattern in the locations the bodies were dropped in. All the locations were within a few miles of Highway 8. Bowser nodded. That fits with a big rig coming from Mexico.
And most of the women, the ones they've identified anyway, have been poor girls who came to Ensenada looking for work.
Waitresses? Giovanni said.
A lot of the families didn't seem to know what the girls did, or the police didn't ask. She only has the reports they took, but most of them are from around Ensenada.
Easy prey for Ivan, he muttered. An idea struck him as he looked at the map of the city. If these girls are from the country, chances are many of them are devout. Is your priest friend coming? Why didn't he come with his wife? He saw Giovanni smother a smile.
There might have been a fight, or 5. I sent the plane back for Carwin almost immediately. He won't be happy about traveling on it, but he'll come if Bridget's here.
Bowser made a mental note to stay out of the way when that reunion occurred. He knew the reputation of the earth vampire who had left the priesthood. He didn't want to stand between the immortal and his fire vampire of a wife if they were in disagreement.
Why?
Giovanni asked. What are you thinking? There is a priest. He pointed to a small church near the downtown area. Here. He has a shelter for women. Abused, prostitutes, homeless, anyone who struggles, really. I'm almost certain he knows about our kind. It would be suspicious for me to go speak to him now, but if your friend could, he might be able to learn something about these girls. If they were from the country, they might have gone to this church, and the priest might know what their situation was. Were they being coerced? Did their behavior seem odd? I don't know if he would know anything about the elixir, but if girls are disappearing, he probably would have noticed.
Good idea. I'll have Carwin get in contact with him when he arrives. I'll be going through the rest of these to see if I can spot anything she missed. What is your plan for tonight?
How perceptive for the fire vampire to realize he would grow restless poring over pieces of paper.
I'm going to trail Rory. It's ridiculous to think he knows nothing about this.
Matt asked,
Do you think Ernesto knows? I don't think so, but he can be careless.
Bowsia shifted, uneasy about speaking of his sire in any unflattering way.
He's an excellent politician, but he depends on others too much. When it was me giving him information, he could trust it, but Rory is not me. Gaspar mentioned Paula came last night, Giovanni said. Yes.
He flipped through another pad of Natalie's notes.
Do you think... I don't know what to think of my sister. I do not believe she would betray our sire. Neither would she choose to be suspicious of her mate. And Ernesto? Giovanni asked. Does he know about this? Or is he turning a blind eye? Ernesto will do what is good for Ernesto and those under his aegis. He's no philanthropist to the general human population, but he doesn't want to lose face either. If he was getting the right information, he would see how bad this looks for him, which is why I think he must be in the dark. So, Rory?
He gave a quick nod.
Rory. I'll trail him tonight, try to get a feel for what he's doing with me gone.
Matt said,
Be careful. I will. Don't tell Natalie where I've gone, and don't let her leave the house. Matt looked like he'd be avoiding Natalie for the rest of the evening, based on his uncomfortable expression.
Giovanni just shrugged and said,
No problem.
Bowsia nodded in approval. Maybe the Italian wasn't so bad after all. He was reassured to find that, other than household security, most of his protocols were still being followed. The businesses and clubs he'd been in charge of in L.A. still seemed to have the same guards stationed as he trailed Rory in the borrowed Mustang. He grimaced when he realized who Rory's driver was. It looked like poor Luis had been demoted from running the club. He'd have to find a way to make it up to the young man. Overall, his brother-in-law didn't seem to be doing anything suspicious. It was the same boring routine Bowsia had been in charge of for years. He made the rounds, collected the cash, and dealt with whatever minor problems the managers mentioned to him. He made one trip up to Malibu to rough up a marijuana grower who hadn't paid Ernesto a distribution fee he owed. Then he headed down PCH toward Long Beach. Opening the windows, Bowsia followed at a comfortable distance, knowing that Rory was probably heading to Ernesto's yacht. He enjoyed the crisp ocean air whipping through the car and thought about what Natalie had said at the bar. I miss fog sometimes, miss the smell of the ocean. It smells like the ocean here, but not the right way. And that probably doesn't make much sense. It made perfect sense to him. The ocean held 1,000,000 scents. He remembered the smell of the ship he'd taken to America. Even though the human memory was old, it was vivid. He remembered the smell of the fog off San Francisco Bay, and the first memory of waking as an immortal. He'd been near the ocean, and the smell of it, the kelp and crab, cold northern currents and cypress-scented fog, clung to his mind like some persistent ache. What if he could go back? What if she went with him? His mind kept circling back to her as he drove, her intelligence, her humor. She made him laugh at himself, and no one did that. When he was with her, he felt alive. By the time he arrived in Long Beach, Bowsia was ready to jump in the Pacific to distract himself, which was fortunate because he'd have to swim if he wanted to reach Ernesto's boat. He didn't want to attract attention by stealing a smaller craft, so he parked in a dark corner, slipped off his clothes, and swam out to the Esmeralda, Ernesto's favorite and most luxurious craft. As he approached the boat, he could hear his family dining on the deck near the bow. He clung to the hull and let the wind carry their voices to him. Delighted if she would come for a visit. She's a darling girl, and I adore the French. Beatrice promised an introduction, but no more. I do not want some silly child boring me with her chatter. She's over 70 years old, not a child. Desmarais dotes on her. The wind stole the words from his ears. We shall see. It would be a good connection to have.
"Oh, did you see the new film that is opening next week? We must go, Papa. Rory doesn't want to go because it has subtitles." "It shouldn't be that much work to watch a damn movie, Paula." "Whatever you like, querida." They chattered on, the familiar banter of those who had once called him brother and son. Baugia tried not to care. If he were honest with himself, he had never fit in. Not completely. Paula was Ernesto's favorite and always had been. Rory was Paula's mate. And Baugia? He worked. He made sure things ran smoothly and no one was hurt. He had the sudden realization that his human family and his vampire family were startlingly similar. "Do you see? They are settled now. Your father has his own shop and your brother has a future. Your mother mends clothes, but soon she will not even have to do this and will be comfortable in her old age." Ernesto leaned toward him, whispering into his ear as they stood in the dark alley in Chinatown, so near where he had first encountered the strange creature. The familiar, comforting lilt of his native tongue filled the air as Ernesto continued in English. "Your sister will make the finest of marriages. She is a good girl from a respectable family. She will have her pick of husbands." Baugia watched from across the road as his mother swept the dusty front step and his father counted the new money at the counter. His brother was now as tall as he was. They had once looked like twins. But his brother still had the slight frame of a young man and the pale complexion of a clerk, unlike Baugia's ruddy skin and thicker shoulders. He craned his neck to see his little sister, now grown into a young woman. Beautiful. She was beautiful. He blinked back tears. It had been worth it. A fair bargain with the monster. His family would be safe. They would never see him again, but Baugia would know they were safe in their new life. They had a shop his money had helped pay for, along with a contribution from the vampire who would sire him. They had a prosperous future ahead of them. It was the best he could give. "Are you ready now?" He slowly nodded. "Yes, Father, I am ready." Baugia shoved back the unexpected memory. He hadn't checked on his human family in years. Perhaps it was time. His brother had married and had 3 children. His sister had raised even more. Some of their grandchildren were now among the wealthiest in the city. The Chen family had respect and long ties in the Chinese-American community in San Francisco, and they had no idea who he was. "I like you the most, George." He smiled at the memory of her voice, despite the cold water and the feeling of isolation. He glanced up at the lights on the deck, shining over the harbor as he hid in the shadows. "They didn't deserve you." Baugia looked for the moon, finding it lower than he had expected. How long had he been gone? He dropped back in the water and swam for shore. Suddenly, returning to Natalie seemed far more important than eavesdropping on a family that had never really been his. Was it only desire? He desired her deeply, but Natalie wasn't the most beautiful woman he'd ever enjoyed as a lover. Was it her humor? Her intelligence? For some reason, he knew it had become far more than the commitment he'd made to keep her safe. By the time he reached the house, Baugia's mind had conjured up 47 different scenarios that all ended with Natalie in mortal danger. Had she managed to sneak away without someone spotting her? Had Ivan's people somehow slipped past the Italian's guard? Had one of the other enemies he'd gained over 100 years of violence tracked him down and taken her? Had she hit her head on the edge of the pool? Had she tripped and fallen down the stairs? His mind was on the edge of exploding with all the ways the human could die. It was exasperating, infuriating. She was ridiculously vulnerable. He parked the car in the driveway and rushed through the kitchen door. Beatrice was sitting at the kitchen table, sipping what smelled like coffee. "Where is Natalie?" he asked in a clipped voice. She lifted one eyebrow. "Hello to you, too. Been swimming in Long Beach?" "Where is she?" "Sheesh." She curled her lip. "Relax. She turned in about an hour ago. Had a little too much wine and got tired of waiting up for you. She's nuts about you, by the way. I'm only telling you this because she's conflicted about it, and I'm pretty sure you're in love with her because you're doing that panicky protective thing Gio did when I was still human." He ignored Beatrice's presumptuous statement and asked, "Why is she conflicted?" "Man," she shook her head. "All idiots. Why do you think, vampire? She's human. She spent her whole life thinking her happily ever after is going to involve finding someone to love and grow old with, have kids and maybe a dog." Bauja forced himself to relax and stepped closer. "I don't have a problem with dogs. I'll get her a dog." "That's not—" Beatrice shook her head. "That's not the point. She's adjusting to the new reality, you know? She's had, what, a couple of weeks? It took me months to get used to the idea with Gio. Years, really." Bauja smirked and sat across from her. "I remember. It was kind of fun to see you put him through the ringer." "Yes, I'm sure you enjoyed that." Beatrice set down the coffee and reached for his hand. "You were a good friend to me, even when I didn't know it, and if there hadn't have been Gio—" "Don't. There was. There always was. And it's not the same." He looked toward the door. "Nothing is the same with her." "I'd like to see you happy." "I am," he said, somewhat surprised. "I think I am." She smiled. "Then run along." She picked up her coffee again and sipped. "And don't mess it up." Bauja rose and walked toward the door that would take him back to her. He paused at the threshold. "Beatrice?" He turned and leaned against the wall. "Do you ever wonder about—" She raised an eyebrow. "Yeah." She grinned. "When he's pissing me off?" "Sure." Bauja broke into a grin and started to laugh as he walked down the hall and toward the lower floors. He punched in the code and slipped into the dark room where Natalie was already sleeping. As he reprogrammed the lock, he noticed she had left on the light in the bathroom and had pulled his pillow under her face, clutching it as she slept. "Natalie?" He laid his clothes carefully over the chair in the corner when he undressed. He'd hang them the next night. "Natalie," he whispered again as he slid into bed behind her. "I'm back." She was still sleeping, but she snuggled up next to him, tucking her back into his chest and fitting their bodies together like two pieces of a puzzle. "Hey, cold." "Sorry about that. I was swimming." "Gonna talk tomorrow, mister." No doubt she'd have an opinion about him taking off without her. Bauja smiled. "I'll put it on the schedule." She sighed. "Going back to sleep. Missed you." Murder, betrayal, an uncertain future. And despite it all, he was happy. "I missed you too." Chapter 18. Natalie was trying to take her first Tai Chi lesson seriously. Really, she was. But the feel of Bauja moving her arms and legs into various positions, then standing really close to move her from form to form, was more than a little distracting. "You should really put on a shirt if you want me to concentrate." He moved in front of her and tilted her chin up as she stood with arms stretched out and legs half bent. "I don't have many clothes here, and I'm not going to ruin my nice shirts practicing. Now, focus," she muttered. "Kind of hard to do after that thing you did an hour ago." A lift at the corner of his mouth was the only reaction she got. They were in Beatrice and Tenzin's studio again, but this time it was just the two of them in the empty practice room. She focused on moving her limbs slowly, deliberately. Her breath moved in and out of her body at a steady rate. She'd never been athletic, but she had practiced yoga with her mother her whole childhood. Though she'd stopped after Mallory Ellis's death, the breathing exercises were like riding a bike. Bauja moved around her, sometimes demonstrating, sometimes correcting, always very present. Even when he didn't say a word,
She was intensely aware of him.
Soften your arm. Keep it relaxed but strong.
She frowned. I'm not sure what that means, and this seems so slow. Why are we—
The purpose of teaching you this self-defense technique is to teach you to respond to an opponent with more physical strength than you. You will not be able to counter with an equal opposing force, so you must learn to yield it.
He stepped forward, moving one of his arms as if to punch her. She tried not to flinch when he grabbed her arm and moved it to block his. Her balance shifted without thought.
Yield to it, then counter. The best fighters know how to avoid a fight, if they can. Never waste energy on an unnecessary struggle. It will leave your resources drained when you might need them later. Avoid the punch.
He moved her arm across his, directing it to the side so that it passed her body, leaving them in an odd embrace.
See? You will do this slowly. Then the movements will become very natural. Your balance is excellent. You have a good awareness of how to move in response to me already.
She couldn't hide the smile. You've mentioned that.
Natalie felt his chest move in silent laughter. Then his arm reached back and around her waist, pulling her closer. I'm teaching. Pay attention.
She felt the flush rise in her face when her skin pressed against his. Trust me, I'm paying attention. His energy hummed under her fingers. Touching Baugia was like putting her hand over an electrical wire. His skin contained him, but just barely. It was as if power vibrated under her fingertips. Keeping her close, he moved into another position.
Try this. No, wait, I'll demonstrate first.
He pulled away and showed her another form, then moved back and helped her position herself correctly. They practiced for another hour like that. Natalie could tell he was a great teacher, but if he wanted her to learn self-defense, she had a feeling there were other, faster methods. How long does it take to learn this?
The proper practice of Tai Chi takes years to master, but it is an excellent martial art.
He paused to let her get a drink. The slow practice had been unexpectedly tiring, and her muscles already felt it.
You will be able to practice this your whole life.
Her whole life. See, it was phrases like that she simply couldn't brush off, because her whole life and his were vastly different. Turning away from him, she stared at the fountain in the corner. What the hell are we doing? She heard him, felt him come to her side. She was starting to get used to the speed, but other things, like his complete stillness when he was unsure of a situation, still kind of freaked her out. He was as still as a statue when she turned back to him.
What do you mean? We're practicing. You're learning self-defense.
She set the water bottle down on the bench and threw a towel around her neck to have something to hold on to. You're teaching me something that takes years to master.
Yes.
She remained silent, waiting for him to speak. Surprisingly, she didn't have to wait long.
You're under my aegis, Natalie.
His face was doing that whole closed-off thing it did. She couldn't read him at all.
That means I am responsible for your safety.
Does it mean I belong to you in some weird vampire way? He paused long enough for her to guess the answer. She felt her temper rise. Damn it, Baugia. I'm not a possession. I have a life of my own. Whatever we're doing here doesn't change that. He stepped closer, and she saw the flash in his eyes.
You're right. What we are doing doesn't change that. It changed the minute you walked into Ivan's bar and became a human on his radar. Don't think you can avoid this.
I'm not trying to avoid anything.
You're trying to avoid the reality that you are the one who walked into this, Natalie. I didn't pull you in. You walked in. And you can't just walk out without consequences.
Her stomach dropped. Is that a threat? His eyes closed and he shook his head.
As if I would threaten you. As if... Natalie, I am the last person on earth who would ever hurt you, but you have to realize that others will. If I'm not there...
You weren't here last night. Her anger spiked. You took off without me to go tail Rory, and you didn't even tell me. She saw his fangs fall. Is that what this is about? You're pissed off that I went somewhere without you? This is my story. I should be there if you're going to— His control snapped. It's not a fucking story. It's a deadly game that someone is playing with consequences you don't even want to imagine. And you put yourself on the board. He grabbed her shoulders. She thought about pushing him away, but didn't. I tried to keep you out of it, but I couldn't. You wouldn't let me, and now— His hands softened, and he took a calming breath. You're more than just an innocent bystander. You're more than Dez's friend. She stood, trembling with anger but also with fear, because he looked afraid. And if Baugia was afraid of anything, then it was something to take seriously. I'm what? His hand left her shoulder and pressed against her chest, right over her heart. It pounded at his touch. You're so vulnerable. 1,000 different things can kill you in the space of a heartbeat. I'm trying, but I would seriously like to lock you in a padded room if I can kill every vampire who looks sideways at you. Maybe then we could have a rational conversation about this. Right now, all I can think of is all the ways you could be killed, and I wouldn't be fast enough to save you. How could he be so frightening and so sweet all at the same time? A padded room? She said hoarsely. I'm not that nuts, George. Baugia pulled her into his arms and she let him. He pressed her against his chest and just held her. You are completely nuts, he said. But for some reason, I like it. She wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him back. I'm getting attached to your overly protective control freak self, too. Getting attached? She was half in love with him. It had happened so fast, she was still reeling. I'm teaching you this because I need you to be alive, Natalie. Do you understand? She hugged him tighter and sighed. But it takes years to learn. I have time if you do. I know. She blinked back tears, hoping he couldn't feel them on his skin. I know you do. They were driving down to the desert in his old Camaro again, but by this time Natalie found the lack of lit-up switches and dials soothing rather than disturbing. She was starting to see the unexpected benefits of a life without as much technology. Her eyes were more sensitive to changes in light and movement in the dark interior of the car. Her ears weren't distracted by anything but the hum of the wheels as they sped over the cracked asphalt. She still missed her iPhone, though. Hey, when am I getting a phone? You owe me one. He glanced over. We can go tomorrow and get you one. Will you lose anything from your old one? I had it synced up with my laptop, so not much. Still not apologizing for taking it, huh? He smiled. Nope. Typical. He probably didn't apologize for much. At least when he did, she'd know it was sincere. I need to call Christy and let her know where I am. And I don't even want to think about what she's going to tell me about work. She sighed. I'll be amazed if they haven't fired me already. You told me you had sick days. Yeah, I'm pretty much to the end of those. And how long is this going to take before I can get back to work? And, as suspected, he had no response to that. She decided to change the subject. So, Rory, huh? His involvement makes sense, and it doesn't. He's either clueless, a definite possibility, or he's letting Ivan dump his victims on Ernesto's property. According to Bridget and Geo, most of the major water vampires on the Atlantic have had challenges to their authority recently. If this is connected to the spread or distribution of elixir, which everyone seems to think is likely, then we need to be prepared for Ernesto to be challenged too. But at the same time, what's in it for Rory if Ernesto is challenged? He's got a pretty easy life right now. Well, not as much now that I'm gone, but he still has a lot of status. Ernesto has always been generous with him and Paula, so
Changing the status quo makes no sense. One, you're asking almost as many questions as me now. I'm so proud. And two, sometimes people's motivation for crime doesn't make sense. Sometimes, her voice fell, they can seem downright crazy, or there is no purpose, no reason. I've seen that too. You really think these murders are linked to some big conspiracy? They're either linked or it's a hell of a coincidence. Elixir just happens to show up in Mexico, and Ivan just happens to lose a waitress who's been taking it, who just happens to show up dead near my sire's casino. I don't believe in coincidences like that. Hopefully we'll find out more tonight. She had forced him to take her when she heard he was going out to the casino again. It was time for the regular monthly meeting that Rory would have with the manager, and since Baugia wanted to talk to Tullio again, he thought they could investigate Rory's involvement and speak to Tullio with one trip. Well, originally he had thought to do all that by himself, but she'd shown him the error of his ways and badgered him into taking her too. And you're not going to wander off anywhere without me, no matter what you hear or see or suspect. Yes, Commander George. I like you so much when you're cooperative. I'm going to ignore this sarcasm. She snickered. You like the sarcasm. He didn't say anything for a few moments, then he finally muttered, Fine, I like the sarcasm. They arrived at the casino only minutes behind Rory, judging by the still warm engine of his car. The driver was nowhere in sight. Baugia pulled the beanie onto his head and grabbed her hand. Let's go. Natalie tried not to laugh. He was wearing clothes he'd borrowed from Ben, of all people. The young man was tall for his age, and between his wardrobe and Matt's they had managed to make Baugia look much younger and more casual. He was wearing jeans and a tight gray t-shirt with skulls on it. A brown leather jacket and beanie completed the look of a young man out with his girlfriend for an evening of gambling and fun. You look so much younger without the badass black dress clothes. He tugged her hand and grinned. I know. You're such a cradle robber. Natalie threw her head back and laughed. Thanks, George. It's a good thing I'm a confident woman. He pulled her back and laid a heart-pounding kiss on her lips as Natalie tried to remain standing. He might have looked different, but his lips didn't feel any less intense. His desire didn't feel any different. She let out a soft sigh when he finally pulled away. You have every reason to be confident. Good to know. His smile dropped. Now stay close. I doubt anyone is going to recognize me dressed like this, but I don't want you out of my sight if we need to run. They walked in, and Natalie was immediately assaulted by the casino smell. The smoke wasn't as bad as it used to be, but there was still the stale air and pervasive smell of cheap liquor and beer that seemed to seep from every surface of the building. She heard him mutter, I hate this place. Too loud? You used to run a club. And I hated it. Loud, smelly, too many people in one place. Grumpy old man. His eyes narrowed on something she couldn't see. The grumpiest. I see Rory. And Luis. Poor kid. We'll have to avoid him. He'll recognize me. Baugia steered her toward the left, deftly avoiding the crowds as he made his way back toward a staff entrance. From his pocket, he pulled out a thick wallet and opened it. Top card on the left side. Let's hope they haven't changed the codes. She pulled the card from the thick paper envelope that encased it. No doubt, the wallet and envelope were both necessary to protect the magnetic strip from the vampire's natural electrical current. She quickly slid it into the lock and pulled the door open when the light lit green. Without a backward look, he slipped inside and she followed him, keeping her head up while glancing from the corner of her eye at the cameras, which were sure to be following them. You've done this before, he said softly, walking at the same confident pace she was. Breaking and entering? Half the trick is just looking like you're not trying to hide what you're doing. I wish I'd been able to get a hold of a waitress's outfit. He shook his head. No wait staff allowed back here. Admin only.
He turned right, gently nudging her to follow him.
Hold on.
He stopped and waited near a water fountain. After a few moments, she saw him push the button and grab a handful of water, snaking it between his fingers in what almost looked like a nervous gesture.
What are we? We'll stop here. I can hear them. We're close enough to the office now.
But I can't hear them. She tried to go farther, but he grabbed her.
No. You'll just have to trust my ears.
She glanced between his hard eyes and the length of the hallway. Sighing, she gave up. She'd never get past him, and he was probably right. If he could hear, then it would be far safer to remain closer to the exit if they should happen to get caught.
Fine. But what are they? Shh. He was already listening.
Natalie crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, watching him. His face was a picture of concentration. His eyes narrowed, his forehead furrowed. The water continued to slip over and under his fingers before circling his wrist and traveling back to his palm as they stood idly in the hallway while Rory and the manager had their meeting. It was mesmerizing. She hardly noticed when a fine thread of it reached out and touched the end of her finger. Then she felt the sting of a small shock, like a burst of static electricity.
Ow! How did you do that?
Pay attention, he whispered with a grin. What are they talking about? He shook his head.
Nothing out of the ordinary. They're almost finished. I doubted the casino manager would be involved in anything shady. He's human, and he really likes his job.
What's the next step? He tossed the water back in the fountain, then nudged her back down the hall.
Let's go play the slots.
Natalie frowned. You mean you really want to gamble?
No, but the nickel slots have a good view of where Rory will exit, and I want to know if he meets with anyone else before he leaves.
They left the staff hallway with no questions asked and wandered over to the slot machines until Baugia spotted 2 stools in the right location. He nodded toward them, but she pulled him back. They're occupied.
No, they're not.
He walked over and laid a hand on the retired couple that looked like slot machines were their second career. Both leaned toward him a second, then abruptly stood to leave, taking their giant cups of coins with them. Natalie just shook her head and went to a change machine nearby.
What are you doing?
He asked from the now free machines. Getting nickels. Nickel slots are the luckiest. She waited for the machine to spit out a ticket, then walked over to the machine and sat down.
You know the odds on these, right? None of them are actually lucky.
Oh, be quiet and let me dream, George. I'm going to hit it big on the nickel slots while we surveil the bad guys. I feel lucky tonight. He laughed, but he let her start to play without any other comment, his eyes already sweeping the room.
So, the thing you did with the people sitting here? Kinda creepy. I avoid using amnes to manipulate humans, but sometimes it is necessary. And most humans aren't like you. They would rather be oblivious.
She pulled the lever on the machine, hoping to make her $20 last longer.
You did that to me? Sort of.
He shook his head at the approaching cocktail waitress, and the woman walked away.
You had a much stronger reaction than they did.
You mean I tried to kiss you? Bet you're glad that didn't happen with those 2. She heard him laugh as she played. She looked around, too, but other than Luis, who she spotted near the door Rory had gone in earlier, she didn't recognize anyone. She couldn't even spot any vampires. If they were enjoying the games, they blended in well, but then again, even with their slightly paler skin, they definitely could in this lighting. Baugia sat next to her, ignoring the slot machine in front of him, but running an absent hand up and down the small of her back. She tried not to melt into a puddle. He probably didn't realize the effect he had on her. Slow, steady. She wanted to take that hand and put it someplace far less appropriate, but she also didn't want to get kicked out and arrested for public indecency, so her back was probably safer. She did, however, feel him tense when he recognized someone. She bit her lip and forced herself to remain looking at the slot machine. "Who is it?" she asked under her breath. "Who did you see?"
Well, isn't that interesting?
Damn it, Bausha, what are you—
Told you I don't believe in coincidences.
Natalie looked up to see Rory shaking hands with a man she recognized from Bar El Russo, and the smiling manager was ushering them over to a dark paneled door. That's not Ivan. Is that—
Carlos. Now why on earth would my dear brother-in-law be having a meeting with Ivan's right-hand monster? Chapter 19. Rory, what are you doing?
Bausha reached for Natalie's hand and slid around the slot machines, trailing his brother-in-law and Ivan's most trusted employee. Carlos was the one Ivan sent when he couldn't meet personally, but needed someone smart and loyal. Bausha had no idea why Carlos was so devoted to his boss, but they may have been related some way he wasn't aware of. The two vampires headed for one of the private rooms in the back of the casino, closing the door just as Bausha turned the last corner.
Shit. There's no way I'm getting in there.
Natalie looked around. Want me to find a waitress's uniform? He felt his fangs fall at the idea. The insane way this woman was willing to run toward danger unnerved him.
Natalie, the only humans in that room aren't going to be serving drinks. They'll be the drinks. No, you're staying with me.
Don't get your panties in a bunch. She pulled her hand away and leaned against the wall. It was just a suggestion.
You have no sense of self-preservation.
He took her hand again and started toward the exit. That's what I have you for. Preservation.
Where are we going? Back to the parking lot. I want to see what Carlos is driving and if anyone is with him.
The casino was like a maze, a buzzing, flashing, clanging maze.
How humans could stay in one for hours on end he had never understood. They were walking down one long aisle of slot machines when Bausha saw Luis heading straight for them. In one smooth movement he turned, pushed Natalie against the side of a machine, and kissed her. Bausha let himself get lost for a moment. The taste of her, that faint taste of vanilla and mint from the gum she chewed, hit him. His fangs lengthened, throbbing with the need to bite, take, possess. She didn't push him away, but pulled him closer, tugging on the lapels of his jacket as she met his desire with her own. One of his hands reached for the tangle of hair that drove him crazy. He grasped the red waves in his fingers and tugged, pleased to hear her breath catch as he felt her body react. She met him, kiss for kiss, touch for touch. She was perfect under his hands. A flash of her body rising to meet his was all he allowed before he pulled away, glancing over his right shoulder to make sure Luis had passed by the anonymous couple kissing in the casino. Did he see us? Her voice was just a little breathy. Bausha turned back to her and smiled. How do you know I wasn't just overcome with desire and had to kiss you right this minute? Natalie snorted and pushed on his chest, smiling as she started walking toward the exit again. You? I don't think you're overcome by anything, Mr. Cool and Confident. You might be surprised. He reached over and took her hand again, acknowledging the indulgence to himself. He liked holding it. Plus, he knew she wasn't wandering away from him when he did, so he could allow himself to enjoy it. As they passed through the dark glass doors, he reached out with his senses to detect any stray trails of energy. Just like humans left a scent trail as they shed minute particles of skin and hair, vampires left a trail of their own. Each vampire had his or her own unique fingerprint that their amnest left. He didn't know why or how, but he often thought if those trails were visible, they would each glow or reflect light at slightly different wavelengths. For now, he could focus on one signature, Carlos. Knowing his target made it easier. Bausha had met so many immortals in his 129 years that it would be impossible to remember them all, even with the faster cognitive function vampires enjoyed. But knowing it was Carlos, whose trail he'd just caught in the casino, made following him much easier. Now to determine which vehicle in the sea of cars was his. Follow me, but don't talk. I need to concentrate.
Natalie trailed after him, quiet as a mouse. As silly as she pretended to be, at times, when her professional instincts were triggered, she was all business. He found the juxtaposition of serious Natalie and fun Natalie intriguing. She was highly intelligent but down to earth. He admired her determination, even though it exasperated him. She believed in justice and right and wrong, that the good guys should win and the bad guys serve a long and fair prison sentence in a humane facility of the state's choosing. He couldn't help but smile. She was so much of what he once was before 100 years of politics and pragmatism had worn him down. He stopped and let her catch up to him. "Did you find it?" she asked as he turned toward her.
"I understand."
She frowned, obviously confused. "What? You understand what?"
"Why you are hesitant about us. I'm not human. I haven't been in a long time. And you love humanity."
He reached up and trailed his finger along her warm cheek.
"You are its champion. I admire that."
She looked away. "That's not it. Not really. And you believe in justice, too, and loyalty. But you're so
immortal."
Her impermanence had eaten him up for nights.
"And you are not."
"I'm not."
"We should talk more."
He nodded, still stroking along her cheek.
"But right now I should keep looking."
"What are you looking for?"
The deep voice rang from the shadowed edge of the parking lot, causing Natalie to jump.
Baugia smiled and took her hand again, turning toward Tullio. He detected the old vampire on the edges of the desert, but didn't know how old the trail was. Apparently not that old.
"I'm looking for the car Ivan's man was driving."
The big vampire stepped forward.
"Who cares? I have something more interesting to show you."
He waved them over, and Baugia followed. "Where are we going?" she asked.
"Underground," Tullio said. She hesitated, but he pulled her along. "Again?"
Tullio chuckled.
"Now you'll really see the way to travel, human."
Baugia saw it ahead of them, the black mouth where the sandstone and rock had opened for the earth vampire. Baugia suspected that Tullio had tunnels all through the desert that he used to move around undetected. It was even possible that, like the oldest of their kind, he could stay awake through much of the day, which meant the underground was a safe place to be. Natalie hesitated.
"Wait, we're going down there?" "Baugia, it's a long, fairly straight passage. It goes deeper and shallower, but doesn't twist and turn too much."
"Got it." He let go of Natalie's hand and turned his back toward her.
"Hop on."
"You want to give me a piggyback ride?" Baugia turned to Tullio. "How long to where we're going?" The other vampire shrugged.
40, 50 miles, maybe."
Baugia asked her.
"You want to run to keep up with us for 40 miles?
She was on his back with a leap. "Hope I can hang on." He reached back and hitched his hands under her knees as she wrapped her arms around his shoulders.
"Just close your eyes, I've got you. Try not to worry."
Natalie placed a kiss on the back of his neck, just behind his ear. "I'll try." The passage was dark as a moonless night. Baugia followed Tullio's trail more like a bat than a vampire, listening for the slight echoes and sounds of the immortal running ahead of him, following the trail of Amnes left in his wake. And for 40 miles he didn't breathe, as Natalie gripped his neck so tightly she might have been trying to kill him if that was possible. Every now and then he heard her squeal when a tangle of roots brushed against them, or some debris fell from overhead, but she held on. Finally, he felt Tullio begin to slow down, and a light glowed farther up the passageway. When Tullio slowed to a walk, Baugia paused and patted her knee. "You okay?" "Are we there?"
"I don't know."
He brushed the sand from her face and looked for their guide.
"Tullio!" "Here."
Just ahead, there was a glowing break in the tunnel. He crept up to it, making sure Natalie was near him.
"What are we looking at?"
Tullio nodded toward the opening.
Look for yourself."
They scooted closer, crawling on their bellies to be able to see out of the crease. When he finally reached the gap, Baoxia looked around. It was a moonlit valley, sparse and dry, with similar vegetation to the desert farther north. "Where are we?"
"Northern edge of the cartel's territory. Ivan's territory, just south of the border."
His thoughts immediately turned to the woman at his side.
"It's not safe here."
The vampire shrugged.
"We're fine. They'd be foolish to try to best me. This is my desert."
Tulio lifted a hand and the earth sighed as it moved for him, widening the opening so they could see more.
"These vampires, they are stronger,"
Baoxia said.
"There is a drug we haven't told you about, and it makes them more powerful." "I was wondering about that. Something seemed different."
Tulio lifted one eyebrow.
"It makes them stronger. Does it make them crazy?"
"Yes," Natalie said. "It's called elixir, and it affects your amnes. Also, it smells like pomegranates. So don't drink anyone who smells that way." He huffed and nodded toward the valley.
"That explains a few things."
Baoxia squinted.
Are those people? Humans?"
There were 9 or 10 huddled shapes darting around the floor of the small valley. Ducking behind rocks and tumbleweeds, a few seemed to be trying to climb out.
"What are they doing?"
Tulio's eyes narrowed.
"Hiding. Before they come. They get an hour, or the last group did."
"An hour?" Natalie's voice rose, alarmed. "An hour for what?" Baoxia let out a long breath.
"An hour to hide, Natalie, before they are hunted."
It was barbaric. An old game most civilized leaders had outlawed before he'd been sired. He'd heard the stories, of course, but he'd never seen an organized hunt. Ernesto, even as indifferent to most humans as he was, would never have allowed it. It was simple, really. His kind were hunters by nature. Long ago they'd hidden from the sun, and humanity had been scarce. They'd used their wiles and hunted discreetly, careful not to take too much from a community lest their presence be suspected. Vampires were, after all, still vulnerable during the day. Others lived apart in large communities like Penglai Island, where the 8 immortal leaders of China made their home, keeping a stable of healthy blood donors at their convenience. But for many, the hunting urge was too strong, especially when young or absent the fear of a powerful leader. And so they hunted. Humans didn't prove much of a challenge unless there were other enticements. Wagering was popular, setting down rules about speed, giving the humans weapons to fend the vampires off. All these things prolonged the hunt and added extra amusement. But the practice had almost become taboo with the explosion of the human population. It was considered too risky, too blatant, and no respectable leader would allow it. But then, Ivan had always been fond of breaking the rules. A whiff of enticing blood reached Baoxia's nose. There was a human close, a woman, and she had elixir in her system.
"Ah," Tulio said. "I smell the pomegranate now. This drug, it makes the humans stronger?"
"No, it kills them," Natalie said, "eventually." "It makes the vampires stronger at first," Baoxia said through gritted teeth. The human was coming closer. "Then it weakens the amnes and causes confusion. It attacks the mind. Eventually it will drive you mad."
"That would explain their behavior,"
Tulio muttered.
"They seem to hunt the girls in packs. They even fight with each other like dogs. The humans can try to run away, but out here,"
Tulio shrugged,
"we're miles from anything. Even if they lasted till the morning, they'd die of heat stroke and thirst before anyone found them."
"So Ivan's arranging these hunts?" Tulio said.
"I think so. I haven't seen him, but I recognize some of his men. They don't take part in the hunts, just watch. The vampires hunting are strangers, lots of languages, lots of accents." Baugia sensed it before he saw it. A vibration in the wind or the earth. Something tipped him off that others of his kind were approaching. "Time's up," Tullio whispered. "We should go, now."
"What are you doing?" Natalie said. "We can't just let them kill these girls."
Tullio glared at her.
"There will be 10 or more vampires, woman. If what you say is true and they are stronger than average, we don't want to confront them. Besides, officially we are on their territory. They would be within their rights to attack us."
"Baugia!" Her indignant voice tore at him. "You can't let them."
He turned over to look at her.
"What would you have me do? Take humans from another's territory? It would start a war. It's likely Ivan or one of his people has fed from all these women before. They are under his aegis to do with as he pleases."
He saw her face drain of color.
"Natalie, we are not prepared to fight them tonight."
"But you can't."
Her hollow eyes turned toward the women scrambling in the valley.
"You're just going to let them die?"
He caught her a moment before she made for the opening of the tunnel.
"No."
He held her without amnes, restraining her arms and legs as she struggled.
You monster! They're going to kill them,"
Tullio said.
"If they don't kill those girls out there, they'll kill someone else tonight. They come in bloodlust. We cannot prevent this."
She was sobbing by then.
"You're a bastard. They're going to die, and you're not going to help them."
"If we try to, it would cause more deaths than theirs.
Now is not the time,"
Tullio said.
"Someone is going to hear her. Knock her out."
"No," he whispered, bending down to her ear. "Natalie, you have to calm down. You're putting us all in danger."
"I hate you."
"I don't hate you, and I understand why you're angry." He was angry with himself. The humans did not deserve death, but neither was he prepared to tackle 10 elixired vampires that night. He doubted Tullio would help, and Natalie's safety was his first priority. Not to mention, he had no idea if he could control himself around 10 women who all smelled as tantalizing as the woman who was scrambling toward their tunnel.
"Ayúdame,"
she cried out in Spanish.
"Cristo, ayúdame."
Baugia closed his eyes when he heard her.
"She's going to die,"
Natalie whispered, limp in his arms.
"You could help her, but you're letting her die."
What would he do with the human if he did save her? Her sobs grew louder, and Baugia heard the car doors open and close. Then the snarling began as the vampires began to hunt.
"We need to leave,"
Tullio said.
"You don't want her here."
"Ayuda!"
the pitiful human called again. Her blood was redolent with the smell of ripe fruit and sunlight. His fangs lengthened in his mouth, and he clutched Natalie closer. She was crying just like the woman outside the tunnel.
"Baugia, please."
Her quiet plea did him in. He rolled over and shoved Natalie toward Tullio.
"You carry her. I'll get the woman."
Tullio gaped at him.
"What are you doing?"
"Maybe we can't save all of them, but we can take her." He scrambled for some reason to justify his actions.
"We'll question her. Find out where they're bringing the humans from. See if she knows the schedule of the hunts. She could be useful."
Tullio lifted an eyebrow, clearly not convinced by his reasoning. Finally, the vampire shrugged and pushed Natalie back toward Baugia.
"You carry your woman. I'll bring the girl. I'm older, and her scent won't be as tempting to me."
Natalie clutched at the front of his jacket.
"Thank you,"
she whispered.
"Thank you, Baugia."
"Don't thank me yet. You're still not safe." Baugia saw Tullio widen the tunnel opening, and he could finally see the girl. She was no more than 16 or 17. Her wardrobe didn't say cocktail waitress, it said farming village. He was disgusted with them, disgusted with himself that he couldn't save more, that he wanted her blood, even as Tullio snuck up behind her and put the girl to sleep with Amnes, lifting her in his arms and turning back to the tunnel. The old vampire didn't even see it coming.
The wind walker fell with a gust that lifted the dust around him. He snarled, his fangs dripping blood from a previous kill. Baugia shoved Natalie back and scrambled out of the tunnel.
Behind you!
He reached into his open pockets and grabbed the twin short swords, pulling them out as he launched himself toward the attacking vampire. Tullio had already dropped the girl and turned at Baugia's warning. The wind vampire shot into the air, spreading his arms like some mad bird of prey. He hissed and swooped in the air, angling himself toward the girl lying on the ground. Baugia stopped and watched him for a second. This creature was already half out of its mind with bloodlust, forgetting the twin threats of two other immortals, his eyes locked on the human. He dove from the air, arms outstretched toward her as Baugia leapt. The elixired blood had captured the vampire, and he saw nothing else. Reaching out, Baugia slashed at the vampire, the cut throwing his opponent to the ground as he reached out for any strength the dry desert air offered him. There was little to be had, so he gripped his sword and threw himself toward the mad immortal who had taken to the air again, his eyes still following the unconscious girl.
"Get her out of here!"
Baugia hissed.
"Get my woman and the girl out of here! You'll take care of him?"
Another swoop downward and another slash at the soft midsection of his attacker.
"I'll be fine. Go!"
The wind vampire's eyes darted away from them and toward more cries out in the desert. The sounds of the hunt were everywhere. Women screamed, vampires snarled. The scent of blood drifted on the wind. Baugia had to end the fight before he lost control of his own lust or attracted more attention. Leaping up, he flipped over his opponent as the vampire dove after the retreating Tullio. Baugia landed on the monster's back. The creature was strong but distracted. He tossed one weapon to the ground and grabbed for his opponent's long hair, pulling it back to reveal his soft, vulnerable throat. His enemy had just started to let out a frustrated scream when Baugia sliced his sword back, taking off the vampire's head with a clean stroke. He tossed it over the rise of a hill and kicked the body to the side before he reached down and grabbed his sword. He took only a second to clean the blade on the dead vampire's shirt before he walked back toward the tunnel. Tullio and Natalie were still there with the unconscious girl. Natalie's eyes were glued to the blood that had sprayed over his chest.
"I couldn't get her to leave you here,"
Tullio complained.
"She's far more stubborn than mine."
He didn't say a word, just tore his borrowed pants a little more at the thighs and sheathed his blades before he turned his back to Natalie. After a second of hesitation, she hopped on and wrapped her legs around his waist. Baugia grabbed on and said, "Let's go." Chapter 20. She watched him wash in the small basin Cyrilda had provided when they returned to Tullio's cave. The girl was still unconscious but safely stowed in a locked room that only Tullio and Cyrilda could enter. Baugia had taken Natalie by the arm and led her to his own chamber before leaving to return with a basin of clear water to wash up. He had let her wash first before stripping off the borrowed clothes, still silently stewing about something. "Are you brooding?"
"No," he said quietly. "I am thinking. I don't brood."
The drip and splash of the water echoed off the smooth walls. He dipped the washcloth in, then covered his face, wiping away the grime that had accumulated as they traveled under the earth. He wet the cloth again, and Natalie rose from the bed in the corner. Cyrilda had loaned her one of Tullio's shirts, which fell to her knees. She padded over to Baugia and reached around to grab the washcloth from his hands, trying to ignore the red stains from the blood he washed away. "I'll get your back." "Thank you." The tense muscles began to relax under her fingers as she smoothed the washcloth over his shoulders. "What are you thinking about?" He was silent for a few more minutes, standing still as she rinsed out the cloth to wash around his neck and the backs of his ears. "I am thinking, those women did not deserve to die." Natalie bit her lip to keep from crying. "We saved one." "Yes, but not the others.
This has to end. I cannot bring it to Ernesto at this point, but it has to end. Too many have already died, and I have done nothing to prevent it. I think my own brother may be involved, and I didn't see it. This should not have gone on as long as it has. She had a vision of him, flying out of the cave toward Tullio and the girl, leaping in the air to slash at the monstrous creature that had come after them. The thing had scarcely looked human, and it had moved so fast Natalie could barely see it. She hadn't seen much of the fight. It was dark and they moved too fast. But she had seen Baugia end it, ruthlessly cutting off the head of the monster and tossing it aside as he used the dead vampire's shirt to clean the blade that had killed him. And yet, here he stood, thinking not about the girl he had rescued, but the ones he had not. I think you're much harder on yourself than anyone else. She lifted an arm to clean along his side. I don't compare myself to others, that's useless. But you expect more, I expect, he said, spinning around, to protect those I am responsible for, to cause as little harm as is possible for one of my kind. And I expect you to take off that shirt because it smells like Tullio. And as much as I like the man, I do not want his scent on your body. She blinked and looked down at the shirt. Are you serious? Very. I don't have anything else to sleep in. I don't care. Then a smile touched his lips. And it's hardly necessary, is it? I've seen every freckle. She rolled her eyes. I'm not being modest. It's cold down here. The shirt, Natalie. Fine. She was already blushing when she pulled it over her head and tossed it in the corner. Happy? Her face was on fire. Yes. He gave her a smug look before turning around again. Could you get between my shoulders now? You ass! She laughed and slapped at him with the washcloth, happy that he seemed to be coming out of his mood. She pressed against his back and let one hand trail down his stomach as she dipped into the basin again. Between your shoulders, huh? His breath hitched at the feel of her fingers. Among other places. She smiled against his back. His skin was alive. The hair on her arm rose simply by touching him. You're a good man, she whispered. I won't believe otherwise. Natalie. Shh. She saw his head fall forward and heard him groan as her hand slid beneath his waistband. Let me take care of you for once. Natalie was lying in his arms, drifting off to sleep after their very long night, when she heard him. Natalie? Her eyes were closed, but she answered, Talk to me about your job. She pulled away from the hypnotic feel of his skin and rubbed her eyes. Well, I'm going to run out of personal days soon. I was supposed to be following this story on my own time with the backing of the paper, but still on my own time. I have court cases to report on, regular crimes, local politics, stuff like that. I'm sure Christy's probably pissed at me, but she can't do anything about it because I have so much personal time saved up. He trailed a finger up and down her arm. And what about when it runs out? She had a feeling he wasn't really all that interested in her job. What do you really want to know, Baugia? He reached for her and pulled her to lie on his chest. You are under my personal aegis, he said quietly. But I cannot stay in Southern California. Not while my sire rules here. She froze. Natalie knew he had quit his position in his father's business or organization or whatever it was, but she hadn't realized he would have to leave. So what does that mean? Explain it to me. It means I am responsible for you, both for your actions and your safety. But you live here, and I cannot stay here. You're saying if I did something any vampire considered a threat, that you would be the one responsible? She looked away. That's medieval. Yes. He pressed gentle fingers to her face so that she was forced to look at him again. Some of my kind would use amnesty to make a human go where they wanted. I could do that, but that's not what I want.
Natalie forced back the tears. She didn't want to cry while she was looking at him, but the crushing sense of loss was almost overwhelming. Once again, she felt like she was losing everything. "What are you asking me, Bausha?" The insistent fingers on her cheek turned soft and soothing. "You have family in Northern California? Could you—" "I don't talk to my dad, maybe once a year." "Why?" She rolled away from him. He tried to grab her, but she pushed him away. "Don't." His voice held an irritated edge. "What do you want to know about my life that I haven't told you? Ask me right now, and I'll answer." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. He was right. As many questions as she had asked, he had been forthcoming about his past, and he knew nothing about her. "Your father is a police officer." Her eyes flew to his. "How did you—" "Guesswork, mostly. At the bar, the way the retired officers talked to you, it made sense." "Yeah." Somehow, it made it easier that he already knew part of it. "He was a detective in Oakland. That's where I grew up." "I remember. And your mother?" "My mom was not a cop." She took a deep breath and forced out a rueful laugh. She was a mom, mostly, and a writer, a poet. She'd been published a few times. She and my dad were complete opposites. He was the strict cop. She was the hippie poet who did yoga and wore caftans to PTA meetings. His voice softened and he moved closer. "You loved her." "We both adored her." She tried not to tense when he touched her shoulder. "My parents had a great marriage. We had a good life." "What happened? Your mother is dead?" "There was this homeless man in our neighborhood. Well, there were lots of homeless people, but she always took Oscar food because he usually stayed around our corner. She helped him find a shelter when it got cold, tried to help him find work here and there. He was a vet, I think." Natalie frowned. "He had a lot of issues he never got the right help for, but Mom always said we were all someone's child, and some people just needed an extra hand sometimes. That's the way she was." "She sounds like a very fine woman." "She was. She was the best." "This Oscar—" His voice was soft and coaxing. "Did he hurt her?" "He was harmless, mostly. Everyone in the neighborhood knew him, helped him out a little, but he adored my mom, called her his angel." "What happened?" Bausha had moved behind her and put his hands on her shoulders, slowly drawing her back to his chest and covering her with one of the blankets on the bed. She would let him in the house to take a shower when he got really dirty. Dad told her not to do that, but I know she did when he needed it and couldn't find room at a shelter. One day my dad picked me up from school, and we went home. She started trembling. And Dad went in the kitchen. She was there. He had killed her with a kitchen knife. "Oh, Natalie." He whispered her name and rocked her back and forth. She felt numb, relating the story as if it was just another she was reporting. She put her hands on his arms as they held her. "My dad, he kind of lost it. He left me with a neighbor to call 911 and went looking for Oscar. But the thing was, Oscar wasn't even trying to hide. He was sitting on the corner, covered in her blood, sleeping. 100 people must have walked past him, but no one asked why he was covered in blood. And when Dad picked him up and shoved him against the wall, screaming, he didn't even know why. Mr. Pack, who had the market across the street, told me Oscar kept saying, 'Where's my angel, Mr. Ellis? You see my angel today?' He didn't know he'd killed her?" She shrugged. "The doctors think he had a psychotic break. He hadn't taken his medication in a while, and he had no idea what he'd done, had no memory of it. When the police finally got there and put him in the car, he was sobbing. They put him on suicide watch, but he killed himself a few months later." Bausha had his arms wrapped so tightly around her that she was beginning to wonder if breathing would become an issue. "And your father?" "He just broke. We moved out of Oakland, left the city. He commuted in for work, and I switched schools.
But mostly he disappeared unless he was lecturing me about my safety. He got super protective. I'm sure he was worried about losing me to something random, too. How old were you? I was 15 when she died. As you can imagine, teenage Natalie was a huge fan of all the new rules. He let up the pressure on her rib cage and ran a hand over her hair. I'm sure you drove him crazy. Well, I was looking for a reaction. The pressure around her heart eased a little with his touch. And I got it. She finally turned to him. You say I can be reckless, but the thing is, there is evil in this world. It's a broken place sometimes. It can be obvious like Ivan, but sometimes it doesn't even know it's evil. Sometimes it's random, and no matter what you do, it will find you. So I don't want to live my life worrying about my safety. I can't, Bauzia, because even if I do everything right, even if I followed every one of my dad's rules or your rules or any rules, the bad might still find me like it found my mom. The girl you rescued tonight probably wasn't looking for trouble, but it found her. I want to live my life fearlessly and help other people without worrying about myself, because even after what happened to her, I think that's what my mom would have wanted. Does that make sense? He was frowning, staring at her hard, as if he was memorizing her face. It does make sense, even if I don't like it. She forced out a wobbly smile. Be scared. Live anyway. Bauzia drew her back toward the pillows, and she could feel him start to slow down. Rest with me. Sleep. I'm sorry I asked you to share all this tonight. It's already been upsetting enough. It's okay. Strangely it was. Lying at his side, Natalie felt peace. She felt safe with him, safer than she'd felt in many, many years. It happened a long time ago. I can remember the good things now. I'm sorry you don't speak with your father, he whispered. You should have been a comfort to each other. The dad I grew up with left at 15 when my mom was killed. He never really came back from that kitchen after he went in. I escaped as soon as I could. Southern California was as far away as I could handle. And you'd never consider going back? To Oakland? She shook her head, remembering the streets of her hometown like she'd been there yesterday. No, I don't want to. I don't want to live with ghosts. Dad moved back eventually, but I couldn't. What about somewhere else? Somewhere north? She paused, trying to measure his intent. What are you saying? I promised to keep you safe, Natalie. So I'm just supposed to follow you? Her heart rate began to pick up again. Was it fear, excitement, a combination of both? I'm just supposed to leave my whole life here and follow— Who said you would follow me? He offered casually. His voice was drowsy as dawn approached. I could follow you. There's a possibility that a move to Northern California or the Pacific Northwest would be an option for me, even welcome. But I'm just asking you to think about it. Think about it. She could do that. Sure, she'd only known him for a few weeks, so why didn't that seem insane? I'll think about it. She settled down at his side as he squeezed her shoulders, her eyes already feeling heavy. But if I can't— Natalie, when I offered my loyalty, it was not with conditions. Now sleep. But sleep. The events of the night started to ambush her, and she felt her eyes droop. Bossy. You love it. Natalie sighed and closed her eyes. Yeah, George, I think I might. The girl was named Rosa, and she was frightened, looking to Cyrilda for reassurance as Bauzia and Natalie questioned her. Bauzia's Spanish was better than hers, but with over 100 years to practice, she'd be kind of annoyed if it wasn't. Where did you come from? He asked. It's a small town near Ensenada, Rosa said. No one has ever heard of it.
Natalie saw his nose twitch and knew he was scenting the girl's blood, even though he'd taken hers at nightfall.
Do you remember what happened?
She shook her head, then frowned. Maybe a little. I remember walking at night to my grandmother's house. I was taking her and my mother food because my grandmother has been sick. So I cooked dinner for my brothers and then took some food to my mother and grandmother.
But you didn't get there.
I woke up in a room. I could hear very loud music like the radio, but much louder, and it was coming from above me.
The club in Ensenada, Natalie murmured in English. There had to have been a basement of some kind where they kept the girls. Baugia nodded, then turned back to the girl. Did they feed you, Rosa?
Yes. They didn't beat me or hurt me. I was fed twice a day along with the others.
Natalie and Baugia exchanged a look. How many others?
6. They were all in the truck with me when we went out to the desert last night, along with some others.
Tears filled her eyes.
What happened to them? It sounded like there were animals. Are they dead?
The girl began to sniff. Yes. They are probably dead, Baugia replied as Natalie slapped his arm. What? He switched to English. They are. I'm not going to lie to her.
She's crying.
I will not give her some kind of false hope. He lowered his voice to a whisper. And if she's taken elixir, then she is probably dying too, just more slowly. Natalie wanted to throw up. This girl, this innocent girl walking to her grandmother's house, had been taken, held captive, and fed poison, solely to make her blood more intoxicating to the vampires who wanted to hunt her. These monsters had to be stopped, and they had to find some kind of help for her. Baugia continued while Cyrilda comforted Rosa. So, they took you and held you somewhere with loud music. Did you see anyone else? Anyone besides the other girls?
Well, there was one man who came in at night, but he never spoke, and...
Her forehead furrowed in concentration.
I don't remember him clearly, but I think he came in every night. I can't remember him now. How strange.
A vampire. Was it Ivan? Carlos? One of the other nameless monsters that Ivan employed? It didn't even matter. They weren't getting her back, that was for sure.
Then I remember waking up in the truck heading out to the desert. It was like a delivery truck, and it dropped us off. Some of the girls were crying, trying to ask the driver to take them back, but I could tell he wouldn't, so I didn't bother. Then you found me.
She smiled at Natalie. We're going to make sure you're safe, Rosa, Natalie said. We'll get you back to your family. Baugia's hand darted out to Rosa's, and the girl's eyes swirled, then winked shut before he turned to Natalie. What are you saying? Don't say that. She frowned. We're going to get rid of these guys and then send her back, right? I mean, she's innocent. She doesn't even know anything about vampires. She has taken elixir, Natalie. She's walking poison. Tullio grunted from the corner. And an appetizing one, too. Any vampire who smelled that blood would want to have a taste. Temper raised its head. So what? Are you going to kill her when she's not useful anymore? She rose to her feet. Baugia grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Of course we're not going to kill her. I would, if it were up to me, Tullio muttered. Cyrilda sneered and said something that sounded insulting in her own tongue. Tullio shrugged. According to you, she'll die anyway. Then we have to find a way to help her, Natalie said. There has to be something we can do. She sat when Baugia pulled her down. We'll figure something out. According to Des, they've been trying to find the right doctor to study this formula. Hopefully someone immortal with experience in medieval alchemy. Maybe having a live patient will help whoever they find, but she can't go back, not as she is right now. You can ask your friends. She'll die within months without treatment. Natalie sat, irritated with Tullio's callous regard for the girl. and heartbroken over the situation. "It's not her fault." "Of course it isn't," he said. "But would you have her spread it to others? What if this is a blood-borne disease and anyone who touches her blood or comes in contact with it is also infected? What if they also spread it? Not only vampires, but humans are in danger until we know more." She nodded. "Fine. But what are we going to do with her? You think it's a good idea to take her to Gio and Beatrice's house of 1,000 vampires? Probably not." "We will keep her." Cyrilda spoke in heavily accented English. "I knew you could speak English!" Natalie almost shouted while Cyrilda smirked. "Woman, you do not consult with me on this?" Tullio asked gruffly. "We'll take her and keep her until you can find a more permanent solution," Cyrilda said, ignoring Tullio. "She'll be safe here, and he won't touch her blood. He only likes mine anyway." "He only drinks from you? Is that safe?" She blurted out the question before her brain caught up with her mouth. "Sorry, none of my business." Cyrilda stood and walked toward Tullio, patting his cheek as she left the room. "Don't let his face fool you. He is an old man. I'll get some clean clothes for the girl and some food for you. You should eat before you leave." Chapter 21. The road was black and empty on the way to Los Angeles as Natalie and Bauja tossed ideas back and forth. "You mentioned something about a priest who might know some of the missing girls," she said. "Was it Father Andrade?" "Yes. How do you—" "The first time I worked with my friend Manuel, it was on a drug mule case, and he was a source." He saw her eyes drift to the window. "That was a good story. Well, not good, but it had good results. These girls, they're a little like drug mules if you think about it." "Yeah, I guess so." She turned back to him, frowning. "So, Father Andrade? You want someone to go to the mission?" "I know who he is. I could go down during the day and too close to Ivan's club. Even during the day he could have people watching, and they might know who you are. If Bridget's husband comes, he'd be the best person." "I still think if it was during the day—" "No, Natalie." He saw her eyes narrow, but she changed the subject. "Bridget's husband was a priest?" Bauja nodded. "He's left the church, well, the priesthood, I guess, and works mostly with Bridget now. But I've been told he still maintains a close relationship with the Vatican. He's an earth vampire. I don't know him that well, but I know he has a huge clan. From what I can tell, he and Bridget have been quietly investigating Elixir ever since it showed up in Dublin, where they live. They have a lot of contacts, and if Father Andrade knows something, he'd be more likely to confide in someone connected to the church." She was silent again, and Bauja could almost hear her brain spinning as she stared out the window. Finally she said, "I wonder how long Rosa was kept." "I was wondering the same thing. Does it take time to work into a human system? How much do they give them? Does Elixir make the blood more appealing the longer they've been on it?" Her eyes were lit with wild curiosity. "And why? What's the point of all this? Pure amusement? Or are they inviting people who might not know what the drug does? Political enemies, people they want to weaken? How would they convince them to come? How much do Ivan's people even know about it? You said yourself you'd only heard rumors." It was a question that had been swirling around ever since they'd made the connection between the missing girls and the Elixir. It's entirely possible that they know very little about the lasting effects of the drug. I had heard rumors, but only about the benefits. No one mentioned the downsides. Big surprise there. And Paula doesn't seem to know anything about it. "Rory," he muttered. "I don't know what to think about Rory. When did the first body show up in the desert around here?" "According to what I could find, the first ones were found on the south side of the border about 3 months ago. No one made any connection between them at first. It seemed random. Then a month later they started showing up on the American side. It was a cop down in El Centro who tipped me off. I did some investigating on my own before I made the connection with Juarez. I don't know if there is any real connection with Juarez, Natalie. The more we find out, the more I think that Ivan, or whoever is orchestrating this, is using that situation as a convenient scapegoat to cover his actions. He makes it look like Juarez, and no one will see what's really going on. That's why they're dumping the bodies how they are. Why not make them disappear? There's no need to dump the bodies. Where they're hunting, they could easily bury them and they'd never be found. But they'd still be missing. If too many girls just disappeared, someone might listen to their families. If they're murdered... She nodded. They could be the victim of random violence because they worked in the city, or they could be the victim of whoever is killing in Juarez and moving west, or victims of smugglers who took advantage of them, he added. Isn't that what the police think now? If I were Ivan and wanted to cover my tracks, I'd copycat a human killer. Everyone would be looking the other direction, including his bosses in Mexico City. But why? She asked again. Is this some horrible game? Or is there a plan behind it? I don't know. I didn't recognize the vampire I killed. I'd never seen him before. He could have been a new vampire of Ivan's, but I think Tulio is right. These are strangers he's brought in. The one I killed was stronger because of the elixir, but normally, I don't think he would have been a challenge. He didn't feel old. He saw a slight shudder pass over her frame. He wondered if she was bothered by him killing the air vampire, or whether her more primitive survival instincts were finally kicking in. They would. The longer she remained in his world, the more they would have to. He didn't live in the kind of polite society where trials and jails happened, and neither did Natalie. She just didn't realize it yet. He was trying to break her into the idea slowly, but he honestly couldn't see her returning to her old life. She knew too much. She had already been flirting at the edges of vampire attention, being close friends with Beatrice and Des. She was fully on the radar now. You need me. He found himself reaching across the car to take her hand. More than you know. She squeezed it as she continued talking. If we think the first hunts happened around 3 months ago, it could be that the negative effects of the drug are just becoming known. According to Beatrice, her friend Lucian started feeling strange about 3 to 4 months after he had fed from a human who'd taken it. So if they didn't know about it before, they're going to start figuring it out now, she sighed. Why do I feel like a lot more innocent people are going to die, human and vampire, before this is over? Natalie fell silent again, but Baugia couldn't stop thinking about her mother. It explained so much. She was reckless not because she was foolish, but because she'd experienced loss. He found humans and vampires who had lost those close to them tended to live either far more cautiously or with less regard for safety than ever. For Natalie, that meant taking chances. No wonder her father worried about her. One night ago, she'd witnessed a monstrous game that made humans into prey, and yet she still offered herself up to go back to the lion's den and talk to the priest. He had to keep her out of this. She was too fragile. She had no combat training, none. Training her satisfactorily would take years he didn't have. The inevitable confrontation would happen well before she was ready. He wondered if Matt and Des Kirby might be his best chance at keeping her out of the actual fight. He could knock her out with Amnes and lock her up. He didn't want to do it, but he might if it came down to it. She could hate him later. She probably would, but she'd be alive. He'd have time to ask forgiveness. What are you thinking? Her voice jolted him out of his musings. What? Her suspicious eyes narrowed on him. You're trying to figure out a way to keep me out of this, aren't you? Absolutely. And he wasn't going to lie about it. Forget it. Not going to happen? She crossed her arms and slumped a little.
I'm not a helpless little girl.
No. From a physical perspective, you're a helpless grown woman. You have no natural defenses against these vampires, and you're a target.
Her jaw was clenched when she said, "Point taken. But you're not leaving me out of it."
Irritated at her willful disregard for her own safety, he gripped the wheel but kept his voice carefully even. Tell me something, Natalie. When you did that drug mule story, were the police involved?
Eventually.
And were there arrests made? Were they taken to your human jails?
Yes. What does that have to do?
His quiet voice rose. And did you, the intrepid reporter, actually go along with the police when they made those arrests?
She was silent, fuming.
Did you? Or did you let the police do their job after you had done yours?
It's not the same.
It's exactly the same, he exploded, pulling the car over to the side of the road and turning to face her. And these vampires are far more dangerous than human gangs. These vampires are the people that human gangs run away from. She pushed her car door open and walked outside, but he followed her. Natalie, don't walk away. You need to think about...
She spun. It's not the same. It might not seem logical to you, but I didn't know those police. They weren't my friends, and it's my friends I brought into this. It's my friends who could be in danger because of something that I pulled them into. I can't just stand by while you all...
You are not going into any vampire fight. I will not allow it.
What are you going to do? Knock me out? Lock me in a room while you go fight this?
Yes. That was exactly what he had planned on doing. Perceptive human. He only crossed his arms and stared at her impassively. She could read his expression. Bad idea, Bauzia. Bad idea. The jury's still out on you, mister. I haven't decided whether you're safe or not, and shit like this is not helping. Bauzia took a step back, unexpectedly stunned by her words. She didn't know if he was safe. He allowed her, a human he had known for a matter of weeks, to lay by his side while he slept, utterly trusting that she would do him no harm while he was at his most vulnerable. But she didn't trust him? It hurt, but that hurt quickly turned to anger. You can't trust me? Her face fell. That's not what I meant. You said you didn't know if I was safe or not. He stepped forward as she took a step back. It only angered him more. What have I done to harm you, Natalie? How have I not protected you? The color drained from her face. Bauzia. I would do anything to keep you safe. Anything, and yet you say, I don't know if it's safe to fall in love with you, she shouted, tears falling from her eyes. And I am. I'm falling in love with you, and it scares me to death. He halted, standing stock still as her words reached him. I'm falling in love with you. In love with him? Her words reached him, filled him, soothed him, excited him. She was still talking. And part of me still thinks this is nuts. It is nuts. And I have this tiny idea of what your world is, but mostly I feel blind. I'm stumbling into a life I can't see the end of, but you're the only thing that makes me feel the slightest bit sane, and that's not sane. You're not human. When you killed that vampire, you cut off his head. You cut off his head. And you did it like you were taking out the trash. And part of me screamed, that's not normal, while the other part was just happy that it was him and not you. I was relieved. He stepped closer, put his hands on her shoulders, and drew her near. I would be giving up everything to love you, she said under her breath. I wanted a family. I wanted a normal life. I wanted what my parents had, no matter how it ended. But I've never... She choked, and he pulled her closer. I've never felt like this about anyone.
I feel crazy, but nothing else makes sense. He kissed her forehead, holding her as if she was something fine, breakable. She was.
Natalie.
What?
No one, in my very long life, has ever told me they loved me.
She sniffed again, and he cupped her cheeks, kissing the angry tears that had fallen. Do you realize, she whispered, do you know what loving you would mean for me, for my life?
Yes.
He kissed her lips gently, then he whispered in her ear,
Love me anyway.
Pauja, she groaned, trying to pull away. He wouldn't let her. He wanted it. He wanted her with a desperate kind of longing he'd never allowed before.
Be afraid, he pressed her. Be angry. Love me anyway. I promise you won't regret it.
You can't promise that.
But I will.
He held her as she stood motionless in his arms.
I will, Natalie.
He was afraid to breathe until her eyes lifted to his, defiant again. Then I do. Baugia backed her up against the black car.
Tell me.
I love you. She said nothing else, because he kissed her with a lifetime's worth of longing. She was his. However she might protest, however they might fight, she was his, from that point until the end of her days. His mouth ravaged hers. His fangs fell, cutting the edge of her tongue, but he only sucked it into his mouth, tasting the blood that flowed from the cut. Natalie grabbed his hair, yanking him closer as he lifted her to sit on the edge of the car so they were face to face. I'm still angry with you, she panted, even though I love you.
I can deal with angry.
He yanked her hips to his, and she wrapped her legs around him.
I want to bite you, and not because I'm hungry.
Why?
Do you crave it yet?
He licked up the side of her neck until he could bite the lobe of her ear.
Do you crave my bite, like I crave your taste, Natalie?
Her only answer was a breathy moan. Her head fell to the side, exposing her throat to him. He grabbed the nape of her neck and forced her eyes back to his.
If you were a vampire, I would take your blood every night. I would give you mine.
He grabbed the edge of her shirt, yanking it up and over her head so he could feel the heat of her skin on his.
I would feel your teeth pierce my neck. I would live in your body as you live in mine.
Just then, she leaned over, sinking her dull teeth into the skin of his neck, biting down possessively as her lips sucked. Baugia roared, his hand slamming into the hood of the car as her mouth pulled. She hadn't broken the skin, but her teeth held him. 1,000 nights flashed in his mind, 1,000 years of her love. He had to have it. He had been empty until she filled him. With a snarl, he ripped her mouth away, baring his teeth at the drop of blood that lingered at the corner of her lips. Her eyes held a kind of madness that mirrored his own. She fumbled with his pants, so he quickly shoved them down, then tossed up the skirt she had borrowed. His finger slid up the heat of her thighs. Hot. She was burning for him. Like a fire in the black desert night. The moon shone down on her pale skin as she lay back on the hood of his car, the metal still holding the warmth of the engine. The only sound around them was the whistle of the wind rustling the brush. She glowed, the single bright spot of light in the blackness that surrounded them. No light, except the moon and the stars that dotted the blackness like the spray of freckles along her pale skin. Suddenly gentle, he trailed his fingers lightly over her delicate collarbone, over the curves of her breasts, the dip of her waist. You are lovely beyond words, he whispered in Chinese. For no words deserve you. She only breathed out, Please. Baugia hooked her leg up and slid inside. The heat surrounded him as he leaned over her body, pressing his mouth to her navel. the ripple of her ribs and the freckles that marked the swell of her breasts. He lifted her arm, drawing it over her head to anchor her as he moved faster. "Yes," she moaned.
"Yes, what?"
One hand locked around her wrist as the other shoved her leg higher,
changing the angle as her body bowed up. "I want it. Your bite." She swallowed hard, the tears teasing the corners of her eyes. "Then say it." He bit back on his control, slowing down deliberately when he felt her pleasure mounting. "Bite me, Bauzia." Her body arched, trying to move closer to him as he held her down. "Not that." He pulled her closer to the edge. "That's not what I want to hear." She blinked in confusion until her eyes met his, then the blue softened as they glittered in the low light of the moon. Natalie whispered, "I love you." He let out a harsh breath, leaned down, and bit. Bauzia thought they probably looked like refugees from some post-apocalyptic zombie film when they pulled up to the house in Pasadena. He looked over at Natalie with her torn shirt and dusty skirt. His pants were already ripped at the pockets from having to draw his swords the night before. His shirt was history, and his hair was almost as tangled as hers. They had not been gentle with each other out in the desert, and the dent on the hood of the car, well, that had been worth it. He cocked his head, frowning at her. "You know, once upon a time I would have taken you out and charmed you. There would have been nice dinners and theater tickets, maybe the opera." "Do you like opera?" He nodded. "I do, actually." "Then we should go to the opera sometime." She glanced down. "We might want to change clothes." "San Francisco has an excellent opera." Her smile was shy but not forced. "I've heard." "Just a thought." He got out of the car and zipped around to her door before she could open it. "My knight in dusty armor," she said, brushing at the tatters of his clothes. Then she glanced at the rather large, hand-shaped dent in the hood of the Camaro. "I almost feel sorry about that." "Don't. It was dented for a worthy cause." He caught her glancing at the spot on his neck that had already healed, and she blushed. He was about to give the neighbors another show when he heard the motorcycle coming up the street. Bauzia turned, recognizing the old Amnes of the immortal riding it. The priest had arrived. The gate swung open as someone spotted him from the house, and the motorcycle pulled up beside Bauzia's car. The giant of a vampire set a foot down, and the earth trembled a little. He felt Natalie step closer to him, and his guard went up, even though he knew the other immortal was an ally. The man pulled off his black helmet to reveal a shock of unruly red hair and a hard face. He swung his leg over the bike and stalked toward them. Natalie blinked. "Carwin?" The vampire ignored her and growled, "Is my wife here?" Bauzia just said, "We've just arrived, but I believe so." Natalie whispered, "Wait, Bee's goofy friend Carwin is Bridget's husband? How many vampires do I know?" "Apparently more than either of us realized." "What kind of vampire wears hideous Hawaiian shirts?" He had to smile. "That one." Grumbling under his breath in some language Bauzia didn't speak, Carwin ap Bryn, earth vampire, former priest, and currently pissed-off husband, stomped up to Giovanni and Beatrice's home, only to be met at the door by his host. Giovanni raised his hands. "She's here. But if you catch anything on fire, you're paying for it. And no structural damage to the house, please." Carwin exploded. "One fight, and she takes off on your bloody plane, Gio. She's gone, out of the country. Don't yell at me. I'm not the one who married her." Carwin let loose with another string of unintelligible ranting as he rushed in the house. Bauzia escorted Natalie up the walk. "Well, this should be interesting." I've never seen him that angry before. He was always the life of the party when he visited Bea at school. "We don't want to miss this, then." He nodded at Giovanni as they passed him in the hall. The fire vampire also looked amused. "We'll pop popcorn. It's not the show the opera would be, but it should still be pretty good." Her eyes widened. But is it going to be safe for spectators? That's the real question. I thought you liked living on the edge. I think I've been a bad influence on you, George. Chapter 22. So you decided leaving the country was the best response? Really, Bridget? The fire vampire's reply was muffled by the walls outside the pool room, but it must have been intelligible to those with immortal ears, because Giovanni's mouth dropped open in shock and Beatrice let out a very unladylike snort. Tenzin frowned as she reached for a kernel of popcorn from the bowl sitting in the middle of the hall. I don't think that's physically possible. They were sitting on the floor outside the pool room, eavesdropping shamelessly as the two vampires fought. All I know is that if I had to listen to another one of your smug apologies— Natalie heard a splash. At least I apologize, Bridget. Stop shoving me in the pool. You are starting to smoke. She leaned into Baugia's shoulder, newly clean and recently fed. She was happy in a way she hadn't experienced in more years than she could count. Baugia's arm draped across her shoulders as he leaned against the wood-paneled wall. She loved him, and she was fairly certain he loved her too, even if he hadn't said it. It wasn't the kind of love she'd experienced in the past. There was no giddy excitement, no rush of hormones. What Natalie had instead was a bone-deep sense of being exactly where she was supposed to be, next to him, for however long they had. Baugia gave a low chuckle. They enjoy this. What, fighting? Giovanni rolled his eyes. Yes, almost as much as they enjoy making up. Beatrice shrugged. Carwin does say some really stupid stuff sometimes. Spending 1,000 years celibate will do that to you. Tenzin grabbed more popcorn from the rapidly emptying bowl. Most of it, Natalie could admit, she had consumed. She kept forgetting to eat, hanging around with all these vampires. We're running out. Tenzin reached behind her and tossed another bag to Giovanni. More. Giovanni grumbled. We do have a microwave, you know. No, we don't, Beatrice said. Bridget broke it last night. Kaboom! As if on cue, the ground shifted slightly. Natalie's eyes widened as she looked around, but no one else seemed to be concerned. Earth vampire, Baugia said. Don't worry. The house has been retrofitted for quakes. This is one of the safest places because this wing of the house is modern construction. Tenzin said, More popcorn, my boy. Giovanni ripped the plastic bag open and held the paper bag. This is ridiculous. I'm not a kitchen appliance. Tenzin clapped in delight when the kernels slowly started to pop in his hands. After a few minutes, Beatrice grabbed the bag. Not too much. And it's convenient, not ridiculous. She kissed his cheek as Natalie heard Baugia laugh quietly. Giovanni glared. Not a word from you. Water boy. I bet you're the most popular guy at the 4th of July barbecue. I'm good at lighting all sorts of things on fire. Want me to show you? Beatrice hit Giovanni's leg. Stop it. Both of you. Natalie stifled a smile. I bet you keep a lot of fire extinguishers around here, don't you? I have no idea, Giovanni said. Baugia said, There are 36. Carwin and Bridget were still arguing in the background. How am I supposed to make this right when you leave the country? Should I thank you for at least leaving me a note? Maybe you should thank me for speaking to you after what you said to Deirdre. It was a joke. She's my sire. Do I look like I'm laughing? The ground shifted again and there was another splash. How long do you think this will go on? Natalie asked. Has anyone talked to him about visiting the priest in Ensenada yet? We probably won't get anything more done tonight, Beatrice said, as she grabbed a handful of popcorn. And the night's half over anyway. We should start fresh tomorrow. Natalie, you look dead on your feet. Told you. Baugia tugged on a lock of her hair. Refugees from a zombie movie. Well, before you fall asleep, I want to hear more about these hunts, Tenzin said. She looked at Giovanni. Am I the only one who remembers Siberia? Are you talking about Oleg's sire? Giovanni asked quietly. I'd forgotten about that. He was a nasty one. I didn't mind killing him. No, and the money was good, too. She felt Bauja's hand press into hers, trying to negate the instinctive tension. She was still getting accustomed to the casual way life and death were mentioned by these seemingly civilized people. She forced her voice to remain calm. So, this has happened before? Tenzin nodded. At times. The situation in Siberia was more clear-cut, and our work was a contract. There was a vampire who invited others over, and they hunted humans who had been let loose out in the woods. Like animals in a nature preserve, it was purely for sport, and feeding, of course. We were hired to kill him by one of the many vampires he'd pissed off. Her stomach turned. But this is different. Giovanni nodded. This has more political implications. As much as it may disgust you, the vampire we killed didn't see himself doing anything wrong, so he wasn't trying to hide it. We were hired for business reasons. Oleg's sire saw hunting humans the same way that human hunters go after deer or any other game animal. Brutal to our modern sensibilities, but he wasn't modern. He was hunting humans from his own territory on his own land. In his mind, he had every right to do it. Whoever is running these hunts on the southern side of the border, they're keeping it concealed, which they should, as no modern immortal leader would condone that behavior anymore. Good to know, she muttered. It's not humanitarianism, Bauja said. Killing humans like that would be too conspicuous. There are more of you than there are of us. We're still very vulnerable if our secrets get out. Plus, every immortal leader needs humans to operate in the modern world. Human employees aren't usually keen to work for someone who views them as animals. At least not openly, Beatrice said. And then there's the elixir problem. Bauja shook his head. I don't think they realize what it does. Not really. The loud fighting had ceased behind the door, and a low, urgent voice drifted down the hall. Natalie raised an eyebrow. The voice did not sound angry. Beatrice stood. And that would be our cue to leave. Show's over. Tenzin pouted. I wanted them to fight more. They're funny when they fight. Sounds of passion were quickly overtaking any fighting in volume. Natalie's face turned bright red. Yeah, I think we should go. They all walked toward the library quickly. So the elixir complicates things because whoever is giving it to the humans wants the vampires who hunt them to die? Or do they not realize that's what happens? I don't know, Bauja said. Ivan is not easily fooled, but he is greedy and he likes power. It's possible that he's even doing this without the cartel's knowledge, and I can almost promise you he's not taking it himself. He's too smart for that. Natalie saw Beatrice and Giovanni exchange a look. What was that? She asked. That look was something. Bauja halted and put an arm around her. Giovanni? The fire vampire took a deep breath. I was just thinking about Terry and Gemma and what happened in Spain. Natalie was confused. Who are Terry and Gemma? The leaders of London, Bauja said, and friends of mine. You think someone might be using Ivan like they did Leonore's child? She huffed in frustration. More information, please? Beatrice led her over to the library table and pulled out a map. She pointed to Ireland. A while back, Bridget and Carwin were both taken captive by someone they trusted. He was one of the lieutenants for Patrick Murphy, the vampire leader of Dublin. He was young, ambitious, and didn't see himself rising in the ranks fast enough. He's the one who first brought elixir to Ireland. He was giving it out in clubs, getting other vampires to take it. It weakened them so he could manipulate them. We think he was working with a supplier, and we think that supplier is the one actually making the drug. Giovanni walked over. And then recently, our friends were attacked by a child of the Spanish leader. Leonor de Peña. She's very powerful, but her son defied her and tried to take out two of her longtime allies, Terence Ramsey and Gemma Melcombe, then blame Leonor for the attack. Very risky move. We don't know for sure it had anything to do with the elixir, but we know he was working with someone else. And again, whoever was behind it used someone relatively young and ambitious, who was dissatisfied with their role in a prominent organization. Ivan, Bauja said quietly. You could be describing Ivan. He's not young, but he's younger than the leadership in Mexico City. He's ambitious, always hungry for more power. He's continually pushing the cartel's limits, and then they push back. It's not a peaceful relationship. Natalie said, So whoever is making this drug is targeting dissatisfied people within existing power structures. Take a ruler down from within instead of an open challenge. Smart, really. She looked up at Bauja. Young, ambitious, and unhappy. Who does that describe in Ernesto's organization? The expression fell from his face. Me. At one point, me. Tenzin shook her head. But you are known for your loyalty, Bauja. I don't think anyone would believe you would ever turn on Ernesto or work against him. You've also been gone, Beatrice said quietly. Someone might have seen that as an opportunity. Rory, Natalie said, even when she felt Bauja draw back. I know you don't want to believe it, but it makes the most sense. You were away. They needed someone unhappy. Ivan organizes these fights to infect vampires with elixir. He and Rory dumped the bodies on Ernesto's land. Mexico City looks like they can't control their vampires, and Ernesto looks weak because he's letting this go on in his backyard. Everyone is pointing a finger at someone else. Then the humans get involved. It makes the news. No hiding it at that point. Giovanni gave her a smile. Very good, Natalie. She shrugged. Hey, politics is politics. I've been covering stuff like this for years. She turned and looked at Bauja. He was doing the blank face again, but by this time she knew him well enough to realize it was because he was shocked and hurt. She went over and gave him a hug, which he didn't return. I know he's your brother, but you have to see we're right about this. What's the other explanation? Bauja nodded stiffly and pulled away, turning to leave the room. And with the loss of his presence, Natalie felt a hint of panic. Bauja? He paused at the door. I realize you're probably correct. Please, I'll return shortly. Just stay here. He left, and Natalie sat down on the couch, suddenly exhausted. Giovanni and Beatrice exchanged a few words, then he and Tenzin left too, while Beatrice settled next to her. He'll be fine. He's not mad at you, Nat. I told him I loved him, but he didn't say it back. She squeezed her eyes shut and wished she could take back the words. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking about this right now. Of course you should. And I think he loves you very much. I think he loves you so much he doesn't know what to do with it yet. She swallowed and blinked back the burning at the corners of her eyes. So why leave? He's hurting. And you want to help because you love him. I don't think he's used to that. It doesn't mean he doesn't need it, just that he's not used to it. Is it worth it? She asked quietly. Are you happier now? Did you become a vampire to be with Giovanni? Beatrice sighed. I became a vampire for a lot of reasons, and yes, he was one of the main ones, but not the only one. And he didn't really want me to turn as soon as I did. I did it without him knowing. You think Bridget and Carwin were fighting? He was furious. Doesn't even compare. So why? I was in this world, and I knew it was my life. I knew it, and she frowned a little, a crease forming in her otherwise perfect forehead. No wrinkle or line would ever mar it, Natalie realized. She was slowly aging, but her friend would not. I didn't want to be the weakest one. I wanted to be something feared, not protected. Did you ever want kids? No, but that's an important question. I think Gio wanted me to. I think he wanted me to have kids and then turn later. He likes kids, even though he's kind of cranky sometimes. But I didn't want that. She took a deep breath and leaned back. Natalie mirrored her movements. Her eyes felt like they were weighted. I don't think Matt or Des would ever become vampires. They don't want that kind of life. They want a normal lifespan, to watch their kids grow up and watch each other get wrinkles. It's different for everyone. You have to make that decision for your own reasons. It's a lot to think about. I know. Beatrice leaned over and gave her shoulders a squeeze. Love is never easy. Not the real kind, anyway. Look at Carwin and Bridget. They fight all the time. They adore each other, but that doesn't mean they don't have problems. They'll figure it out. You and Baugio will, too. Thanks for the vote of confidence. She wished she felt as optimistic. I really can't go back to my old life, can I? Beatrice eyed her cautiously. Harsh truth? Harsh truth. Her friend slowly shook her head. No. You're a reporter, Natalie. No vampire would believe you'd never write anything about our kind. I can protect you some, but unless you want to be under my personal aegis, which means I'd drink from you and you'd basically live here, I can't truly keep you safe. If you went back to San Diego, Ernesto would take you. He'd try to wipe your memories. If that didn't work, I don't know what he'd do. He's your great-grandfather. Doesn't mean I trust him. The look in her eyes was grim. He's a very cunning vampire, and his interest is his own. Her head fell against the back of the couch and tears came to her eyes. Shit. How did I end up pulled into this? Beatrice said. I'd stop trying to figure it out. There's no way of knowing. But I do believe things happen for a reason. Maybe Baugio is yours. My what? She snorted. My vampire? My boyfriend seems like a ridiculous term. He's my what? Your reason. Natalie blinked and turned her head. That sounds crazy. Still, she couldn't help remembering how she'd felt earlier in the evening, leaning against his side as they munched on popcorn, brainstormed about the case, and swapped jokes. She felt the most uncanny sense of peace. The look on her face must have given her away, because Beatrice gave her a knowing grin. Trust me, I've heard crazier. She must have fallen asleep in the library, because the next thing she remembered was strong arms lifting her from the couch. She nuzzled into Baugio's familiar scent and wrapped her arms around his neck. Where did you go? The training studio, he said softly. Let's get you to bed. Needed to hit something? Yes. Did you? Many times, he said, sounding amused. It was highly satisfying. We need to be better about you sleeping. Your body needs more rest than you're getting, and food. You haven't been eating enough. You're getting too thin. I'm fine. She could feel him walking down the stairs. Really, don't worry about me. Do you believe me about Rory? Natalie felt the minute hitch in his step. I do. I did. Please don't think I doubted you. That's not why I left. Okay. She sighed and burrowed into his chest. Why do you smell like smoke? Long story. She heard the door creak and the familiar scent of his room. Maybe she was becoming a vampire by osmosis. She seemed to notice how things smelled all the time, or maybe she was just more conscious of it, or maybe she was exhausted and a little nuts and needed to go to sleep. Baugio laughed. I think sleep is a good idea. Did I say that out loud? Yes. And I'll join you. It's almost dawn. He stripped off her jeans and the soft shirt she was wearing, peeling back the layers until she was naked and tucked under the covers,
pressed against his long, cool body as his amness washed over her like an embrace. "Baoxia,
You should sleep."
I'm sorry about your brother." His arm reached around and hugged her.
I'm still hoping there is another explanation, but I think you're correct. I'm worried about Paula mostly.
She hadn't even thought about that, but he had. Of course he had. It was just who he was. "I love you," she whispered. There was silence in the room. She hadn't expected him to say it back, but it still hurt a little. The hurt was wiped away when she heard his voice.
"Thank you,"
he said, almost reverently, as if her love was the greatest gift she could give him, a prize beyond worth. Natalie blinked back tears when he kissed the back of her neck.
"Thank you, Natalie."
Chapter 23. The irritating former priest was singing, actually singing, in the car, on the road to Ensenada. The fact that it wasn't off-key was somehow more annoying than less.
"You seem to be in a much better mood tonight," Baoxia remarked as he steered the car south. "I am, thanks. Being in my wife's presence tends to do that. I'm in a better mood even when I'm mad. Odd, that."
The singing stopped for a blessed moment before it started again. Baoxia gritted his teeth and tried to ignore it. They were headed south to speak to Father Andrade, whom Carwin had confirmed was part of the network of priests the Vatican used. The members of that network were well aware of the existence of vampires. The fact that the Church in Rome used clergy around the globe to keep tabs on the immortal population didn't surprise Baoxia in the least. It had impressed him. Finally, a few miles south of Tijuana, he'd had enough.
"Can you stop the singing, please?" "You're more prissy than usual," Carwin said with a gleam in his eye. "I'd have thought your lovely human companion would have loosened you up a bit." "Natalie is none of your business, and I'd simply prefer time to think." "You don't like being away from her, do you?"
There was a smug tone in his voice. The priest continued, even though Baoxia ignored him.
"I met her when the girls were in school. Did you know that? She's a fun girl. Very smart. Not surprised she caught your attention."
Fun. What did fun mean? Baoxia felt his lip curl up. Had the blasted priest—
"A harmless flirtation," Carwin said with a laugh. "Nothing more. Very focused on her studies, Natalie was. And she didn't know anything about our sort, of course." "No."
He tried to will his fangs to retract.
"She was completely unaware until she was pulled into this mess." "She's doing all right, though," Carwin nodded. "I like the two of you together. She's a bit wild. Always has been. A bit of a crusader. Doesn't think about her own safety at all." "I'm well aware of that, thank you."
Would this trip never end? And how did he get nominated to drive Carwin? And what was Natalie doing while he was gone? If she left the house—
"So, you've had more than a bit of change, haven't you?"
Carwin had slumped down in his seat, trying to cross his leg over his knee in the cramped car. The man was huge, well over Baoxia's average height, and he seemed to fill the car. No wonder he preferred a motorcycle.
"Have you had time to process all this? Thoughts about where you'll go, what you'll do?"
Relieved to have the subject switched from Natalie, he said,
"No, not really." "Gio mentioned Katya in passing. I've known Katya for years. She's calculating but fair. And one of my daughter's children lives near Portland. Very happy there."
It shouldn't surprise him that Carwin knew the vampire leader of the Pacific Northwest. At over 1,000 years old, the immortal knew practically everyone, at least in the Western Hemisphere.
"What does she do, your daughter's child? Does she work for Katya?" No. Well out of politics. She owns vineyards. Excellent winemaker." Carwin grinned. "Very good occupation, in my opinion."
He nodded. It was always good to hear from those not involved in politics. It gave a more balanced impression of what it was like to live in a certain immortal's territory.
"And not much intrusion?"
Some vampire leaders could be nosy about the others who lived on their land. Ernesto was not, and Baugia imagined he would grate under too much scrutiny.
Practically none. Quite a hands-off kind of leader, from what I can tell. She keeps to herself, has a very close circle of confidants, not unlike your sire, but mostly leaves others alone. I've only met her socially, and she seems lovely. Been mated to a Dutch water vampire for years. Can't remember his name.
Baugia took it all in. What would it be like to live somewhere he could make his own way, where there would be no expectation of loyalty because of blood? He could be an employee or simply a resident. The idea appealed to him. He would need some occupation to keep busy, but perhaps a real job in security consulting would be entertaining. Perhaps he could even lure Luis away from Ernesto. The human had been an excellent assistant, and any of the major cities would have newspapers where Natalie could work. Yes, an introduction to Katya would be worth asking the Italian for a favor.
Thinking about taking Natalie with you?
She can't remain in Southern California. She's not safe here.
Carwin chuckled. Does she know that?
I think she's figuring it out.
Best of luck. I have faith you'll work everything out. After all, if Bridget and I can learn to live with each other, then you two should be able to manage. You seem quite well suited.
Baugia tried not to squirm. It wouldn't do for the other immortal to see how uncomfortable the topic made him. His feelings for Natalie were clear in his own mind. She belonged with him. She had even said she loved him. But it was no one's business but their own. He tried to change the subject. This priest, Father Andrade, his church is located very near the clubs and bars in Ensenada. Many of the girls who come to the city from the country don't do well. He and his church help many of them. If there are girls who have gone missing, he is likely to have noticed. I wouldn't be surprised if he's aware of what's going on, or at least suspicious.
Carwin nodded. I doubt he'd be aware of the elixir, though. Most vampires don't even know what it does. But if any of the girls have had it, and they haven't been killed, would they be sick? It depends on when they started taking it. From what Bridget and I have found, it puts a human in excellent health for a few months, even up to a year. It varies from person to person, but inevitably they seem to fall ill with a wasting disease. Doctors have no idea how to treat it. We don't know much more than that. I've been trying to get Lucian Thrax involved.
The physician? Lucian Thrax was an extremely old vampire, rumored to be the son of one of the ancients and a noted scientist. If he had studied the formula for the elixir, he might be able to find a cure for the humans who had been affected.
He had it, you know.
Carwin noticed Baugia's widened eyes.
A couple of years ago, he drank from an infected human, was ill for months. His sire is still alive and could heal him, but he lost a human who was dear to him. He's been recovering in North Africa for some time, but Beatrice and I have been trying to tempt him to join us. We need someone who has the scientific knowledge and the knowledge of alchemy that he has. Maybe this will motivate him.
So, the cure for vampires is blood from their sire?
Or enough of their direct line.
But a sire's blood is best. Good to know. Considering his relationship with Ernesto, he'd better avoid elixired blood. But no known cure for humans?
None that we've found so far.
Baugia's thoughts swirled around the human Tulia was protecting. Rosa. He was young enough to remember the confusion she must be feeling, thrust into a world that made no sense, fearful of everything and everyone. And he knew Natalie must still be feeling as Rosa did at times, and yet she was brave enough to love him. Her courage floored Baugia.
Carwin said, "So, you're no longer under Ernesto's aegis."
"I'm not." And it still stung, just a little.
"If you were,"
the priest stared straight ahead at the passing lights,
"how would you handle this situation? If you were still the head of security in Los Angeles, had all his resources,
How would you handle this? I'd take 6 or 7 of my best people, along with 3 humans, and go down to Mexico, stake out the hunting grounds and kill them. I'd need at least 1 earth vampire and preferably 1 wind. You've thought about this more than a bit? Yes. He'd been thinking about it for days. Only 7 people. The less, the better in this case. There are too many political implications. We wouldn't want to alert the Mexican cartel of our movements. My guess is they don't know what Ivan is doing. We don't want to start a war. We just want to take care of a problem. I'd go down with the equivalent of a special forces team. Why the humans? Whoever is coming is going to be expecting them. Maybe they're already mad with bloodlust when they get there. They certainly seemed that way from what I saw. But you still need some humans there. If they don't catch the scent, they'll know something is wrong. So you definitely need a few humans, Carwin muttered. I'd stake out the hunt and remove the drugged women after they'd been dropped off. Tulio said they left them for an hour, more than enough time to hide them somewhere. That's only one of the reasons I'd need an earth vampire. After the elixired girls are gone, I'd put my own human security in place, then wait for the ambush. As long as you had the element of surprise, it would work with minimal risk. Not none, of course. No operation is risk-free, but it would be manageable. And no one would be the wiser. We'd make a very quiet statement. Everyone would know what had happened, but no one could prove anything. It would be a good show of power on Ernesto's part. Others would know not to cause trouble along his borders, but we wouldn't make a public statement, so the cartel could ignore it and not be forced to retaliate. That's a well-thought-out plan. Of course it was. Thank you. Ernesto was foolish to have fired you. His heart beat. I am the one who asked to leave his aegis. He refused to listen to my warnings, and... He glanced over at Carwin once. The vampire was staring at him intently. He wanted Natalie. I would not allow it. Carwin said nothing as they took the exit that would lead them to the small church, only a few blocks from the lively tourist district. The night was lit up. Humans filled the streets, and music blared from the clubs. A cruise ship must have been in port. The former priest scanned the sidewalks as they drove. Then he said softly, "You must love her very much." Baugia stared into the traffic as he thought about what the priest had said. Love Natalie? Well, of course he did. Father Andrade seemed to have been expecting them. The gray-haired priest shook hands with Carwin and led both vampires back to the kitchen in the small house behind the church. It was a modest home, decorated with pictures of saints and a few children's drawings. The father was obviously loved by the people he ministered to. He put a kettle of water on to heat and joined them at the scarred table. I have been expecting one of you people, but I didn't know if it would be to help me or kill me, Carwin said. Why would anyone kill you, Father? The priest shrugged. I see many things I'm not supposed to see. No one pays attention to old men. What have you seen lately? Baugia asked. Anything unusual? I've seen more girls going than coming, he said. Girls who have disappeared. There's always some of that. Most of them go back to their families or move along when they realize the city isn't all they want. But there's more now. More missing girls. And some of the regular girls, the ones who know about your sort. They look worried. He was hiding something. The old man was telling them part of the story, but not all. Carwin must have sensed it too. Father Andrade, I hope you know that many of our kind have no quarrel with you or your work. In fact, Arturo Leon gave me your name if I ever needed help in this area. Baugia didn't recognize the name, but Father Andrade must have, because the priest's face suddenly relaxed and his shoulders slumped. I have no idea what to do for her, he said. She came to me months ago.
Begged me not to take her to the hospital. She says it won't help anyway. I've called doctors to the house, prayed for guidance.
Bauja leaned forward. Who are you talking about?
Father Andrade said, Constantina Rosales, Ivan's former mistress.
Bauja stopped breathing. He thought the man harbored some affection for the human. He'd been wrong. Where's Constantina?
Some ridiculous illness, not sure. You know how they complain.
Constantina wasn't sick. Ivan had given his own mistress the elixir. Where is she? She was lying on a narrow bed in the basement. No cords or monitors were hooked up to her, though she obviously needed to be in a hospital. The stunning woman who had dazzled all of Ivan's associates lay wasting away, the formerly lush curves of her body nowhere in evidence.
Constantina,
Bauja said softly, kneeling down next to her as her eyes flickered open.
Do you remember me?
Ernesto's man, Bauja. She smiled weakly and put a hand up to his lips. He could smell the sickness radiating off her skin. All the girls loved having you visit. I heard rumors about that mouth for years. Sorry you have to see me like this.
What happened? Was this Ivan?
Her eyes rolled back and her body arched in pain for a moment. Father Andrade knelt beside her, placing a tablet between her lips and offering her a sip of water.
She goes in and out. The doctor who came said it looks like she is starving to death, but even a feeding tube didn't help her. We tried.
Her blood held none of the sweetness of the other girls. It smelled of fermented fruit baked too long in the sun, pungent and on the way to sour. Constantina, did Ivan give you a formula, an elixir of some kind?
The elixir of life, she whispered. He didn't drink from me after that, even though I could tell he wanted to. He stayed away, said it was too soon. If it worked, he would be able to keep me for much longer.
Her smile was bitter.
I was aging. He couldn't have a wrinkled mistress to introduce to his guests. Ivan was too proud for that.
Who gave him the elixir, Constantina? She gave a weak shrug.
I don't know. I always thought I would die very quickly, or all alone, even if I survived him. He'd shove me off somewhere when I became too old.
The thin woman sighed.
And I had peace about it. I loved him. Stupid, I know, but I did. And I enjoyed the power and attention I had for a time.
She reached for Father Andrade's hand.
But the wages of sin are death. Aren't they, Father? Please, Constantina.
The old man had tears in his eyes.
Let me take you to the hospital. Let me find you proper care, my dear. You are too young to waste away like this. It won't help. I could tell by the look on his face when I first started to lose weight.
She looked straight into Bauja's eyes.
He knew. Ivan knew what was happening.
Who else did he give it to?
He asked. Some of the waitresses. And he told some of his men, not the good ones, the stupid ones. Told them to drink from the girls. They became addicted. Those girls were the most popular at the club. All the men wanted to drink from them. Ivan let many of them, but not all. That's when I knew that it was a poison for your kind, too. Then the girls started disappearing, but no one noticed at first. There were always more girls. I noticed the ones who had taken the same drug I had disappeared after only a few months. More showed up in their place. They would pick a few and give them the drink.
New girls?
Or annoying ones, she said with a weak smile.
How long ago was it? Bauja was still trying to figure out a timeline. Were the effects immediate? If a girl was taken by Ivan's people, how long did she have? They had to know how much time they had
before another hunt would take place. How long did it take the waitress's blood to become affected? She frowned.
Only 2 or 3 days, I think.
So if a girl was taken...
If they gave her the drug right away, she'd only have to wait a couple of days before she'd become everyone's favorite drink.
Constantina's lip curled in disdain.
I was only Ivan's woman. No one else drank from me. These other girls, they fed anyone who asked, putanas. I left around the time the lock showed up on the basement door. He was keeping the women down there. I didn't want to know why. I left.
Her eyes flickered closed.
No one came after me.
Father Andrade said,
When she came here, I tried to take her to a hospital, but she refused. Constantina, please, let me call someone, I beg you.
Baugia had a feeling that there was nothing the human doctors could do. Carwin only confirmed it.
Just make her comfortable, Father.
He sat in a chair next to the woman and brushed a bit of hair from her forehead, looking down on her sadly.
There is nothing the human doctors can do for her. We are still trying to find a cure ourselves.
She had fallen asleep, and in that rest, Baugia saw a shadow of the beautiful woman who had charmed so many. Had Ivan intended to kill his favorite mistress? Somehow he doubted it, but the vampire seemed to have no hesitation about using the knowledge he had gained to further his own ambitions. He was not mourning his woman or seeking a cure. He was spreading it for his own benefit, whatever that might be. Perhaps he had truly intended for it to be good, to keep her young and at his side. Perhaps. But he had still used Constantina as a test subject. He hadn't fed from her, and that told him Ivan knew the drug could be harmful. Father Andrade, does she have any family?
No one.
Baugia rose from his knees. The sick woman rested uneasily, her eyes jerking under her lids as she dreamed. Baugia backed out of the room, certain he would not see her alive again. They climbed the stairs and took their leave of the priest, exchanging phone numbers so Father Andrade could call them if any more useful information became known. As they were leaving the house, a teenage girl came running up the walk. "I can't find her, Father."
"Carmen?"
The priest's eyes widened in alarm.
"You can't find Carmen?"
Carwin walked over to the girl's side.
"Who is this?"
Words tumbled out of the girl's mouth.
"I told her not to take that job. I told her—"
She eyed Carwin suspiciously.
"I told her they weren't like us, that they couldn't be trusted. But the money was too good. She needed the money. That's the only reason she went there. We have to find her."
"Lena, I don't know. Who is Carmen?" Baugia asked, keeping his distance from the distraught child.
"My sister," she sobbed. "Carmen is my sister."
Father Andrade said,
"Both Lena and Carmen have been in my church since their parents died. They support themselves."
He patted her shoulder.
"They are very hard workers. Carmen went to Bar El Russo to take a job. We both told her it was a bad idea, but she ignored us. She's been working there for 2 months now. She keeps to herself and hasn't had any problems, but Lena has been checking on her every night. Every night they meet each other to be safe."
"But she wasn't there. I snuck in the club. The other girls said she didn't show up tonight, but I know she went to work."
The girl was sobbing, fat tears running down her face.
"Has the truck been there?"
"I don't see it,"
Carwin asked.
"What truck?" "There is a truck that shows up sometimes," Father Andrade explained. "It doesn't deliver anything, just sits outside the club for a time, then is gone again. There are no markings on it."
Baugia and Carwin exchanged worried looks. "How long?" Baugia asked. "How long does the truck stay behind the club before it leaves?"
"Sometimes 1 or 2 nights, never more than that."
"We need you to call us, Father." Baugia stepped closer.
As soon as a truck shows up, you will call this number. Do you understand?" "Yes." The old priest nodded, gathering the crying girl under his stooped shoulder. "I can do that." If there was a delivery truck behind Ivan's club, then another hunt was likely only 2 or 3 nights away. "We have to get back to Los Angeles," Carwin said. Baugia headed for the car. A truck could show up even as they left the city. Could they make it out to Ivan's hunting grounds in time? Chapter 24. Natalie woke in the dark room to the feel of soft lips against her neck and steady arms turning her over in bed. She was drawn to a hard, familiar chest and the smell of the ocean. Her eyes were still closed, and part of her wondered whether she was still dreaming. "Natalie." She murmured as she burrowed toward his scent. The bed was warm and her arms felt too heavy for her body. "I'm back." "Hey!" Her eyes fluttered open. "What time is it?" Baugia kissed her forehead. "Don't wake up. It's almost dawn. Sleep more. I'm going to rest soon, too." "Okay." She sighed and closed her eyes again, feeling herself drift as she was tucked into his chest. "Good night, or day, whatever." She felt him playing with a lock of her hair, twisting it around his finger as he liked to do. His voice came as if in a dream. "If I were human, would you want to marry me? Have children with me?" Was he serious? She'd never met anyone more devoted to family, even one that didn't appreciate him. "Course, silly." She sighed and snuggled closer. "You'd be an amazing father." The heavy press of sleep bore down on her, and she couldn't seem to fight it off. Baugia's hands ran up and down her arms, soothing her, protecting, always protecting. Natalie hadn't felt so safe or loved since her world came crashing down when her mother died. It didn't matter if he gave her the words or not. She'd known it after the first time they'd made love. He'd give her everything else. When she woke again, it was still dark, but the clock on the phone by her bed told her it was 4 in the afternoon. She blinked and untangled herself from Baugia's limp arms. His complete stillness no longer seemed inhuman or frightening. It was just how he slept. The solid weight of him behind her was comforting, not strange. Again, she shook her head at how quickly and drastically her life had changed. It was only a matter of weeks, but everything she had planned for the future had been thrown in the air by the startling, unexpected man who lay before her. "Would you want to marry me? Have children with me?" Had she been dreaming? She really didn't know. Natalie showered and dressed, locking the room carefully behind her before she walked upstairs. She stopped by the kitchen and made a sandwich before following the low voices into the den. Ben was there, along with Carwin. The vampire looked groggy, but was still fairly awake. She smiled and plopped down next to him. "Hey, stranger." He grinned. They'd flirted shamelessly the few times they'd met when Beatrice was in school, but Natalie had known it was just for fun. "If it isn't my other favorite redhead." He tugged on her hair. "How are you, Nat?" "Good. Feeling a little more rested, finally." She took a bite of her sandwich. "You were holding out on me, mister. A priest?" His low laugh rumbled across the room. "As if that was the worst of it. It was up to B to decide who knew what. Don't blame me. Is your man still sleeping? He's a young one, eh?" "Young?" "Right. How are you awake?" Ben piped up. "Because he's old. Really, really old. I can still beat your ass at Mario Kart, boy." But Carwin winked at her. "It's true, though. Bridget's a young one, too. She has to have a full day's rest." "But Beatrice can be up during the day?" Natalie frowned. "How's that work?" "She has Tenzin's blood in a roundabout way," Carwin said. "Makes her a day walker. Not unheard of, but rare. Not that desirable, to tell you the truth, We all crave sleep, let our brains rest. As old as I am, I still sleep most of the day. Bowsia will too, at least for another few 100 years.
She must have paled because he patted her knee.
You'll get used to it.
Natalie heard Ben leave the room, mumbling something about a snack. She cleared her throat.
I don't know that I will, to be honest. It's pretty hard to wrap your mind around, even when you love him.
It wasn't a question, but she nodded anyway.
Then you'll figure it out. Bridget and I, we didn't have the easiest go of it, still don't, but we do our best. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to try, and don't quit.
Try and don't quit. She could probably do that.
Natalie tried to smile again. Sorry, I'm being silly. No, it's a whole new world for you. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
He patted her hand and sat up a little straighter.
Tell me everything. I used to be a priest and I have 4 daughters. I've probably heard it all at this point.
She blinked in surprise.
You have what? 4 daughters? 11 children altogether, and more in my human life. Carwin grinned. I enjoy mayhem. Nothing says fun like immortal family dysfunction.
Natalie snorted.
Wow, you have a family? Of course I do. Did you think that wasn't going to be part of the picture? He frowned. Is that what's been bothering you?
She shrugged.
Kind of. I always wanted a family. My mom and dad were really great, and I always figured that would be a part of my life. You know? Eventually, anyway. Husband, kids. I hated being an only child. I wanted a big, crazy family, the same as you, I guess. Well, maybe not exactly the same. So what's the problem? Carwin asked with a laugh. There are ways, especially in this modern world, for you to have the family you want. I can see him wanting that too. He's one of the most loyal fellows I know. Trust me, I've known a few, and he's crazy about you. The corner of her mouth lifted. Yeah? In his own quiet, try-to-guess-what-I'm-thinking mysterious way? Yes. Carwin's eyes crinkled at the corners. It's completely obvious. She shook her head. Oh yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He loves you, Natalie, very much. Suddenly Carwin's merry face turned serious. He's going to try to keep you out of this. Are you going to let him? She leaned back into the couch. What do you think? I'm going to say no, he sighed. Ah, Nat, I wish you would. I know I'm banging my head against the wall, but this thing is so dangerous. I can't believe you're even asking, she said. With your wife? It's got nothing to do with doubting you. He nodded toward the hall again. That one drives me out of my mind. Love her like mad. And she's a frightening creature, Natalie. Powerful, focused, has a mind like a blade. Dead as a human, and she's even sharper as a vampire. Bloody woman is a force to be reckoned with. So you should know better than to— and I'd wrap her up in tissue paper in the blink of an eye if she'd let me. He smiled ruefully. Natalie's mouth dropped open. You wouldn't. I would. She'd never let me, and I'd probably be a fool to try, but if I had my way— He shook his head. Has nothing to do with doubting her, love. It has everything to do with my own fear. The fear of losing her makes me weak. When you've found your mate in this life, the thought of losing her, living the rest of this eternal night alone, it can lead you to a very dark place, Natalie. So don't be too hard on him. He's just found you, after all. And, she took a deep breath. If I don't want to become a vampire, what then? Carwin's smile was wistful. Then time only becomes more precious, doesn't it? She felt a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. I'll keep that in mind. He winked. You do that.
She watched him later that night, a map spread on the table in the library. He was pointing out the area where the hunt had been to Giovanni and Tenzin. Tenzin's head was cocked to the side, studying the map intently, chiming in with a question in Chinese every now and then. Natalie didn't think she even realized she was doing it. She asked, and Baojia answered. Natalie made a mental note to learn Chinese. So this area is completely deserted. I asked Beatrice to find satellite photos last night. It appears to be clear of any real development for approximately 30 miles in every direction. There's an old mining road that leads to about here. He pointed at the map. Then the road ends. You'd have to have the right truck, but you could access this. The terrain is rugged but passable. They must be knocking out the girls with Amnes, transporting them out there, then dumping them. Is that an old crater? Giovanni asked. It looks like it. There's a natural depression of some kind, but the tunnels Tullio dug seem solid. Giovanni and Tenzin both nodded. So this plan of yours won't work. Baojia shook his head. I'd need 7 or 8 vampires. We have no way of knowing how many will come, or if Ivan will be with them. Probably not. I don't expect you to go down there. I'll just have to figure something else out. Maybe if I go down alone. What? Natalie sat up straight. No way! You can't go alone. With all those other vampires? He gave her a warning look. I'm not going to risk anyone else to do this, and don't even think— I'll go, Tenzin said quietly. Between the two of us, we should be able to take out the rest. We'll tag along, Carwin called from the door, his hand on the small of Bridget's back as the two walked toward the table. We've been looking for some fun, Bridget added. And if all these vampires have taken elixired blood, they'll be stronger than average. There's no need to take chances with the two of you. She nodded at Baojia. Carwin told me your plan. It's a good one. We're in, Giovanni said. Beatrice and I can provide a distraction, Baojia said quickly. See if Ernesto wants to meet for dinner tomorrow night. The last thing we need is for the two of you to become involved in a political problem. If you meet with him, it provides both you and Ernesto with cover, should this turn messy and the cartel raise a fuss later. Are you sure? He nodded. I'm sure. It'll be a relief to know that this isn't going to come back and cause more problems down the road for either you or my sire. All I want is to stop Ivan. Only if you're sure, Baojia. I'm sure. Natalie watched the quick exchange with mounting anxiety. The plan seemed to be that Baojia and the other vampires would go down to the desert and stake out the hunting grounds where the women would be taken. Then, when all the vampires were there, he'd launch a surprise attack and kill them, with no one in Ensenada or Los Angeles the wiser. Bridget looked at her. We're going to need some humans. If you want to get the women out of there, we're going to need someone to replace them. The first thing they'll notice when they get there is scent. If it doesn't smell like humans, they'll know something is wrong. I'll go, she said. It's my story. I'll go. No, Baojia said quietly. Not acceptable. Tenzin ignored him and spoke to Natalie. Ben has already offered to help. He's well trained. With us providing cover, he'll be able to guard you while we handle the vampires. You'll be safe with him. No, Baojia said again, slightly louder. She's not trained. She's staying here. Tenzin cocked her head. She has to go. We need her. Ben's presence will not be enough, and he's male. They're expecting women. If you want to save these girls— I'm not saving them by putting her at risk, Baojia said, stepping closer to Tenzin. It's not an option. Both vampires broke into a sudden flurry of Chinese that looked seconds away from turning into blows. Tenzin's voice was raised, and she gestured toward Ben, who had been sitting quietly on the couch by the fire, seemingly at ease with the angry voices. Baojia looked furious, biting out words, and baring his fangs at the small woman who would not back down. Finally, Natalie stood and shouted, "I'm going! Okay?" They both stopped and stared at her. "I'm going." She looked pointedly at Baugia. "You knew I was going to. Don't try to stop me." His nostrils flared while Tenzin simply nodded. "Good. So we will leave at dusk tomorrow. We will stake out the crater and wait for the women to arrive. When they do, Carwin can tunnel under the crater and hide them, while we leave Ben and Natalie as bait for the other vampires. Ben will cover Natalie, while Baugia, Bridget, and I kill the vampires who come to hunt the women. Will Ivan be with them?" Baugia's fangs were still down, and he was glaring at her. "We don't know." "So how are we going to make sure this doesn't happen again?" Tenzin looked cross, but Natalie was still focused on Baugia, who had not taken his eyes off her. He said, "Because if he is not with them, then I will hunt him down and kill him myself." "Oh," Natalie muttered, "but I'm the reckless one." He slammed his hand on the table, spun around, and stormed out of the library. Natalie watched him go, but did not rise to follow him. She raised her chin and looked at Tenzin. "I want a stun gun. 2 of them would be better." Tenzin smirked and nodded toward Bridget. "She'll get you set up. You'll be with Ben. Tell him not to worry." Giovanni murmured, "Oh yes, obviously that's going to ease his mind." He winced when Tenzin kicked him under the table. "What?" Carwin squeezed Natalie's shoulder. "Go talk to him," he said quietly. "You know why he's angry." She rose and walked out the door. When she got to the foot of the stairs, Casper was there, nodding toward the French doors that led out to the back garden. She followed the lit path that led toward the pool at the back of the house. He was there, pacing around the deck, the water following him as he walked, creating a churning whirlpool that matched the stormy look on his face. He only glanced at her once before he turned his eyes back to the water. "Well, you got what you wanted," he said. "I don't want you mad at me." "Are you surprised?" he bit out. She sighed and crossed her arms. "I guess not." "He's a teenage boy. You're going to be guarded by a teenage boy, while I'm dealing with the rest of them. Tenzin told me you once took on over a dozen trained soldiers yourself and killed every one. And I almost died." He stopped, spinning toward her. "I had 2 swords at my neck." He took his finger and traced a line. "And they cut halfway through it. I was inches away from death, Natalie. If I was human, I wouldn't have survived. Plus, I was by a river. I was strong there." He kept walking, and she forced herself to remain where she was. His fangs were down, his black eyes glittered. He was still furious. "I was as strong as I can be on land, and I still almost died." "Baugia, but we're going out to the desert. There is no water around for miles except for a few irrigation canals, nothing. I will not be at my strongest. There are going to be an unknown number of vampires there, hopped up on some drug that makes them super strong and crazed by the scent of human blood." He stopped a few inches from her face. "And you are putting yourself in the middle of all that, out of some insane need to save the world." "You need me there for this to work." "I'm the only one—" "Yes." He grasped the back of her neck and pulled her face to his. "You are the only one. The only one. Why don't you understand?" She grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled his mouth to hers. Their kiss was hard and angry, desperate and needy. "I do understand." "Then don't do this." "I have to," she cried, tears in her eyes. "Why can't you—" "I love you," he breathed out, the words caressing her cheeks as he held her. "Can't you see? I love you, and I can't see you die." He captured her lips again, wrapping his arms around her, almost cutting off her breath with the ferocity of his embrace.
I can't, Natalie.
I'm going to die someday, she said, the tears welling up in her eyes. Her heart soared at his words. Her mind raged at the thought of the danger they both faced. Everyone dies someday.
Unacceptable,
he breathed out, tilting her head to the side. His fangs scraped along her collar. His hand grasped the nape of her neck almost painfully, but she reveled in it. She had never felt more alive.
When we live through this, I'm leaving this place and you're coming with me.
He spun her around, pressing her back against the wall of the house as he kissed her again and again. Natalie could feel the water drawn from the pool lapping at her feet, drawn to him as the energy crackled around him. She could only gasp as he continued the relentless assault on her senses.
Vampire or not,
he hissed against her skin,
you are my mate. I will not be without you.
Natalie gasped. I am your mate.
And you will never do anything this dangerous again.
Baugia. He took her breath away. His fingers pressed into the small of her back, and he shoved his thigh between her legs. He growled low in his throat when her fingers sank into his hair and gripped. She couldn't get close enough. She felt wild, feral, a creature of instinct and sense. Her mind was blurred by the hum of his energy, the scent of his skin, and the feel of his fangs as they pierced her neck. Natalie cried out when she felt the pull of his lips, taking, claiming. She was his. The waves of pleasure crashed over her as the water reached for him, soaking her legs as he held her against the wall.
Say it, Natalie.
I love you. His hoarse groan echoed in the night as the waves came harder, buffeting against the wall, lapping against her skin and causing her to shiver. He reached for her pants, pushing them away as he moved her farther into the shadows. Natalie tugged at his clothes frantically, desperate to touch him, desperate to feel, to remind herself that, whatever happened later, in that moment she was alive. He was her reason, and he loved her.
I love you,
he whispered again as he entered her, holding her gaze as firmly as he held her heart. Her back scraped against the wall, but Natalie only held him closer.
Don't make me live without you.
She ignored the tears that slid down her cheeks. I won't. I promise. His thrusts were hard, still holding an edge of anger.
You can't promise me that.
She cried out, biting into his shoulder to suppress the scream as he drove them both. Pleasure coursed through her body, but his fear pierced her heart. I promise, she finally panted, as he arched back in release, and she came apart in his arms. I promise you, Baugia. He held her close, both of them soaked to the skin, and Natalie clutched him tighter, praying she'd made a promise she could keep. Chapter 25. He listened as they drove south, the night growing lighter as the waxing moon rose and traveled the sky. The lights of Tijuana were in the rearview mirror, and Ben sat next to him, eyes focused on the cracked asphalt they followed into the desert. The main difference between a stun gun and a taser is proximity. Bridget was lecturing in the back seat as they drove, a duffel bag of weapons open on the seat between her and Natalie. To use a taser, the ideal distance is around 10 to 15 feet, but you're dealing with vampires, who are far faster than anything human. So, if you see one, point and shoot, even if they're farther away. These all have laser sights built in. By the time it fires, they'll probably be within 15 feet of you. Lovely. And the stun gun? Very effective, but you'll have to be in direct contact. Baugia growled in the front seat, and Bridget narrowed her eyes at him. Hey, Natalie said. No growling. Obviously, Bridget muttered. Direct contact is not the ideal. so try to use the taser. I packed a few of them for you.
I'm counting at least 20, Bridget.
You can never have too many weapons, and this model can be used as a stun gun for about half a minute after it's fired, but you shouldn't need any of this. It's purely a precautionary measure. We will be engaging the vampires at the perimeter, and you and Ben will create a defensive position in the center of the crater.
Natalie nodded vigorously. I remember there were some rocks and trees and stuff we can use to hide.
They shouldn't even get near you.
Bridget was obviously young, Baugia mused, as he drove the old car, dodging potholes before he turned onto the dirt track that had been used as a mining road. Battle plans, even his own, rarely went as planned. The only constant was the unplanned factor. There was always something unpredictable, and it usually happened at the most inopportune time. He had tried again when they woke that evening to dissuade Natalie, but she was determined. He had used all his powers of persuasion, thrown every logical argument in her face, before he finally conceded humans were an integral part of the plan, and if they didn't use her, they'd have to use someone else. After that, all arguments were moot. She wouldn't stand to have anyone else put at risk. He briefly considered knocking her out anyway, but at that moment Tenzin had pounded on the door and told them to stop having sex and get in the car, which was doubly annoying because they weren't actually having sex. He had to fall in love with the stubborn one, didn't he? The stubborn, beautiful, defenseless human with no sense of self-preservation and a hero complex. And make sure you don't ever use a taser on a fire vampire, or you're toast. Baugia gritted his teeth and glanced in the rearview mirror at Natalie's wide blue eyes.
How will I know if it's a fire vampire? Bridget said.
You'll know. But chances are it won't be.
There's not that many of us, to be honest.
Meeting two like you have is fairly extraordinary.
The most common type of vampire is earth, with wind and water rounding things out. The fire is very uncommon.
It's like a recessive gene, Ben said from the front seat.
Okay. And I'm assuming that they'll burst into flames if shocked or something?
He saw Bridget nod.
Our amnes is nothing more than an enhanced electrical current. That's why vampires short out electronic equipment so easily. It also seems to be what connects us to our elements, so when we're shocked, our systems react by loosing an incredible amount of elemental power. Carwin would create a large earthquake. Baugia would draw all the water around to him.
Except we're in the desert, where there's no water,
he muttered, still highly annoyed at the handicap.
Well, yes. Try to make the best of it,
Bridget said. Tenzin is air, but I'm not sure what it would do. I've never shocked an air vampire before.
Ben said. Can I try, please? Baugia said. The fact that you're still alive is truly amazing sometimes. The boy shrugged. She has a soft spot for me.
That much was obvious, but it had been to the boy's benefit. He was one of the most well-trained mortals Baugia had ever met, even just shy of his 18th birthday. Ben was proficient in judo and jujitsu, could fire various weapons with accuracy, had a good command of hand-to-hand combat with knives, and could even handle a blade passably well. Added to that were the instincts he could only have been born with. The boy was incredibly sharp. If Baugia had enough time with him, he'd have him a master by the time he turned immortal. If he turned. He glanced in the rearview mirror again. If she turned. What if she didn't want it? What if she never wanted it?
What other weapons did you bring?
Ben's voice broke into his ruminations. Baugia glanced down at the twin short swords that were strapped to his thighs.
I have a few other swords in the trunk. A dao and a new katana I bought last year, but I probably won't bring them. Are those going to be enough?
He nodded.
They're kind of...
Baugia smirked, knowing exactly what the boy was thinking.
Kind of... short. Are you saying that size matters, Benjamin?
The teenager snorted.
I just mean that your reach with those. These are 14-inch twin butterfly swords, handmade and balanced within 10 grams of each other. They are also perfect for the way I fight." He glanced at the boy. "One thing you will learn is that every fighter is different, and this is important to know. We all have our strengths. What is your aunt's favorite weapon?" "Shuang Go, the hook swords. You trained her on them, you know." "I picked those for her, because her sense of balance and flexibility makes them ideal for her. One of her strengths as a fighter has always been balance, and knowing how to use her opponent's weaknesses against them. She needed reach and heft. The hook swords were perfect for her." Ben muttered, "And they're really cool." "No, Ben. They're really fucking cool." For the first time that night, he felt a real smile cross his face. "But I have different strengths, first of which is speed. I'm much faster than your aunt or your uncle." "Yeah, I noticed." Ben rubbed his ribs where Baojia had given him a good punch the other night while they were practicing. "Good. And so a long sword like a dao or a katana or the shuang go is not ideal for me. Short swords are faster. Besides, I don't try to keep my opponents at bay. I draw them close and then attack. It's the way my father taught me and still the most effective way for me to fight." "Ernesto taught you that?" Baojia paused, his breath catching a little at the flood of memories. A man, almost a mirror image of himself, practicing Wing Chun forms in a small garden. Watching. Baojia was always watching. Then he was the one practicing. He could hear the man's murmured instructions as he gently corrected the small boy, the evening sunlight pouring over them as the smell of food drifted from the outdoor kitchen where his mother sang. "No," he said. "My human father taught me to fight." "He must have been good." "He was." Natalie and Bridget were silent in the back seat. He glanced in the mirror to see her watching him, then he felt the brush of her warm fingers at his neck, and he turned his eyes back to the road. "You are young. Your body is still developing and your frame is still filling out. You won't truly settle into a fighting style for a few years, but all the preparation you're doing is good. And if there has to be a human guarding Natalie—" He glanced at her again, only to find her sticking her tongue out at him. He smiled. "I'm relatively satisfied that it's you." "Stop with the gushing praise. I'm going to think you have a crush on me." "Don't push it." Ben laughed as he reached into the duffel bag at his feet. "I have backup. It's me, Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, and my darling Miss Kimber." "Good to know you brought friends. That won't kill them, you know." 45 still packs a hell of a punch, my friend." "Aim for the neck." A wicked glint came to Ben's eye. "Always." They had to hike the last 5 miles to the hunting grounds. Baojia gave Natalie a piggyback ride. Bridget offered to carry Ben, but he refused with red ears and ran to keep up. Carwin and Tenzin were already at the crater bickering. "Stop calling me fat. Just because I'm not as light as a 15-year-old girl." "I was older than 15 when I turned, you idiot." "Well, then stop acting like a whiny little schoolgirl. It's not like you're not strong enough. You could carry 10 of me and not feel it, so stop bitching. Did you feed tonight?" "Just bagged blood. I don't have time to hunt." Carwin grunted. "No wonder." "You two fight like siblings," Baojia said, as he set Natalie down. "Always." Ben went over and threw an arm around Tenzin's shoulders. "Stop picking on Tiny, Carwin." "Picking on—" Carwin threw his head back and laughed. "Good one. Ah, there's my lovely girl." Bridget went over to him and tilted her face up for a kiss, but Carwin lifted her in his massive arms and swung her around, greeting his wife far more enthusiastically than he had only 2 nights before. My lovely, lovely girl. There are caves around here. I've already scouted them out." "One-track mind," Bridget muttered, as Carwin coaxed her away from the group.
Baoxia rolled his eyes at the pair and turned to Tenzin, who was brushing off Ben's arm.
Stop calling me tiny. It just fits.
He broke in before they could start arguing. No truck, I take it? She shook her head. Going to sniff around? We just got here. We stopped by Tulio's place, Carwin knows him, of course, and let him know what the plan was. He says we can use that tunnel you mentioned to get the girls out. Says it's safe and he'll be watching for them. The one human he has is still tucked away.
Good. That will help.
He looked around, really examining the hunting ground for the first time. Leaving Natalie with Tenzin and Ben, he walked the perimeter. It was a natural crater, no doubt formed hundreds or thousands of years ago by something massive hitting the ground. The depression was almost perfectly round, and little grew in it except a copse of trees that had sprung up from the middle and a few tumbleweeds. He toed his shoes off and sank his feet into the sand, but could sense no water. His eyes darted around, taking in bits and pieces. The more he looked, the more subtle evidence of violence he saw, cracked branches and bloodstains. A pile of rocks had tumbled down the side of the crater, where it looked like someone had tried to run up quickly. Though the wind had carried the scent of fresh human blood far away, brown smudges still remained on the sandstone rocks that lay scattered around, and the scent of the predators was everywhere. The traces of energy were old. He guessed no one had been back since the hunt they had witnessed days before, but they were numerous and varied. It wasn't the same vampires hunting over and over. Though a few signatures seemed familiar, most were unknown and belonged to unique individuals.
Hunting parties, he murmured. Why was Ivan doing it? For amusement? To make money? It was the type of thing responsible immortal leaders had outlawed to avoid exposure to humans. But in this part of the world, where no one was watching, using girls that no one cared about, it certainly wouldn't be unheard of. Were the other vampires paying him? Did they know they were getting a poison as well as a fresh meal? Somehow, Baoxia didn't think that was on the brochure. He felt Natalie approaching. "What were you thinking?" she asked. "I'm thinking, I still wish you weren't here." "Can we stop now, please? I'm here. Talk to me about the plan." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting it out as she slid her hand in his. "We'll all hide in Tulio's tunnel today. Obviously it's not happening tonight. It might not happen for days. We only know the girl, Carmen, was taken 2 nights ago. According to what we can tell, it takes anywhere from 2 to 3 days to collect the girls and infect them with elixir. Was Carmen the first they grabbed for this hunt? The last? It might be tomorrow night. It might be a week from now. Hopefully it's not a week, but we did bring provisions for you and Ben, and Father Andrade has Ben's phone number to call us when the truck shows up at the club." "And when do they get here?" She knew this already. They'd gone over it 7 times by his count. She was asking to let him process it in his own mind again, searching for any loose ends. "After they drop off the girls, the count starts. An hour, according to Tulio. We'll have to gather them up and get them headed toward Tulio's, or we might just knock them out with Amnes and hide them in Tulio's caverns." He frowned. "Yes, I think that would be better, safer." "Okay," she nodded. "Then Ben and I take position." He tensed instinctually. "Yes. Carwin, Tenzin, Bridget, and I will have to remain in the tunnel until they come back, but you and Ben will be in the center of the crater. In that stand of trees, there. No use giving them a clear target. There's no shower here, so your scent will already be heightened, which will draw them." "Wonderful. I won't smell like elixir, though." He shook his head. "I don't think it will matter. From what I could tell last time, they came already high on the drug. They'd already fed. This was just an added experience, to make it all more exciting." She shivered at his words, and Baoxia drew her closer. "I wonder. He doses the humans at the club with it. When they start to get sick, is this their last stop? If Constantina hadn't run, would she have ended up out here? But Rosa didn't seem sick. A good point. He cocked his head, thinking. Maybe they're running out of waitresses, running out of time. They don't want to wait for healthy girls to get sick. Healthy prey would be more fun to hunt anyway, so why wait for girls to get sick? In fact, find girls who can run and fight back a little. It would make them a bit more of a challenge if they can fight back. He rubbed his cheek against her hair, taking comfort in her touch, her scent, her warmth. She had wrapped her arms around his waist as they spoke. He heard her gulp. It makes a twisted kind of sense, I guess. Yes, it does. He took a deep breath. Natalie? What? This is a very sick world, he whispered. And sometimes I feel like I have lived in it too long. No, she said. Just long enough. Long enough for me to find you. Long enough for me to love you. The wind whistled past as he felt Tenzin fly overhead. Carwin and Ben had started a small fire near the mouth of the tunnel where he had killed the air vampire and rescued Rosa. He pulled Natalie down to sit next to him on a large piece of sandstone. When this is finished, I want to move north. I think we can live in the Northwest and be safe. I have lots of money. You can find whatever work you want. I don't want to live like this anymore. Then we won't. She laid her head on his shoulder. Christy called yesterday. She tried to hold them off, but she and Dan got chewed out by our big boss. I didn't want her to get in trouble, so I called the Tribune and quit. Officially. He looked at her, startled. You didn't tell me this when I woke tonight? Didn't seem all that important at the time. Natalie gave him a rueful smile. And I knew going back wasn't really an option. I'll manage, I guess. Maybe I'll publish online. Lots of writers do. Then you can work from anywhere. She nodded. Mm-hmm. Even the Northwest. Despite everything, he smiled. I like this plan. And if I work from home, you won't have to worry about me getting hit by a bus crossing the street or being struck down by a meteor or choking on a donut or anything. She elbowed him. So much safer. Well, maybe not from donuts, but definitely buses. Approximately 4,000 pedestrians are killed every year, you know. Why doesn't it surprise me that you know that? Because she was his world now. And everything he could do to make her safe, he would. As much as she would let him anyway. I want to marry you, Natalie. I want you to have children like you want. Our children. The vision of his father in the courtyard came back to him. I will protect them. I can teach them how to fight. You could teach them a lot of things, she said, her voice hoarse. He looked down to see tears in her eyes. How to fight, how to play, how to break my cell phone. Yes, he smiled. All of those things. I believe I would be a good father. I think you'd be a great father. It wouldn't bother you that you can't. There are humans who cannot father children, aren't there? He shrugged. We will do whatever they do. It won't make them any less mine. He looked down. If that is what you want. Maybe not right away, but she smiled. That's definitely what I want. Then that's what we'll do. Okay. Natalie heaved a sigh and settled close to him again. After we kill all the bad guys. After I kill all the bad guys. And you keep your head down. That's what I meant. Ivan's men didn't come that night. They didn't come the next night either. By the third night, everyone was getting restless. Carwin had dug more caves off of Tulio's original tunnel just so they could avoid each other. Bridget and Baugia were both thirsty. Baugia only took a little blood from Natalie, not wanting her weak. It had caused yet another argument, which he lost, so he drank again. When he woke on the fourth night, it was with a distinct sense of foreboding.
He left Natalie in her sleeping bag and went outside. Tenzin was crouched at the mouth of the cave, eyeing the horizon. "They're coming tonight," she said. "Are you sure?" "The priest hasn't called." She cocked her head to the side like a bird examining an insect. "Fairly sure." He lowered his voice. "Tenzin, if Natalie is injured in this fight, I do not want to lose her." She raised an eyebrow. "You ask this of me? Do you trust me so much, Dragon?" "No." She grinned, her curving fangs glinting in the moonlight. "Good. You shouldn't. So why ask me?" "I would bargain with you, and your blood is powerful." "So is the priest's." Baugia stopped as Ben crawled out of the cave, grumbling about the heat and muttering something about clean water. He walked away from them, no doubt looking for somewhere to relieve himself, and Baugia saw Tenzin watching him with an amused smile. "Perhaps," he said. "I think you would understand my wish not to lose a human so valuable to me." Tenzin's eyes cut toward him, narrowing. "Perhaps," Baugia said, leaning closer, "you would do the same, even if it was not that human's wish." "Perhaps you're right." She stood, brushing off the dust. "I'm going to look around and see what's coming." "Is that a yes?" "I would say, perhaps." Tenzin took to the air, disappearing into the black night. Baugia sighed and stretched, enjoying the feel of his muscles working. He took off his shirt, folding it neatly and laying it on a rock before he centered himself and faced the darkening western sky. Perhaps. He closed his eyes and swept a leg out, crossing his arms, then pulling them away from his body before he brought them back to center and flexed his shoulders. Perhaps. Baugia practiced his forms as the moon rose, and the others gave him the gift of their silence. They all knew what the plan was. They simply needed the enemy to arrive. Perhaps. He breathed deeply, sensing a welcome but unexpected gift on the breeze. His amnes jumped when he felt it. It couldn't be. His eyes flew open, searching the sky, just as Tenzin landed. "There is good news and bad news, as they say," she said, walking toward him. "Bad news? 4 SUVs are heading this way, following the delivery truck that will be here within a few minutes." 4. With 3 or 4 immortals in each SUV, that would mean anywhere between 12 and 16 opponents. And 4 of them. Normally, he could handle that many on his own, but with the elixir involved, the odds were unknown. And the good news? She grinned wide. "There's a storm coming." Chapter 26. 1 minute she was sitting quietly, watching him practice his martial arts forms in that steady, meditative rhythm. The next, everything happened at once. Baugia spun around and picked her up in one swoop, carrying her to the tunnel so fast the world around her blurred. He was speaking to Tenzin in rapid Chinese as they raced toward Tulio's cavern. "Stop!" she finally yelled. "English, please! I don't know what's going on!" "They're on their way. The girls are in a large delivery truck and they'll be here in a few minutes. We have to hide and hope they don't sniff too closely. I didn't think about the danger of us camping here. Our scents could be everywhere. If the driver is a vampire..." Carwin broke in. "Father Andrade mentioned a human driver to me. So did the girl. I think we'll be fine, but we need to get everyone inside so we're not seen. How long do we have after the women are dropped off?" Tulio said an hour, but I don't know. His sense of time is not all that accurate. Natalie was dumped in the tunnel, while the others raced around, tidying up their little camp and trying to erase any evidence of their existence. "Too lax," she heard Baugia mutter once, when he dropped off a T-shirt Bridget had draped over a bush to air out. "I've been too lax." Everything around her turned into a blur. Vampires were coming. Fast, inhumanly strong vampires, hopped up on some vampire drug that made them irrational and bloodthirsty. and those vampires were going to kill Natalie, Baugia, Ben, Tenzin, Carwin, and Bridget, unless they killed them first. Everyone around her was pulling out swords and guns, strapping them to arms and waists and thighs in strange holsters that curled around their bodies like deadly ribbon. Even the teenager, Ben, had more weapons than the average SWAT officer. And Natalie had a stun gun. What the hell had she been thinking? She was desperately trying not to throw up when Baugia, the vampire who 2 nights before had basically proposed to her, pulled her hand and tugged her farther into a deserted alcove off the main cave. He straightened her shoulders, and Natalie stared at his chest, still bare and exposed to the night air. There was a light sheen across it, almost as if he'd been sweating. She frowned. He didn't sweat. "You're scared," he said. "Yep, terrified." He nodded. "Good. Be scared. Use it. It'll make you more aware. Don't take chances. And make sure you stay with Ben." "Okay. And when we get out of here, we're getting serious about your self-defense lessons." "Okay. And we're going to get out of here." He tipped her chin up so she was forced to look at his dark eyes. "Do you understand me?" He was all calm and cool collection in that moment. Confident, sure. The only rock-solid thing in this pile of crazy she'd landed in weeks ago. Only weeks. It seemed like a lifetime. "I love you, George." Her voice broke. "I'm really happy all this happened, no matter what." He shook his head. "Don't act like that. We're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Stay with Ben and trust me." She nodded, trying to smile. "Okay." "You have your guns?" She nodded, patting the holster Bridget had brought for her. She wore 2 and had a small duffel with the rest that she'd take with her. "Natalie?" "Uh-huh." He paused for a moment, looking nervous for the first time that evening. "We only have a few minutes before the girls get here. I can hear the truck. I need to know. You shouldn't be hurt. I have every confidence you won't be, but if you are, I need to know if you want what?" Her heart began to pound. "For you to make me a vampire?" He shook his head. "Not me. If I did, I don't want you to." "I won't," he swallowed. "But someone else could." The heart that had pounded now felt like it would fly out of her chest. "I don't know." "You have to know." She felt the tears prick the corners of her eyes. "But I don't." She blinked them away. "I don't know, Baugia. How can I know that?" He looked away, toward the flurry of action at the mouth of the cave. "I can't lose you." "Then don't let them get me." Forcing a calm face, she took a deep breath and tried to stop the shivers that wanted to take over. "Don't let them get me, Baugia. Give me that time." He gave her a quick nod, then leaned down, pressing his lips to hers in a toe-curling kiss before he pulled away and put his arm around her, guiding her back to the others. The drivers were human. There were 2 drivers and 12 girls, leading Baugia to speculate that the SUVs carrying the hunters would hold 12 vampires. Good. 12 was better than 16. The drivers forced the crying girls to the center of the crater at gunpoint. Some of them screamed, some wailed, others begged. But a few stood stoically, arms crossed as they glared at the humans who backed away and spun out, leaving the girls alone in the middle of the desert night. The smell was overwhelming. The sweet, heady scent of blood washed up the edge of the crater and down the tunnel, carried on the breeze that was growing ever more laden with moisture as the storm approached. He heard a high whining sound and turned to see Bridget biting her arm. Carwin stroked her short cap of hair back, soothing his mate as she forced herself to remain still. Carwin's eyes met Baugia's in the darkness. He glanced at Natalie. "They're going to know." Baugia nodded. There was no question. When the hunt started, the vampires were going to know something was wrong. There was no mistaking the smell of the girls. If anything, they smelled even more appetizing than the ones at Bar El Russo had.
"What the hell are they putting in that elixir?"
he muttered, trying not to breathe through his nose.
"We have to keep at least a few of them there. Taking away the majority of them will still decrease the distractions we have to deal with, and probably some of the bloodlust, especially for Bridget. But we have to have some of them there, or they're going to know."
Natalie, finally catching on to what they were talking about, butted in.
"But those girls are innocent. We have to get them out of there. They're not bait."
Carwin snorted. "That's exactly what they are, Nat. And you volunteered to take their place, but you don't smell like them. We need at least a hint of their scent in order for the hunters not to immediately guess that something is wrong."
Bridget forced her head up, blood staining her mouth.
"Keep to the plan. Pick a few of the more defiant girls and give them stun guns. Leave them there with Natalie and Ben. It will be enough to draw the vampires without distracting all of us. The rest need to get as far up this tunnel as possible, or they're just going to throw us off."
Baugia nodded. "I was thinking the same thing."
He glanced toward the dark crater. The truck was no more than a retreating rumble in the night.
"Let's start rounding them up. Bridget, pick the girls you want to have stay."
She forced a nod and started out of the tunnel, Carwin close on her heels. Baugia stood and Natalie followed him, dogging his steps.
"You can't let them use these girls as bait, Baugia. It's not fair. They've already been
abducted, kidnapped, poisoned. Probably abused in other ways, too."
He kept walking, watching the girls cry out and run as they saw the shapes in the darkness. But there were two who didn't run, and he turned toward them.
"I realize all that. I'm not even going to mention that you forced me to let you use yourself as bait.
It was my choice,
and it will be theirs as well."
He approached one girl who looked vaguely familiar. She was staring at him with furious eyes, chin up and mouth screwed into a sneer.
"You," he called in Spanish. "Is your name Carmen?"
She looked like the girl who had come to the church, enough alike to be sisters. At the mention of her name, the sneer fell.
"Who are you?"
"We're friends of Father Andrade's, and we're trying to save your life."
She shook her head.
"Nothing is going to save my life. I saw what happened to Constantina. I know what's going to happen to me."
"Want to give Ivan's men a surprise?"
Baugia grabbed at one of the stun guns on Natalie's belt and held it out.
"You stay, you get a chance to hurt them."
Carmen grabbed the gun.
"I'll take it."
"And help us round up the girls."
She gave him a quick nod and started running toward a group of girls Carwin was trying to calm. Just then, Tenzin landed on a rock nearby.
"They're close. Get these girls in the tunnel."
He cursed under his breath.
"That wasn't an hour." "Nope. Looks like someone's impatient."
She flew off toward Carwin. Between the two vampires and Carmen, most of the girls headed toward the tunnel, with 3 others standing with Bridget as she gave them a quick lesson on stun guns, which Ben translated. Baugia turned to Natalie, who had been silent the whole exchange.
"Time for you to get in position," he said.
She nodded, then reached for him. He let her pull his face down, and she kissed him hard as she gripped the hair at his nape. He breathed her in, memorizing her scent and taste, wishing she was 1,000 miles away. Finally she broke the kiss and patted his chest right over his heart.
"I love you,"
she said. "I'll see you later." He swallowed, unable to say anything for a second.
Get another stun gun from Bridget. Make sure you have 2.
She gave him a thumbs up as she walked away.
"I'm on it, George."
Fucking hell. If the last time she ever spoke to him was to call him George, he was going to be pissed. She and Ben were crouched in the center of the crater, backs to a large sandstone boulder that was sheltered by some scrubby trees. The stars had slowly begun to disappear as unexpected clouds rolled in.
"Clouds?"
She turned to Ben. "Clouds are good, right? Clouds mean rain, and Baugia
isn't the only water vampire in the world, unfortunately," Ben said. "But yes, better he has it as a weapon. We can just hope none of the bad guys are water vamps, too. Of course, it always means that Bridget is going to be screwed. Shit! I hadn't thought about that. Fire vampires get doused, huh? There's always a trade-off, Natalie. Ben gave her a crooked grin. To everything. And why do you call Baugia George? Long story. She glanced to her left and right where the 3 Mexican girls sat, new tasers held out in front of them like shields. Are they ready? Ben shrugged. Point it this way. Fire it at anything with fangs. Let's just hope they don't shoot any of our people. It was the best we could do with the time we had. She took a deep breath. You been in anything like this before? Not exactly. What are our odds? He shrugged. Tenzin says you should never try to calculate odds in a fight. Just win. That's all that matters. Natalie let out a slow breath. Win. Got it. He heard them approaching as they crouched in the tunnel. The vampires must have left the cars at the end of the mining road. He looked at Tenzin, who was closing her eyes and listening intently. After a moment she looked up, then held up 10 fingers, then 3. 13. So someone wasn't hunting. Carwin and Bridget had tunneled around to the other side of the crater to lie in wait, so they could attack from front and back. The idea was for Bridget and Carwin to attack from one side, as Baugia did from the other, Tenzin taking to the air to catch any stragglers or air vampires who could fly. Also, she said she'd try to pull as much of the storm toward them as possible. Baugia had doubts about how much the small vampire, even as powerful as she was, could manipulate the clouds. Still, the steadily increasing moisture fed his strength. Once the rain was falling, he'd be even stronger. He glanced toward the crouched figures at the center of the crater. Don't let them get me. Give me time. He'd give her as much time as he could, but he sure as hell hoped that Tenzin held up her end of the bargain if time ran out. Shit, shit, shit. Natalie's heart beat a staccato rhythm. She could hear growls and laughter on the air. They were coming. She crouched as she heard a swooping sound overhead, like a dark bird on the night air. Drops of rain began to fall, and she gripped her gun closer. Ben held one weapon in his hands, another was ready at his waist, and still another was strapped to his thigh. Natalie said, "You're kind of frightening for a teenager, you know?" Ben only grinned. "Aren't you glad I'm on your side?" She nodded as the growls came closer. "Wait, Natalie," he said in a soothing voice. "Nothing's going to happen to you." She gave a jerky nod a second before she heard the collision midair. There was a popping sound, then a hoarse scream was cut short. A second later came a quiet thud as a blonde head landed only inches from their feet. Its bright blue eyes stared at Natalie as its mouth fell open in an eternal snarl. She slapped a hand over her mouth to hold in the scream. Then all hell broke loose. Chapter 27. Baugia saw Tenzin swoop down to intercept the wind vampire who had spotted the humans in the center. The enemy vampire dove for his prey, only to be interrupted by the fearsome woman who grabbed him by the neck and flew him up toward the clouds. With a quick twist, his neck was broken. With a swipe from her ancient scimitar, he was dead. The head fell to the ground as she tossed his body toward Baugia's hiding place. Just then, dark shapes crested the hill. He slunk out of the mouth of the tunnel, drawing his right sword as he crept toward the shadows. The hunters were taking their time, not being quiet. They wanted to elicit fear by toying with what they thought were defenseless humans in the center of the crater. Snarling and laughing as they came closer, none of them noticed the loss of their friend. What they did notice was the sudden silence when 2 of their number fell through the earth. Baugia grinned. Playtime was over. 3 down, 10 to go. He raced around the perimeter, arms sweeping out to take the head of one shocked vampire before he was even spotted.
A grab of the hair, a quick slice. Another thud. The body slumped to the ground, and he tossed the head over his shoulder as the crazed vampires began to realize they had walked into a trap. Their attention immediately diverted from the humans in the center of the circle. All 9 vampires suddenly went on alert. One took to the air and was out of his sight. One began to run, only to have his feet sink into the earth as Bridget burst from the ground and used what little time she had to turn the screaming vampire to ash. The rain was falling harder. He felt a heavy sheet hit his back and reveled in the feel of it cool against his skin. Baugia took a deep breath and let out an angry roar as every eye turned toward him. 2 more dead. Only 7 now. Another headless body thudded to the ground. Make that 6 plus the driver. His first real attack came as he heard Carwin exclaiming from across the crater and 2 gunshots fired. The vampire ran toward him, hands out, directing a sheet of water at him as he tried to knock Baugia off his feet. Damn. His breath rushed out. These creatures, high on whatever Ivan had been feeding them, were stronger. The drops turned to tiny blades under the other water vampire's command. Baugia didn't halt, though he felt his flesh break open in 100 places from the impact of the driving rain. He ducked to the side to dodge another watery attack before he reached out with his amnis and grabbed the water, turning it on his attacker to slice into his face as the vampire screamed. The immortal was dark-haired, possibly Mexican, but not certainly. Baugia ran at him, letting his enemy get close enough to grab an outstretched arm, drawing him toward his body, as Baugia ducked his head, bracing his neck as he rammed his forehead into the vulnerable underside of his opponent's jaw. The vampire's head slammed back as Baugia grabbed him by the hair and held, bringing his blade up to sever the spine with one efficient slice. He dropped the body and looked for the next opponent. There was a blonde vampire trying to run. Too damn bad. His fangs long and gleaming, Baugia ran after him, jumping over scrub and ignoring the sting of cactus as he raced to catch him. He caught up with him a few 100 feet from the crater. Not wanting to waste time, Baugia pounced on the other man's back, a young one, he guessed from the level of amnis. He was an earth vampire, and tried to let the ground swallow him. Baugia was halfway sunk in the ground before a jerk and a swipe ended his enemy's life. Natalie. He was too far away from her. He left the body where he'd killed it and raced back. Carwin was ripping into another vampire only a few feet away as he heard more shots, but not from where Ben was still sitting. Natalie was still crouched next to the boy, still clutching her stun gun as if her life depended on it, but happily isolated from the bloodshed around her. "Who's shooting?" he yelled. Carwin twisted a scrambling immortal's head under his arm, reached down to grab at the man's arm and pulled, holding him as his neck was detached and the scrambling stopped. Then Carwin looked over at Baugia and grinned. "That'd be my girl. She does love her weapons. A few shots to incapacitate, then a quick slice to the spine to end things quickly." "How kind." Baugia tried not to shiver. He'd never liked guns. He glanced at the still unmolested humans at the center of the fight. "How many left?" "Tenzin's had 2 or 3, I think. I've had 3, Bridget 2. You? 3. 2 more. And where were they?" He fell silent. Everything was silent. Then he saw him. The vampire had snuck down from the other side of the crater. He'd been able to flee from the initial surprise attack, but instead of running he'd come back, drawn like an addict to the smell of the girl's blood. Baugia spread his arms, gathering the driving rain that pelted his back and turned it toward the vampire. Within seconds, a bridge of water formed in the air as he sent a rush of amnis through the element he commanded. The vampire exploded in pain as Baugia's energy hit, reeling back with bared fangs as Tenzin fell on him and cut off his head, snarling into his face as he still reached for the women. "Pathetic!" she muttered, as blood dripped down her chin. Then she turned to Baugia. "There's one I can't find. I looked in the desert, but I can't spot him." Baugia frowned as he looked around. Then his eyes landed on Carwin, and he yelled, "The ground!" A second later, the center of the crater caved in, taking Natalie, Ben, and the women with it. Chapter 28. She ached. Everything hurt. Her head, her body. She felt as if she'd been run over by a truck. One second she was watching the brutal fight around her, as if she was caught in some otherworldly action movie. The next, everything was dark and she heard a scream. Then quiet, another scream, more quiet. There was a scrambling sound as blood and sand filled her mouth. Water fell on her face as she blinked her eyes open and saw him. She knew him. Where did she know him from? A clanging sound. The casino? Flashing lights and a bitter aftertaste in her mouth. Carlos. His name was Carlos, and he was Ivan's right hand. Ivan's right hand, who was apparently killing the evidence of his boss's guilt. "Natalie!" She heard Baugia's voice from above. No Ben. Where was Ben? The young man had kept her centered and calm as the fight around them had raged. "She's over here, Baugia. I've got her." There he was. It made her smile to hear Ben's voice. "Carlos?" she whispered. Natalie turned toward a scuffling sound. Carlos was barely visible in the dim light, holding a girl by the hair as she wailed. But within seconds, the girl's eyes had gone dead, no doubt calmed by the same power all vampires wielded. "Put the girl down," Baugia said. "It's over." "No," Carlos said. "It's not. You have no idea. This has just begun." "Nat," Ben whispered. "We have to dig you out of here. Just hang on. I'm going to get Carwin." "Okay." Baugia was yelling at Carlos. "This wasn't you. You don't do anything without Ivan's permission. Put the girl down. There's no need to kill her." "She's dead already," Carlos laughed. "Don't you realize? You're saving these girls so they can die anyway. You think he's going to stop? He'll just set up somewhere else, somewhere you don't know about. He made so much money, Baugia. More than he ever made through the cartel. They came from everywhere to get a taste of these worthless girls." Carlos's bitter laugh churned her gut. "He was only doing it here and dumping the bodies on your land to fuck with you." "Why?" Baugia moved farther into the cave. His chest was soaking wet, and his pants were too. His hair dripped around his face, the water pouring over him from the crater above. Natalie could feel it, sloshing around her feet as she lay in a crumpled heap on the dirt floor. "Why was Ivan baiting me?" "It wasn't his idea," Carlos said in defeat. "It was Rory's. Rory wanted you gone. As long as you were in San Diego, you could always go back to L.A., but if you fucked something up down here, he figured Ernesto would just get rid of you. Everyone knows how you two fight. Rory wanted you out of the way. He found out what Ivan was doing and came to us." The pain had stopped and a dull ache was crawling up her side toward her neck. Her feet were cold. Was it from the water? Carlos had dropped the girl and raised his hands. "You know what? Kill me. I've killed your woman anyway. I deserve it. I'm sorry, Baugia. You were always honest with me. I don't want to be a part of this anymore anyway. It was too much." Baugia snarled and looked in her direction. His eyes widened in alarm, just as Carmen sat up and reached for the taser. She raised it toward Carlos, who was still holding the hair of one of the girls. Oops. Guess Ben had skipped that part of the lesson. "Carmen, no!" "Pinche cabrón!" she screamed, a second before she fired. Carlos arched back and dropped the girl when the shock hit him. There was a second that time seemed to stand still, as Baugia leapt toward her, then the earth around her exploded and everything went black. Chapter 29.
No!
Baugia screamed into the night as Carwin carried Natalie's body out of the cave. They were still digging up Carmen and the other girls.
No! You promised Natalie you can't die! Tenzin!
Carwin laid her gently on the ground. Her pulse was weak and irregular, her face pale. A root had pierced her side, and hot blood spilled onto the ground. Tenzin knelt beside her and pressed a cloth to her side. "She can be saved," the Wind Immortal said, looking at Baugia. "I can get her to the healers, and they can save her life."
"Are you sure?"
He bared his fangs as he spoke.
"Nothing is sure." "Then change her. Turn her now."
Tenzin shook her head. "She does not want this. I know she doesn't."
"I tried to give her time, but she doesn't have it. Turn her."
He felt Carwin put a hand on his shoulder.
"Do it, Tenzin."
"Baugia," the priest said quietly. "She does not want this. Let Tenzin take her to a hospital. Let the doctors save her more to life."
"She is not your woman,"
he roared, punching Carwin back as he knelt beside Natalie and took her hand. His eyes met Tenzin's over the limp form of the human woman who had become the center of his world. He bit his lip and made the bargain that had been teasing the back of his mind, the deal he knew the other vampire would never pass up. "Take her to the hospital, Tenzin, as fast as you can, and let them heal her." Tenzin moved to go, but he grabbed her wrist.
"But if they cannot—"
Tenzin raised one eyebrow in curiosity.
"What?" "I will not live without her. You and your friends face something far larger than any of this. If she lives, however she lives, I am yours in any fight. I give you my word. You will call on me and I will answer you, but know this."
His voice dropped to a low growl.
"I will not live without her."
He saw Tenzin's mouth quirk up and the dark satisfaction gleam in her eyes. Then she lifted Natalie from the ground and disappeared into the night. A cold resolve filled Baugia's chest as he stood and walked toward the tunnel where he had kissed Natalie the last time, where she had lain in his arms, where she had been safe. For a little while, he had made her safe.
"Where are you going?"
Carwin ran after him.
"The keys to the car are in my backpack. Get out of here and get all of them to safety. Use your amnes to get across the border, but leave Mexico as quickly as you can. The cartel cannot know we are here. The bodies will burn up in the morning, so don't worry about that. They can think what they like about the cars. Take the girls to Tulio's. Beatrice will know how to find him. Baugia."
He stopped for a moment but did not turn. The rain poured over his skin, but it brought no comfort.
"Or destroy my car. Sink it in the desert if you want, and tunnel north. But leave, quickly."
"Where are you going?"
"She's going to live. I've seen many injuries of that kind, and I know—" "I really can't talk, Carwin."
He wiped the mud from his face, enjoying the scrape of grit as it raised blood along his cheek. It made him feel, just for a second, not quite as dead inside.
"I need to go kill my brother now."
The rain might have been pouring, but the casino was still busy even at 2 a.m. Baugia left the tunnel Tulio had dug and walked across the parking lot, past the tour buses and pickup trucks. He walked into the entry, not pausing when the human security guards came toward him. He saw them speaking into their headsets in mild panic, but they did not try to stop him. He did not stop at the odd looks the patrons gave the shirtless man, dripping with mud and traces of blood painted across his chest. They backed away but said nothing. Baugia looked up at each and every security camera he passed, willing the machines he had installed to transmit his image to the vampire he had come to kill, willing the cold terror to enter his brother's heart. He walked past the slot machines, past the bar, past each and every human, not caring what they thought. Were his fangs visible? He didn't care about that either. That, he decided, was Rory's mess. Not that Rory was going to be alive to clean it up. The electronic door lock shorted out as soon as he touched it. Then patrons finally began screaming and running for the exits when he reared back and punched it in. One punch, one kick, another punch and a roar as the humans scrambled for the doors. Then he was in. The hallway was dead already, deserted, except for the flickering fluorescent lights that guided him toward his brother's office.
"You coming to kill me, brother?"
The voice came from the speakers above. Vaugia looked into the nearest camera and said, "Yes." He kept walking.
"Gonna kill your sister, you know, to lose her mate. Sure you want to do that?"
Vaugia paused, thought.
"Yes, I am."
He turned right, and a girl in a casino uniform darted into a room. He heard the lock turn behind her.
"Does Paula know what's going on?"
Vaugia called out, not caring who heard.
"I'm trying to make things better for us, that's all. You know how hard she works for that old man?" "Yes, I do."
He turned left and lifted his eyes to the round camera mounted to the ceiling.
"I used to work just as hard for him, and I did it gladly. She does it gladly." "She shouldn't have to."
He shook his head.
"She knew about none of this, did she? She'll forgive me when she's the one in power." "No, she won't. You stupid man. Rory, Rory."
He turned right again, slowly getting closer to the security room where he was fairly certain Rory was holed up.
"Always looking for the jackpot. Never the one willing to do the heavy lifting. Paula's too good for you, she always was." "She should be running that city. She does run that city. He's just a figurehead."
"There's a lot you don't know. Not that I care. You're going to be dead soon."
"You don't even work for him anymore. What difference does it make?"
He paused and closed his eyes at the rush of pain.
"Your actions, Rory. You took something of mine. Not my job. Something far more precious."
His brother's voice was harsh when it came over the line.
"So you finally fell for a girl, huh? That human? Ivan Getter? I didn't want that to happen, Vaugia. It doesn't matter what you wanted. Results matter, not intentions. Not that your intentions were any good to begin with. I'm going to kill you. But I won't torture you. I'll give my sister that. It's a big casino."
The sadness was gone from Rory's voice.
"Figure you can find me in here? I'm not in my office."
Vaugia looked up into the nearest camera.
"I can find you."
Then he ducked into a closet. He was in the original section of the casino. The original bingo hall the tribe had put up before Ernesto's millions made them all rich. The dropped ceilings had always been a problem from a security standpoint, but there was no way of getting around them, as Ernesto didn't want to waste the money on a low-priority, low-risk venture like an Indian casino. None of the money was kept anywhere near the old section who would try to break in. Vaugia braced his hands on the walls and climbed up, silently lifting the panel from above and reaching into the blackness to the old pipes that were just strong enough to hold his weight. He shimmied into the void, reaching back to put the panel into place, removing evidence of his passage. Then he silently moved toward the security office. As he reached the air conditioning vents, he paused to listen. He could hear Rory somewhere, talking over a radio to guards, no doubt wondering where he had disappeared to. The echo of the guard's reply told him that his brother was exactly where Vaugia thought he'd be, the fortified guard room with one reinforced door. It was light-tight, a panic room in a sense. Rory could hole up in there for days if he wanted, only it was primarily used for guards, and human guards wanted air conditioning when they worked in the desert. He swung from the old pipes and into the ductwork, still listening for Rory's voice, for any indication that his brother suspected he was being stalked. It was almost too easy. Vaugia slid through the ducts, navigating the Byzantine network, until he was staring at the back of his brother's head, listening to him yell at the guards, who still couldn't find the intruder. The panel was screwed on. It would have been hard for someone who was trying to avoid detection, but at that point, Vaugia knew it was only a matter of seconds before his brother sensed him. They did, after all, share a bloodline. But Rory was no longer his family, and Baugia's mission was very clear. He kicked open the vent and slid into the room in one movement, drawing his sword as he did. Rory spun, the knowledge already clouding his features. Then Baugia reached up and grabbed Rory's face in his hands, crushing it between his fingers as his sword relieved the old cowboy of his head. Rory's body crumbled to the ground, his head still clasped in his brother's hand, mouth gaping open in shock. Baugia had found a shirt by the time he made it back to his house in Coronado. He didn't know where else to go, and the car he'd stolen from the casino parking lot didn't look like it would make it far. Logic said that Tenzin would take Natalie somewhere in San Diego, but he had no idea where, nor did he have any idea whether Natalie still lived at all. He thought Tenzin would hold up her end of the bargain, but he couldn't be certain. The low, gnawing pain in his belly wouldn't go away until he saw her alive. Human, vampire, he didn't care. The house in Coronado was just as he'd left it, including Luis sleeping on the couch downstairs as if he'd been waiting for him. At the sound of the slamming door, the human woke. "Boss?" He rubbed his eyes. "That crazy vampire was right, and you look like shit." "Which crazy vampire?" "I don't know. She didn't give me her name. Just called the club, yelling into the phone, asking for your human—" "That would be Tenzin. Anyway, she said to get back here and wait for you. Gave me a number to call when you got here." "Why the hell are you here? Are you supposed to be?" He tried not to scream. "The number, Luis? Holy shit, this night is crazy. What time is it?" He didn't even know. Baugia glanced at the wall. "It's 4 a.m. The number?" The human handed him a slip of paper, which he took to the office, punching the number into the phone. He pressed the button for speaker mode and began to pace. It was Des Kirby who picked up. "Baugia?" "Des." He hated that his voice broke, but he couldn't seem to control it. "Where is she?" "She's at UC Medical Center. Matt and I are here with her. They have her stable. Both her legs were broken and she lost a lot of blood, but they're worried about head trauma right now. They induced a coma until the swelling goes down." "Is she going to live?" There was enough of a pause that he punched a wall. "Des?" "They think so, okay? There's no way of knowing if she has any brain damage right now. We just have to wait. They think if everything happens like they're hoping, that she'll be significantly better by tomorrow." "I'm coming to the hospital." "She's just sleeping, and you'll have to leave in like an hour." "I don't care." He was already pulling on a new shirt. "I'll be there." She wasn't awake, but she wasn't dead either. And Baugia sat there, holding her limp hand, until he was forced to leave before dawn. Carwin had explained to the doctors about the horrible rock slide while they were hiking, and a brush of Tenzin's amnes made any lingering questions go away. Des and Matt would stay during the day while Baugia could not. He returned to Coronado. He had no place else to go. The next night, he was holding Natalie's hand, trying to keep his distance from the hospital equipment, when his sire slid into the room. Ernesto pulled up a chair and sat across from Baugia, cocking his head to the side as he looked down on the sick woman. "Will she live?" Baugia ignored the leap in his chest and tried to make his voice as calm as possible. "They are optimistic. The swelling has gone down the way the doctors were hoping for. They were very pleased when I arrived tonight." They both fell silent. The only sound was the beeping from the monitors which filled the room. "You killed your brother last night," Ernesto finally said under his breath. "I did." "Because of this?" "Because he was conspiring with Ivan to hold human hunts and implicate you in the deaths of the victims. Because he was dumping human bodies in your territory in an attempt to make you look weak. And yes, because his actions led to the injury of my mate." "She's not your mate." Ernesto smiled indulgently. "She is not a vampire." "That makes her no less my mate, not to me."
Ernesto's eyes never left Baugia's face. The vivid green took on an eerie quality in the fluorescent lights of the hospital.
You are in love with her?
Yes.
Why didn't one of your friends turn her after she was injured?
Ernesto looked over his shoulder toward the hall, where Carwin and Beatrice waited with Des and Matt.
Perhaps they are not friends at all, but those who want to use you.
He clenched his teeth. Like you did?
I am your sire. I gave you this life. Without me, you would never have met your lovely human. You would be dead in an unmarked grave, or buried in a mine that caved in. Perhaps part of the railroad you helped to build, stuffed under the tracks like garbage.
Baugia looked away from him and began to count the freckles on the back of Natalie's hand. I know you are my sire.
I am your family.
No, he said firmly. You are not. Ernesto frowned.
Your sister is devastated.
His chest ached for Paula. I am devastated for her.
Did she have any knowledge of Rory's actions?
No.
How can I be sure?
Ernesto shrugged.
Unless you come back to my aegis. How can I be sure who to trust, Baugia?
He blinked. Ernesto wanted him back? Impossible, unless... Who has been inquiring after me? You must have heard some rumor. Someone else has been showing interest in me, or you would not want me back. He knew it was true the moment he said it. Ernesto's gaze narrowed, but he didn't speak. Is it Katya? As soon as the name of his old rival was spoken, Ernesto's amness spiked. The monitors near Natalie began to go wild and the nurses rushed in. Baugia stood and backed against the wall, smiling at his sire as the nurses ushered Ernesto out.
I see. You see nothing, my son.
I am not your son, he said quietly, glancing at the sleeping woman with wild red hair and everything he needed. I know who my family is. Goodbye, Ernesto. Don't bother us. You may question my friends, but I do not, nor do I question Natalie's. Beatrice was already at the door, along with Carwin, waiting with worried eyes to see what the commotion was. Ernesto looked away from Baugia and toward Beatrice, smiling kindly before he patted his granddaughter's cheek, and murmured,
I wish the best for your friend, Karina. I am sure she'll be fine. The doctors here are unparalleled.
Thank you, grandfather. Beatrice's voice was carefully neutral. I'm just so glad she has such a fervent protector. She glanced toward Baugia with a smile. She's in very good hands.
So she is.
The old vampire's smile was tight when he turned to Baugia and said,
Good luck.
Chapter 30. Sound was muffled, almost as if she was listening from the bottom of a pool. Gradually, Natalie began to sift through her murky senses. Beeping, a low, steady beeping. Her eyes were closed, and flashes of memory darted through her mind, a rumbling sound and the taste of blood in her mouth, dark eyes turning toward hers in horrified surprise. Panic. He was shouting her name. Natalie! Hurt. She ached all over. Her body was stiff with pain, and she somehow knew she had not moved in days. At the very edge of her senses, there he was. A cool hand stroking along her fingers, running up and down each one before he traced her palm. She could feel the brush of his hair along her arm as he lifted her hand to kiss the knuckles, and more, his buzzing energy, his amness, spreading over her skin and warming her, coaxing her toward consciousness. Magic, she thought again. His touch was magic. He could explain it away with whatever science he chose, but he was magic. His love, his devotion, the fullness of who he was and all that they could be together washed over her as she focused on the feeling of his fingers tracing her skin. Magic. Voices joined the beeping.
Her lips moved. "Did you see? I'm sure of it. Natalie?" She didn't want to wake. She knew it was going to hurt more. Some instinct told her that wherever she was, it was safe. She didn't want to mess that up. But the magic that coursed over her skin spread upward, teasing deeper into her mind. Wake up. You need to wake up. No, waking up was going to hurt. Wake. Open your eyes. She didn't hear the words, but the press of his influence pushed against her mind. There was a sense of urgency behind it. Wake, wake, wake. "You're so bossy," she croaked. With that, the floodgates seemed to break. Natalie forced her eyes open when she heard the relieved laughter around the room. Beatrice and Des started talking, but she didn't really listen. Carwin was at the foot of her bed, grinning like a madman. Natalie forced her head to the left. There he was. She felt the corners of her mouth turn up when she saw him. Her lips cracked a little as she smiled. "There you are," he whispered, through the cacophony of joyful chatter that had begun to fill the room. More voices joined in. Giovanni, Ben, even Tenzin's low voice could be heard asking questions, laughing, trying to get her attention. But she couldn't take her eyes off him. He was sitting in a chair to her left. He wore a black t-shirt, and his hair looked like he'd been running his hands through it for hours. It stuck out at odd angles, telling her he hadn't looked in a mirror in a while. And his eyes were so tired. Baugia let out a long breath and squeezed her hand a little. Then he took another breath and brought his other hand up to his face, covering his eyes for a few moments before he shook his head and let out another shaky breath. She whispered, "Nothing but trouble, right?" He leaned forward, taking her hand in both of his and bending over, placing his forehead to her wrist and kissing the palm of her hand before he looked back up. "What do you know?" Vampires cried pink. He blinked his red-rimmed eyes at her and managed a small smile. "Nothing but trouble," he whispered back. "Where am I?" "I had a really bad dream. I'm sorry." The voices were beginning to irritate her, but she focused on the feel of his hand holding hers. "Why are you sorry? You're alive. Don't be sorry." He couldn't seem to stop touching her. He brushed the hair back from her face and kissed her cheek. He ran his hands over her arms and pressed another kiss to her forehead. The look in his eyes was fierce, almost desperate. "How do you feel? Are you in pain? What's the last thing you remember?" Then he looked around the room. "Is the doctor on the way? Where's the nurse?" Des rushed to reassure him as the monitors went wild. He must have gotten too close to the equipment. "Chill, Baugia. You're stressing her out. They're coming right now." Natalie tugged at the thing on her arm, but a nurse was suddenly there, pushing her hands away. "What is all this?" she said. "I want to go home. Baugia, take me home." "Not quite yet." He brushed her hair back again, coaxing her head to the side so he could put her hair in a ponytail. "Let the nurse check you." "You're in the hospital in San Diego," Des said. "You scared us to death, Nat. They stopped the medication for the coma hours ago, and you were supposed to wake up, and then you didn't. They told us not to worry, but I want to go home," she rasped. She didn't know what she wanted. The nurse was poking at her and tugging on things. She hurt everywhere. And there were tubes and wires and beeping and too many people who were all happy, but she wanted to go home, and she wasn't quite sure where home was, or where she was, or why she was even here. Baugia suddenly let go of her hand and stood up. "Okay, everyone out. It's too much. Thank you all for being here, but you need to leave now." The cacophony stopped in seconds. Natalie closed her eyes and took a deep breath as murmuring well-wishers fled the room. "Sorry, Natalie." "We'll wait outside." "She smells very strange. It must be all the chemicals." That had to be Tenzin. When all the voices were gone, she opened her eyes again, and it was just her and Baugia with a nurse smiling and making notes on a chart. "The doctor will be here in just a second, hon," she said. "Everything looks good, but he'll want to examine you. I'm going to get you some water and something for your lips. Is there anything else you need right now?" Natalie realized she couldn't move her legs. They felt heavy and hot. Her toes itched, but she couldn't move them. "What's wrong with my legs?" She started to panic and tried to sit up, but Baugia pushed her back. "You broke both your legs in the rock slide," he said. "They're in casts right now, but they're going to be fine." "Am I paralyzed?" Her heart was racing, and the monitors went crazy again. He took her hand, and she immediately calmed down. "No," he said in a steady voice. "There was no damage to your spine. You are not paralyzed." He continued soothing her when the doctor came, holding her hand as the man outlined what her body had gone through: 3 broken bones, brain swelling, trauma to her right side, accompanied by massive blood loss. She'd been in a medically induced coma for 3 days, and she'd be in the hospital recovering longer. Finally, she said, "I guess I'm pretty lucky to be alive." The doctor smiled. "Very lucky. Quite frankly, you're a miracle. If your friend hadn't driven you to the hospital so fast—" He smiled. "It's a good thing she broke some traffic laws." Natalie frowned and looked at Baugia. He cleared his throat and glanced at the doctor before meeting her eyes. "Tenzin was with you and Carwin on the hike, remember? She's the one who brought you." "Ah, got it." Natalie was a little disappointed. She didn't even remember her first vampire flight. "So my noggin is fine, and my side is repaired." She stretched a little and groaned. "But that's still gonna hurt for a while. I broke both my legs." "But they're clean breaks." "And with proper physical therapy, you should be able to walk with no lasting problems. There will be pain while you're healing, and possibly afterward for some time. Luckily, we didn't have to do surgery, but physical therapy will be very important." She looked at Baugia. "I think I know a good physical therapist," she said. "I'll be fine." Baugia finally gave her a real smile. "Yes, you will." There. Natalie threw her head back and groaned. "Oh, that feels amazing." "Who knew chopsticks had so many uses?" Baugia smirked and leaned back, throwing his arm around her as she lay in the hospital bed. The blessed chopstick was placed on the side table for the next time the itching in her left cast became unbearable. They both turned their heads when they heard the faint tapping on the door. "Hey!" Christy smiled when she walked in. "For a minute there, I thought I was interrupting something." "The itching," she said. "The rocks didn't kill me, but the itching from these damn casts might." She'd been in the hospital for almost 2 weeks. The doctors had been worried about her head for a while. Baugia had just smiled and said it was good someone was finally examining it. Natalie tried to be mad at him, but he was so happy she was alive it was hard to be irritated. Then they were worried because she had a fever, and they thought the wound in her side had become infected. Baugia fussed because he couldn't heal it completely while she was still being observed by the doctors and nurses. He might have used a bit of his blood to heal the worst of the surface injuries so she wouldn't scar. Then he made a face when he tasted her and said he'd be grateful when she tasted right again. Vampires. Natalie couldn't decide if vampires would make wonderful or horrible doctors. She was leaning toward horrible. But he was there every night. No one seemed to question why her husband, because that's what they had told the hospital, only came when the sun went down. Des or Christy were there during most of each day. Natalie was grateful for all the caring company, but mostly she wanted to go somewhere that nurses didn't wake her up every 3 hours. "Be grateful you itch," Baugia said. "That means you're alive, and your nerves are in excellent health." Christy sat on the other side of the bed. "Is he always so logical?" Natalie nodded. "Yes. It's a good thing he's cute, too." Baugia frowned and stood up. "I'll leave you two to talk. I'm going to find something to drink." "Hey, can you bring me back a soda?" He turned at the door. "Are you allowed to have soda?" Christy looked over her shoulder. "She's a big girl, bring her a soda, but no caffeine." Natalie shook her head. "You're as bad as he is." Baugia sighed.
No caffeine still leaves me with too many choices.
Ooh, Natalie said with a grin. See if they have that blood orange. She wiggled her eyebrows. I love that one. He tried to stifle a smile as he left her room, but she heard him chuckle as he walked down the hall. Christy turned back around and slumped in her seat. So you're really leaving? She nodded. Yep. And you're really marrying a guy you met in a bar a few weeks ago?
It's been almost 2 months. It probably did sound crazy to someone who didn't know the whole story.
Christy shook her head.
Part of that time you were unconscious.
And he was there the whole time, she said quietly.
I know it probably seems crazy, but it's not. We're not. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Well,
Christy looked over her shoulder again.
He's totally nuts about you, that much is obvious. And I'm glad I know his real name now. Baugia is not that strange. Trust me, I knew a guy named Tam. And you know why he was named Tam? Because his real name had so many syllables you needed a weekend to say it.
She had to smile.
She told Christy as much as she could, but not everything. And to Natalie's surprise, she felt okay about it. She'd come to realize that while knowledge was power, that power wasn't always necessary for everyone to have. And if spreading the truth about vampires would hurt Baugia, well, the public didn't really need to know everything, did they? Besides, keeping secrets was part of her job, too. If it meant protecting a source, her lips were sealed. And if it meant protecting the vampire she loved... You're not telling me everything, Natalie, Christy said, narrowing her eyes. I'm not dumb. Spill. Spill the truth about immortal beings who lived in a shadow society. Spill the truth about a dangerous drug that seemed to be spreading, no matter what they did to combat it. Spill the truth about the girls who had died, the ones still in danger from ingesting elixir. Would speaking the truth help or hurt more? He saved my life, Christy. That's the truth. And I think I might have saved his, too, in a way. She grabbed her friend's hand. I love him like crazy. But there's nothing crazy about it. He's the best man I've ever known. She saw Christy's eyes well up with unshed tears. Where will you go? Why can't you guys stay here? If you went and apologized to the Tribune, they might... I think we're going north, she said. Not sure yet. We're both kind of unemployed right now, but we're good. We'll be fine. Are you sure? She saw him coming down the hall, scanning the surroundings in that cautious way he had, carrying 3 sodas because he probably couldn't decide which one she would like best, constantly watching, constantly guarding, always aware. Her bodyguard, her lover, and maybe her eternity. She still didn't know. But as he entered the room and bent down to kiss her cheek, she turned to Christy and said, Yeah, I'm sure. She wants to meet with both of us, Baugia said again, wheeling her toward the downstairs living room in Giovanni and Beatrice's house. They had been staying there at Giovanni and Beatrice's insistence since she'd left the hospital. Casper and Isadora, the whole household in fact, had spent most of her recovery fussing over her and hovering. She loved it. She kind of hated it, too. Katya didn't say why she wanted to meet us together, but I'm assuming it's to be polite. For a human, you have quite a high profile in our world now. You're friends with Beatrice de Novo and Carwin ap Bryn. Tenzin saved your life. According to rumors, I left my sire's aegis so that we could be together. I'm sure she's curious. She's a really, really powerful vampire who rules Northern California, Oregon, and Washington. She swatted at his hand in annoyance. I'm an unemployed writer. What on earth are we going to talk about? I don't know. But you are also my mate, and she has been in talks with Carwin and Bridget about something for weeks now. Something to do with both of us, I suspect. So, just be pleasant and try not to interrogate her, if you get curious. I wouldn't interrogate her, he laughed. Yes, you would. Questioning is not interrogating. So you say, my love. don't.
She held up a finger. He'd been doing that, calling her my love and something in Chinese she didn't understand, which probably meant my perpetual headache or something equally endearing. It didn't matter. When he said it in that low, sexy voice, she melted every time. Don't call me my love, just so you can... What are you doing? He had stopped a few feet down the hall from the living room before kneeling in front of her and framing her face with his hands. I'm proposing to you. Despite her annoyance, she blushed. What? Here? Yes. He reached in his pocket. Her voice squeaked. Now? Whatever happens in that room, he said, pulling out a ring from his pocket. I do not want anyone to question my commitment to you. You are not just a human under my aegis. Vampire or not, I consider you my mate, and I am asking you to be my wife officially. They talked about it. Natalie had even assumed it. But seeing him down on one knee, ring in hand, made her fall in love with him all over again. This startling creature, this inhuman marvel, wanted her to spend the rest of her life with him, and more. She knew he wanted more, but he was patient. As different as they were perfect together. Yes, she said simply. Of course, yes. I would be honored to be your wife. She knew she'd said the right thing when his face lit with a joy she'd never seen from him, spilling out of his eyes, his smile. He lit up from within as he slid a simple solitaire over her finger, not a diamond, a light blue stone. Blue, like the water he commanded. It's the color of your eyes, he said quietly. It's perfect, she said. I love it. She pulled his collar and kissed him, claiming his mouth, claiming everything he was for her own. Her body hummed in awareness of his. Weeks recuperating had led to one very frustrated Natalie. She didn't want to go to a meeting. She wanted him alone. Her body missed his, and she was not very good at being patient. Natalie, he growled, pulling away with regret. Soon. Soon. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, wishing they could escape as she gathered her nerves and said, Okay, let's go meet the new vampire. He stood and started pushing her chair again. You'll be fine. Just be polite, respectful, don't interrogate. I told you. She broke off when Bridget pushed the door open, obviously hearing them in the hall. When Natalie entered, she was surprised by how young the powerful Katya looked. The vampire looked as if she'd been turned when she was around 18. She was small, blonde, and lovely, with warm brown eyes and angelic features. Despite her seeming innocence, Natalie could spot the keen intelligence behind her gaze. Natalie, Bauja, she said, rising to her feet. She was dressed casually in a pair of jeans and a sweater that seemed at odds with the formal room, but somehow she still commanded it. May I be the first to offer my congratulations? Oh, right. Natalie realized Katya had heard everything from down the hall and tried to remember if she'd said anything adoringly stupid. Thanks. Thank you, Katya, Bauja said more formally. It is very nice to see you. I hope your visit to Los Angeles has been productive. Her eyes sparkled with interest. Very. So many interesting things have been happening lately. I almost feel as if I've missed out on the fun. Bauja wheeled Natalie over next to an armchair, and everyone sat at once. Carwin and Bridget were on the sofa, facing the fireplace. Katya sat casually across from Bauja and Natalie. Bauja, I want to offer you a job, she said directly. I think you have been underutilized, and I have a particular position I think you'd be perfect for. After a few shocked seconds, he spoke. May I ask what it is? Katya looked to Carwin, who had been silent up till then. The girls, he said. The ones affected by the elixir. We've been debating what to do with them. There are 11 still alive. They can't go home and risk poisoning another human or a vampire, but we don't want to kill them, obviously. Obviously, Natalie murmured. I have called in a favor,
Katya said with a smile. Several, actually. Lucian Thrax has agreed to come to a facility I own in Northern California, only an hour from San Francisco. He has agreed to work with my pharmaceutical company to discover more about this elixir. If we can discover a cure, it would be beneficial for everyone. And profitable, Natalie said quietly. Katya smiled at her. Of course, profitable as well. She returned her attention to Baujia. The girls will live there. We are building a comfortable house right now, a home where they can live and be looked after. They will be prisoners of a sort that is unavoidable, but their time is limited and we will offer as much protection and treatment as we can. We have decided this is best for them. The superior tone put Natalie's instincts on edge. Who has decided? I have, Carwin said. And Bridget, this was our idea, Nat. We've seen what humans go through with this illness. Unless we find a cure, it's a slow and painful death. Bridget said, My closest human friend died of elixir poisoning. Her strange eyes met Natalie's. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. And we don't know who might come after these girls. Whoever Ivan was working with, whoever is making this drug, would kill them without a thought. If you take my offer, I don't believe it will come to that, Katya said. Lucian is brilliant, but he is a man of science, and these girls will be targets. They're loose ends that need to be protected. She looked at Baujia. That is what I want you to do. I want to hire you to run the security for this facility and to everyone, human or vampire, who works there. Natalie looked at Baujia, then at Katya, then back to Baujia. He wanted to say yes, she could tell, but he didn't want to answer without asking her. She could tell by the way his grip on her hand tightened. Yes, she said quietly, looking at him. It's too important to let anyone else handle it, yes. He turned toward her and murmured, I said I would follow you. You don't have to. There is a job waiting for Natalie as well, Katya said. If she'd like to work for the Chronicle, I have been assured they would be very flexible about her schedule and most happy to have her on staff or as a contributor. Natalie turned toward Katya, lifting her chin. Are you offering this just so he'll come work for you? The vampire cocked her pretty blonde head. Yes. But you'll only keep the job if you're good. Then she smiled at Carwin. I like her. Natalie let out a burst of sharp laughter, trying to come up with an objection. She still had questions, plenty of them, but as far as plans went, it seemed like a good one. She looked at Baujia, recognizing the gleam of anticipation in his eyes. She thought about the girls who were sick and would only grow sicker without help. No one would protect them like he could. I'll take it, she nodded. We'll go. Baujia squeezed her hand, but she could see he was pleased. Only if you're sure. George, she said, throwing her arm around his shoulders as he groaned. I'm sure of you. Everything else we'll figure out along the way. Chapter 31. This isn't a good idea, boss. Baujia considered the young man's words from the back of the black Cadillac that his new employer had bought for him. The streets of Ensenada flew past. Luis still drove too fast. You worry too much, he said, as the driver pulled up to the side door of the club. He slapped Luis on the back before he slid out. Stay with the car. I won't be long. Luis only sighed and said, Okay, but this is still... The slam of the car door shut him up. Baujia raised an eyebrow. The sedan had excellent soundproofing. He'd have to remember that. He walked to the doors of the club where the vampire guard eyed him cautiously. Is he expecting you? The stocky man asked. No. The guard gave a nod, spoke to a human standing at his shoulder, then smiled at Baujia patiently. A few moments later the human came back and nodded, and the guard waved him in. Welcome to Bar El Russo. Thank you. The flashing lights still annoyed him, and he was glad he hadn't needed to spend time in their presence for over 6 months.
The house he and Natalie lived in north of San Francisco faced the ocean and was set on top of sweeping cliffs with a secluded beach below. It had enough light for her and dark for him. Plus, it connected underground to the facility where he spent most of his nights. The infected girls had been brought from the desert 4 months earlier, much to Tulio's relief, and most seemed comfortable so far. Security renovations on the facility were well underway, and Natalie was healing as quickly as she could. Though pain was still an issue, it was less and less every night. Baugia climbed the stairs to the VIP lounge, nodding at the vampire guarding the entrance. He spotted Ivan holding court in his corner sofa as soon as he entered. The vampire watched him with a curious smile as he strolled over.
"My friend,"
Ivan said graciously, though he didn't stand.
"What a pleasant surprise. What brings you to my city? Please, have a seat."
He sat across from the wily earth vampire, as casually as he could, when he was surrounded by 6 of Ivan's guards. No sign of Carlos, of course. Carlos's dust was scattered in the desert, along with Ivan's old customers.
"I'm only here for the night. I came to pay my respects to an old acquaintance." "Oh?"
He watched Ivan carefully for his reaction.
"It is a beautiful monument, Ivan. Constantina would have been honored."
A slight tick above his right eye was the only indication that the words had surprised Ivan.
"I'm sure she would have," he said. "And how is your woman?"
"She is well, thank you for asking."
"I heard she was in a rather bad accident."
Ivan leaned back, spreading his arms across the back of the sofa.
"So unfortunately fragile, aren't they? I trust the human doctors were able to repair her?"
Baugia smiled. "It was very bad, but she has recovered." Silence fell between the two immortals. Even the guards surrounding them seemed to sense that they were intruding.
"I hear you are working for Katya now."
Ivan leaned forward, reaching for a red cocktail in a martini glass.
"I am."
It was the only reason Ivan was still living. If Baugia had not been connected to an organization, the vampire would be dead already.
"How very fortunate," Ivan said with a smile. "For both of us."
"I suppose that's a matter of perspective," he said under his breath, so Ivan's guards couldn't hear. Ivan only laughed. Despite everything he had done, the immortal was still clever. He knew, just as Baugia did, that both of them represented powerful organizations. An open attack on either would have grave consequences, so Ivan and Baugia could parley in relative peace.
"Some in Mexico City were surprised by your move, but not me."
Baugia folded his hands in his lap.
"No?"
Ivan took a sip and smiled.
"Some might say you have behaved very out of character over the last year. I am not one of them."
"You know me so well." The other vampire smirked.
"I know you better than you might think. We are not so unalike, you know."
"I can think of a few important differences."
"I'm sure you think you can."
Then a glint of anger entered Ivan's eyes.
"I'd be curious how far you would go if something of yours was threatened. Hypothetically."
"I believe," Baugia leaned forward, "there might be no limit to what I would do, hypothetically."
"Then we understand each other better than most, don't you think?"
And suddenly he did. Constantina. The lavish tomb in the rich cemetery was not something one did for an obligation. It was the tomb of an honored lover. Ivan had loved Constantina. Perhaps he had brought the elixir to Mexico, thinking it would allow the human to live with him forever. Perhaps the truth had been as much of a shock to him as anyone else. But despite that, when Ivan had learned the reality, he had sought profit and power. He hadn't cared for his lover in her final painful days. That job had gone to another.
"I may understand you, Ivan, but don't think we are the same," he said quietly. "I would never make that mistake, my friend."
"Did the cartel know?" Ivan smiled demurely.
"Know what?"
Carlos had disappeared. Rory was gone. He hadn't caught a whiff of any tempting waitresses on the way in. Ivan had indeed learned a lesson in caution. You were operating right under their nose, but they didn't even get a cut. Plausible deniability, or were they truly unaware? Ivan's smile grew wider. If I was conducting any business without their permission, hypothetically, of course, then I'd hardly worry about them listening to rumors, would I? Things could get, he winced dramatically, so complicated. No one would want that. Why, then they'd have to find someone else to run this territory and clean up their messes, wouldn't they? And they'd have to admit that someone was more clever than them. Hypothetically. Ivan raised both eyebrows innocently. Of course. And Juarez? Ivan shrugged. Such an odd situation. Who knows what is happening there? It could be any number of things. So often people make assumptions, especially humans. So Ivan had used the Juarez murders as a cover. And the human police were still looking for the connection between the two. As far as Baugia was concerned, they could keep looking. He was confident they would find nothing pointing to either Ivan or himself. Ivan said, It's so strange how things work out sometimes, isn't it? How so? If I were involved with something as hypothetically damaging as murdered women and human hunts, so you say, and if someone were to clean up all the loose ends for me, kill everyone involved, for instance, whoever did that would be doing me a favor. Ivan's friendly gaze grew keen. No one to spread lies. It would leave me quite blameless, hypothetically. Baugia leaned forward. Wherever has Carlos run off to? Ivan shook his head sadly. I'm afraid my first might have been involved with some rather unsavory characters. I've already reported it to my sire. I do hope he can be found, but I'm not terribly optimistic. Such a shame to lose valuable people. I'm sure your sire thinks the same thing. Baugia leveled his gaze at Ivan. I'm sure my sire will be fine. He is already shoring up his defenses with all the activity happening along the border. Nicholas is taking over my position since I am moving. How very fortunate for Ernesto. He is a good man. Ivan didn't look pleased, which was exactly what Baugia was hoping for. He'd used Beatrice's influence over Ernesto to put his chosen successor in a more powerful position. As much as he wanted to cut ties with his sire, he could not, in good conscience, leave the southern border unguarded. He'd trained Nicholas himself. Warning Ivan off Ernesto's people was only part of the reason he'd come down for a visit. He was also following up with Father Andrade. The priest, despite their fears, was still healthy and helping the poorest in Ensenada. Carwin had been worried when the man hadn't called, but in the end it appeared a simple wrong number had led to the mix-up. It was always the most unexpected things. Ivan took a deep breath. The last few months have been rather messy, haven't they? Nothing we're not used to. He scooted forward. He'd found out the truth about Juarez as far as Ivan was concerned. He'd warned the cartel that Ernesto's people would be well guarded, and he checked on the priest for Carwin. Baugia was ready to leave. A hint of temper lit Ivan's gaze. Does it bother you to go to work for someone else, who will just expect you to clean up their messes? Baugia paused. I work for whom I choose. I do not have your ambition, Ivan. Ivan shrugged. There are some who might see ambition as a virtue. They might appreciate immortals with talent, such as ourselves. Because we're so much alike? The vampire turned a seductive grin on Baugia. We're more alike than different, whether you'll admit it or not. Baugia smiled and stood. So you say. I need to go now. It was interesting.